Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It is April 25th, 2025. How's everyone doing? Second day of the stream of the new set. We did a big stream yesterday with Pat. We played some in-person paper Netrunner. We got Elevation in, which was a real great treat. I have to owe a huge thank you to a bunch of folks at Null Games who were able to make that happen. Hopefully, y'all were doing well. Hey, Ice Cream College. NSG took down the listing for Elevation launch. Yeah, Mr. Diggs is asking, hey, all. I was hoping to pick up some older NSG sets through the site. Any ideas why it's only showing Elevation and Gateway? I'm in North America. Yeah, so I don't know if you can see the blog post on the top yet, but NSG has basically suspended a lot of activity on their store because not only are things a bit wild right now, but I believe because of Elevation, which sold out kind of twice over, and obviously a bunch of other stuff going on like tariffs and the fact that they're like the product they had in North America had to be moved around a fair bit. I believe a lot of sales of some stuff is suspended. Now, what I can say is that there's some other places you can pick up some cards. I know they'll be fixing it in the near future. If you're Canadian, this just came up today, which is actually really cool to see. Not affiliated at all, besides it's a pretty good board game store in Toronto, is they do ship to America if you're an American. I don't know the prices for that sort of thing. But if you search Netrunner at 401 Games, like they have a lot of stuff in stock. Like just about everything's in stock here. And their prices are like better than Null Games is. So you can order from whatever makes sense for you. But like they have the tokens, the playmat, but Elevation's in stock for $50. You have to pay shipping, mind you, here. They have System Gateway, System Update, which you don't really need to buy anymore. Parhelion, Midnight Sun. So all of Borealis, Downfall, Uprising, all of Ashes. So basically everything you can get that Null Games puts out is available at 401 Games, which is a great store. They have really good shipping and very fast shipping in Canada. But yes, I do think that the website the store is a bit down for a bit. Sorry, they're not putting it on shelves, which is rather annoying. They're not, Kyle? Really? Alas, 401 didn't stock Elevation on shelves. That's strange. There's a chance. So 401 Games has a new store, I'm pretty sure, but they also have a warehouse. And so like a lot of the stuff they have on their website isn't physically on store shelves. I know last time that I went to 401 Games, and because I grew up in Ontario, so I'm in Ontario every once in a while, they did have Netrunner stuff on shelves, but they probably don't have Elevation on shelves, but it's in their warehouse in Vaughan, and then they'll bring it into their store eventually. It's really, really cool to walk into a store and see Netrunner on shelves, that's for sure. That's the stuff I want. I'll have to check out, get all my stuff my crew needs. Yeah, also totally noteworthy, like proxying is legal at all levels of play. So if you just want to print and play stuff for a while and then buy it from Null Games' website, it's just right now they're in, unfortunately, which is like, unfortunate because it's attached to a lot of people getting into the game and excitement. But yeah, their store has limited capacity at this point. And I think Elevation is sold out. But they're reprinting it. It's just obviously tariffs and stuff. Andre is growing back some stubble. Nature's healing. It's like as soon as day one, I have the stubble back. How's it going, by the way, Jai? Hopefully you're well. Hopefully you've been enjoying the new set. Good morning, Grid. Hey, Garrett. Welcome to stream. Anyone around here ever tried Netrunner? It's pretty good. I've heard good stuff. What's jnet like? Is jnet really, really slow? I heard it was pretty bad yesterday. Is it better today? There was like 40 games online today. By the way, Daria, I am a big Phoenix fan. Anyways, playing Corp is boring. Playing Phoenix is where it's at. We played 2 games with Phoenix yesterday against Bangin, against Pat. All due disrespect to Pat, I think Bangin looks like I thought Bangin would look, which is like as long as the runner can respect measured response, the deck just loses on centrals. But yeah, Phoenix felt really good. Phoenix felt really, really, really fun. jnet is mildly laggy, but it is playable. Okay, good. Cool. Let me catch up on chat. What do we think the odds are of the person in Clean Getaway card being Fran Sophia Ward? Unlikely. I don't think it's super necessary for that to be the overlap. But they're both good arts. How's it going, Graham? Hey, Grendel. Eris, AO chat. How's it going? Nebula Glacier seems pretty good. I think Nebula is an identity that people are gonna groan into. I know when this is first spoiled, I was saying like, okay, Hyper Glacier Fast Advance, that's gonna be fun. And I think it seems really powerful. Mind you, this side, you get a credit when you play an operation, which is not a bad ID ability. And then on the other side, if you play an operation, heaven forbid, you get an extra click. Which means if you can play something clickless, which now with Petty Cash you can do, let alone there's so many ways that you can fast advance out from hand. And so basically every turn, the runner has to figure out how to run centrals, which is not super tenable. So for instance, some of the wild combos is like key performance indicators, KPI. You play this, after you install an agenda, you can advance the agenda, then you get a click back. And so you can, do anything else that you want to do in here. So it basically becomes a clickless advancement, and you can also gain a credit doing it. So that is obviously very good for fast advance. At a minimum, if you play it, nano management. That's going to be a while before we fix that. You can gain 3 clicks with this, so you can score at a 4-2 from hand, as much as this is expensive on influence. I think the big one that I've heard also people talking about is Kakurenbo. So Kakurenbo is technically an install in 2 advances, but you get a click back. So in theory, you can get 3 advances by the 3rd advancement. But the big trick with Kakurenbo is if you play Stoke the Embers, is that you can actually discard Stoke the Embers with Kakurenbo and install it from archives, which means not only do you make money, you place an advancement on it. So you can fast advance Stoke the Embers while making money. Seems quite good. And then what I think I've continued to see is people actually not just playing Hyper Glacier Central Towers, 2 towers Netrunner, but they're also like building a remote server and playing full Glacier and just saying every once in a while I'll try and score in a remote server, but also I'll have a strong central server. And if you don't run centrals on the turn that I put something in the remote server, then I'll fast advance. But if you don't run the remote server, that's where my Hollow Man is. And like it becomes very, very, very rude. And it can fork you in some mean ways. But just the ability to be like, oh, you didn't run centrals, I can fast advance is like obviously going to be very powerful. And so we'll see how this shakes out, but it seems quite good and maybe a bit linear, too linear for people. Based on my experience playing in person earlier this week, the secret to playing Corpse is to play into folks who are trying out the new runner IDs for the first time. The last game we played yesterday, I played a really bad PT and Chan deck, and Pat just played like super slow Doom Rig Shaper, and it was like just rolled over me because I couldn't win fast enough. So it was pretty hard. Ifrita spent all day yesterday playing and talking about Netrunner, and I'm ready for some more. Welcome, me too. Day 2, has anyone figured out how to play Corp yet? Maybe, kind of. I feel like Leo is fun. The other stuff didn't feel that good, but I don't think we built good decks. They will be back up at some point, probably this summer. Don't hold me to that, Kai. Hey, Super Not Chillin'. Let me catch up. We'll chat. We're live. Hey, weekend. Hey, Veronica, how's it going? Today felt like a Wednesday to me because we normally do a big stream on Tuesday. But yeah, we're going to be streaming every day basically for the next week. So people might not have expected the stream, but we're going to be streaming basically every afternoon for a couple hours until next week to kind of see how the whole set is going. Good shout. The 2-player playmat isn't the easiest to proxy. Yeah, they do have the 2-player playmat at 4-1 games. I think it's like 60 Canadian, which I've heard is reasonable. Nice to have the real cardboard. Also, any idea if Neon Static will have another run of those sick tokens you were using yesterday? Yeah, Mr. Diggs, I think they are constantly doing it. You can definitely like get onto the Neon Static. Like you can find Eric, goes by Canister, on Discord and ask. Otherwise, you can just ping them on the channel in the comments. I'm pretty sure he's constantly making new tokens. It's just, I think he needs like a certain amount of people signing up to buy them, and then he does a print batch. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he's actively still making them. Hey, happy weekend, folks. Hey, Zyreth. Hey, good morning. I'm eventually going to screenshot all the messages where people were saying Phoenix is bad and send it all in a write-up. I mean, if that makes you feel better, you can. I don't think that's actually productive, but okay. The person on Clean Getaway is Joker? Droids, actually, that's pretty reasonable. Where does the flavor text Joker show up on? Because it's like J0KOR, right? Because they do have like a painted face mask. I think that's maybe the most reasonable thing. What is the flavor text search? Syntax? Flavor? It is A. Okay, so maybe I just spelled it wrong. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, Joker's name shows up. That's a pretty good guess, because the person does have like a really painted grin. I'm not sure if I'm going to find them. I don't know how you spell Joker. I think it's Jokor. It has some like leet speak in it. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Which card that is. Nebula makes Kako Stoke real. Yeah, it seems pretty good. Might be Moth, given they're getting away and I was following them. They're all dead. There is someone directly following them in the image. There's like a hopper right behind them. I'm here to play Startup Bank and feels really good, given the lower amount of kill protection in the format. The thing is, like, I'm not even convinced it's the kill protection. Like, I don't think I've played against anyone who's playing like Stone Chip or like tag protection. It's just, if they put an agenda in the remote server, you can say, have that agenda in the remote server. Because if I don't run it, you don't win the game, and I'll just run centrals where your ability is blank. Like, I think it's really difficult to make the ability difficult. Hold on, let me ban somebody. Goodbye, bot. I've been playing Hearts of Mine Synapse with the new reversed accounts. Has been pretty fun in Synapse. This is a card that the name is not sticking with me. Idiosyncresis. I think this was like a 3 of in my Synapse deck at first, and then I changed it at the last minute. I do think this card is really quite rude, and it is worth playing every turn, and it works really well with Oppo, where like if you don't run it, they Oppo you. If they do run it, you know, you can get Crypto Crashed or Oppo'd. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Try searching -J. Oh, that's actually an interesting idea, because the accreditation has a hyphen. So let's do this. Sort by release date. Uh-oh. It didn't work. Maybe -J. But this doesn't minus mean like don't find it. Oh, Joker's on transfer. Well, thank you. Okay, there's no lead speak. There's just a big K in the middle, or a small K and big R. In KK we see, yeah. So this is Joker. Might be the same person. Who knows? So from my experience with the metas that I really want Crisium, yeah, there's no Crisium type effect. There's a lot of strong, like, successful run triggers, of course there is. I am a bit concerned that Deep Dive is probably still the best thing you can do, but a lot of people won't see it because they're playing the new cards. But I don't think a lot of corps are actually ready to deal with Deep Dive anymore, which is maybe a problem. We'll see what that's like. I don't know if it means you can play Maintenance Axis in Sable and then just Deep Dive a bit more consistently, or whether you can play Shaper Deep Dive. You probably do both. But it is a win condition that's very hard to deal with in the format. Losing Crisium wasn't that big of a deal. Losing Border Control is kind of a big deal, but it feels like when everything slows down, the really strong win conditions don't slow down. Right? Like the game seems to be slowing down, but Deep Dive doesn't care, right? You can still Deep Dive really aggressively. Not Yeti Stable List is really literally unchanged. It played a bit and it just wins. Yes, I agree. I feel like having a really strong win condition like this it's going to be an issue for corporations, especially because corporations obviously in the early meta are not very polished and they don't have a direct win condition. So just saying like I'm going to steal 2 points and then win off 2 deep dives, I think that's going to roll over a lot of corporations. I despise deep dive, specifically the click for extra access. Yeah, I agree. I don't think I liked this card when it came out. We'll see how people's minds stay on it. Like, I think this came up also. I do think the last kitchen meta with Bridgman kind of stream / podcast. The 4 players there were also talking about this, that they think Deep Dive is going to be really strong in the upcoming meta. And one thing that I believe Peter H said, which is something I really believe in too, is that like when Netrunner is about scoring agendas and accessing cards, it's a really good game. And that's why anytime a card like Deep Dive comes out or Jaichinho, like I'm usually not stoked because its job is to like, you know, violate those main tenets. And so now that you can say I'm going to ignore the majority of the game and just like fire off 2 deep dives and win the game. Yeah, like that's not for me exactly. I don't often play deep dive decks and I think it's going to be powerful. If Dewey like Pichashow, then Deep Dive is a good fit. Deluvian, how's it going? I'm assuming, and mind you, we don't have the pronunciation guide just yet, is that like if you're going to do that, you should just play Arasana. Like if you're playing Deep Dive, there's literally no reason to play Dewey because your engine, running based engine, is like not as good as just being like, oh, I can get through ice on face check. I also am not super high on Dewey, but I'm excited to see what the lists turn out to be. Sable getting more draw means less influence spent on that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you do end up playing Lilo and just saying, is it Lilo or Lalo? Lilo? And saying that's enough. I'm not sure. Deep Dive is about stealing agendas. Well, I mean, sort of, but kind of. Right? Like it could just see run through central servers and win the game. What's the difference? It's not about like accessing enough cards and seeing agendas. Diogen, you're like totally technically right, but you know what I mean, maybe. Though Bankroll and Amakua are gone now? Yeah, Amakua kind of matters. Bankroll doesn't so much. Not at least for that playstyle. I got to play my first Nebula game last night. Against or as David? How'd it go? If Deep Dive is good, we just play Leo. Yeah, I agree. And I'm super into Leo for some reason. I don't know why. I played Deep Dive Dewey to good success. Probably better in Ari or Lab, but Dewey still works. Yeah, maybe Dewey just still works. I just really doubt that Dewey's the best thing you can do. How's everyone doing? Hopefully it's well. I got some decks. So I just want to show you, I built 7 decks for the stream yesterday. We ended up playing like 3 of them. Has managed to win by scoring out 4 2-points agendas from hand. Yeah, that sounds about what you're going to be doing in Nebula a lot of the times. And like, I don't know how frustrating it's going to be in a world without Clot. So I published these lists, mind you, attached to the stream details. Oh, I have 1 influence left over in this. I guess I do. That's unfortunate. I wonder whether we should be playing some sort of D-res, but I don't think that works out well. This is the Phoenix deck that I played. Definitely not polished. The deck is built specifically also to show off new cards. I think what we learned is Matryoshka is like cute, but maybe not necessary. I think Banner might be worth playing, especially with chromatophores. I think that's a fun interaction, but I think you're going to have problems because the only things you really want to chromatophore are code gates sometimes and barriers because they're the only ones that end the run. I think Fermenter was just good enough backup economy, and Gourmand was like really kind of fun. I think Gourmand is just pretty cracked, and building a scrounge Gourmand deck in obviously like Lu is really, really quite good. Pushing yourself forward while trashing is really good. You think Matryoshka was correct? I barely used it, but maybe that's the good case, is that I'm just winning, so I don't need to use it. Triple Detente feels really greedy, but this is the one ID that I think Detente felt really good in, and it did feel so fun to run HQ and the corporation loses like 3 cards, or you try like 4 cards you look at when you're doing Detente, Phoenix, Gourmand, Axis. Like that's just really fun. And having more consoles means you can do the play where if he had an agenda on the Detente, I just installed the 2nd or 3rd Detente and ran archives, and that works out really well. The buffer drive seemed nice, but not exactly necessary. The problem is we're on a single Ashen Epilogue and we have no way to recur it kind of convincingly. And so buffer drive is your panic button. So this is not bad because you're playing Banhar and Lagu, but I never hit the table, so who knows. Cacophony, this is I wanted to try because the slot was a new fun card. I don't think I should play this. I'm not 100% convinced that Charm Offensive is super consistent, but it is a card that I really quite like. Charm Offensive is flexible, and Trashing Ice is like okay in the matchup. I think the issue is like when we is like turn 1, Pat got a Winchester on HQ, and that is just like a nightmare to get through with Banhar. Like 3 subroutines with Banhar is not a good spot to be in. I think you're gonna run into that same problem potentially with NBN. So I'm not sure what to do with that. I think we're better off probably just playing more Botulus and then just Botulusing 2 subroutines and letting 1 subroutine trace through or fire or Banhar 1 subroutine. I do think that makes a lot of sense to be like, I'm going to Botulus most of the subroutines and then just eat 1. And that's probably how we deal with this. Because if we go out of the way to play Crew and then Devil Charm, we trash the Winchester. And if there's no Winchester, maybe that's good because Detente fires. But then we don't get Phoenix's ability because Phoenix needs to run through ice and let the subroutines resolve. This felt okay. The events felt good. I was playing 3 Shred, which is probably right to some extent, but I do think it's meta dependent. Playing against Bangan, this card was like straight useless. So I'm not sure if we want this card for the disruption. Raindrops Cut Stone obviously is cracked because we're playing Banhar the deck. But I do think we're still short 1 influence, so I don't know. Back in a bit, jamming more reviews tonight. Like 82s or on NetRunnerDB? Flux Capacitor Cacophony time. Yeah. This is like a really good card, but I think for this card to be good, you need trashing things to be more of your game plan. Right? Like, I think you want to play Lou with Gormon and stuff. Are we refining the Rio deck from yesterday's stream? We're just talking about it, Paul. How's it going? I don't know if we're going to refine it. We're probably going to try some other stuff to get like I want to get a wide field of learning before I specialize on one thing. I just want to talk about what worked in this, and I want to see if anybody else has figured out something cool to do with Phoenix. I have a Lou Gourmand recursion deck I want to try once I get cards. I hope Mulch lives again. I have no doubt, Droid, that Mulch is one of the best decks in the format. It'd be very surprising if it wasn't. It has the tools to deal with fast advance technically. It's very good against assets, and I think assets are going to be very strong. It's not bad against Hyperglacier. I'm pretty sure Mulch is still going to be one of the best decks in the format. Back to Fast Robotics. Oh no. All the Lou mains are moaning about Gourmand versus Imp. I think this is just so good. Like in Lou, you recur this for free. It draws 2 cards with Lou. I know it can't trash agendas, and that does actually matter a heck of a lot, but like this seems really nice. I want to recur this for sure. Astroscript hasn't existed for a long time. I'm glad for Clot to rotate out. Let FA be good. Well, it depends what the FA is, right? Like Ryan, I kind of hear you. We played back in the day with Astroscript pilot program before this was limit 1 per deck. But the thing is, like, the decks that scored this out, they would score it from hand and they would chain the first into the second to the third, but they would do it on the table and they would do it on top of Sand City Grid. And they would also do it with maybe Biotic Labor, but all of these cards are very expensive, and specifically Sand is something you can trash. I feel like if Nebula is just like triple icing everything and then scoring from hand for like +2 credits with KPI or, you know, like greasing the palm or whatever, I think that's going to be more frustrating because in horizontal fast advance, you actually had a lot of ways that you could interact with the corporation. They didn't ice up really well, so touching cards was exciting. That feels more exciting to me than like 3 ice on R&D, 3 ice on HQ. I'm going to sit there and every card is a regulatory capture. So I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. But we'll see. I landed a genuinely nasty game over with a runner on 0 credits to wreck their hardware. Game Over is still a card you can play. Mind you, it is an Ashes. I did redo the binders, so I got to look at Game Over again. And you choose a non-icebreaker type. They trash all their cards of that type unless they pay 3 credits for each card. You take a bad publicity, which is, you know, it's fine. It's not the worst thing. I've been blown out by this. I don't know if it's a particularly great card. I feel like Oppo Research kind of does a lot of damage too, but admittedly trashing stuff is pretty good. I'm worried that we're getting to a point where like, I think ScapeNet is definitely playable. I think all the criminals are running twinning, and like ScapeNet just unfortunately trace 7, just a silly number. Who knows? Jane is playable but slow right now. It'll get worse as time goes on as the European workday comes to a close though. Okay. Hey, reference missing. Excited for the new set, but really wished I had a reason to play an Anarch other than Hosh. Reference, I like kind of feel you, but I don't think it's exactly that. Like I think Phoenix is genuinely interesting and plays a pressure game. And this deck is different than a Hoshiko deck, and it's a deck that only Ryu can do. Whether Topon fits into that camp, I don't know. I haven't played Topon yet, but I don't think we're exactly in that situation where Phoenix, like there's a chance that Hoshiko is just better than all of them. But if you want to play Netrunner and do something cool, like Phoenix is definitely something cool you can do. And it competes. It has a different angle of attack, which is cool. Successfully IP enforcemented scored a 4-2 from Nebula on Wednesday. Wasn't expecting to pull it off so soon. Did they float a lot of tags from Ice or do you oppo them? Could always Katurga instead of buffer drive. The problem that I think, how's it going by the way, Alec, is that Katurga is, it's no different than any other event recursion, which is you can't install it. And so if your deck is around Banhar, this is a problem because you cannot keep it in your hand. So if I have lost my Ashen because I like priced it or I lost it to damage, and then I have a Katurga, I'm kind of cooked. It means I can't price anymore because if I hit my Katurga, I kind of lose the game. I can't run with Banhar anymore because if I lose the Katurga, I lose the game. And that's why I really value Buffer Drive, because Buffer Drive I can just install off of any price or from my hand and then just use this like pretty slow and expensive ability to get the Ashen back, which is probably worth it at some points. I don't know how often I have to Ashen before the game is over, but like the reason why I want to play Buffer Drive is the reason why this deck would definitely play same old thing, is I need to get a card on the table that's my recursion card, because I can't count on keeping any cards in hand. So I don't think I can keep the Katurga. That's the way I see it. And again, I haven't tested anything else out. I don't think there's like great Katurga targets in this deck anyways. Like maybe a Katurga Gourmand, maybe that's okay on tempo. I'm not 100% sure. Hear me out. 3 Banhar, 3 Stargate, 3 Crew, 3 Botchust, 3 Charm Offensive. See if they can install Ice on RD faster than you can trash it. Ma, I think that's actually really a good idea. I think this is the slot Cacophony is in that I wanted to show the new cards. I would probably cut Cacophony for Stargate. I think I'd play 2 Stargates and just have a bit more control for sure. That also means that I can target Ice Destruction and destroy the ice that works better into Phoenix or into Banner, and then eat the ice that I can't deal with. Like, for instance, Hammer is a nightmare. Virtual Service Agent is a nightmare. If I can't Banhar through those, I'm going to have a problem. So I do think like cutting Cacophony for Stargate makes a lot of sense. And we don't have huge MU problems because Matryoshka is a breaker suite that takes up, it does take up 2 MU. I forget about that. I do forget about that a lot, actually. I don't think I realized that. So that's fine. We'll play a Detente, I guess. Oops, All Mayfly's got new gas and scrounge, but also it's lost its best gas and flame mats, so it's still bad. Yeah, Mayfly's the kind of card that like I always forget exists, but it's worth looking at. Got 12 more to finish up. Okay, so what is that? Like another 800 words, Jai? I'm excited to read them. I lost like 1 in 15 games on Phoenix, managed to optimize it yesterday, and now it just rips through everything. Yeah, I believe it. But I also do think Daria, like aggro deck go burr, is a very potent place to be in the early meta. So I do think it's going to level off a bit, but like it's really, really fun. I'm cooking up a Gourmand altar for my CT next weekend. Oh, very cool. I've got a Detente Phoenix deck built to using Banner for the laws. Not sure how good it is though. Feels like it loses if the Corp actually ices up properly. Yeah, I do worry about that. I also don't know how good this card is. There's a lot of barriers that you just can't break with this. Original versions of this had Leech just so I could deal with Brawn for 2 credits, which feels good. But I can't tell if this is good and or necessary. There's a chance that this is not even worth the slot. I have no idea. Everyone's running big hardware decks. Yeah, I guess they might be. I've been having fun with Topon and Onycom. Matt, yeah, I think I want to try that. That does sound fun. I think I would do, I'm pretty sure I would do Lilypad sooner than Onycom, but I do think the Shaper consoles make a lot of sense. I want to try a Bling because like it's weird, but like I think Topon needs a console that like actually draws cards. I'm not sure. Speaking of RevCac, I'm not surprised how few bad pup cards are left in standard now. It's strange. And I think the thing that we also have to figure out is like, there are no good code gates in Wayland, I would say. So say that we go faction Wayland. Is it going to update for standard or not yet? We'll do whatever. We'll do standard and we'll do subtype code. Oh, it did update. Sick. Like the code gates in Wayland are very weird. We have Afshar and Descent that are taking up the same sort of like small code gate gear check slot. We have Anvil, which a lot of people don't play consistently, but it's not a bad face check on turn 1. We have Shailendra, which seems to be like the mid-range taxing code gate. And so there's no mid to high range code gate. Like there's no Hordem. There's no like Messna Chesto slot. The only thing you have is Valen Chow. And like taking bad publicity is maybe not the worst thing. It's hard to tell whether runner economies are that good or runners are running that much. But whether Valen Chow seems unironic play, if Valen Chow gets res for 3 credits and is a 6 strength code gate that ends the run, like in Zwicky, I would play this. But I'm not 100% sure. The code gate slot in Wayland looks really, really strange. And there's some really good code gates out there. Like Messna Chesto is fantastic. MIC is like worth splashing in a lot of factions. But the code gate slot in Wayland is very strange. So yeah, we're back to 2017 where like the Wayland ice is incredibly inconsistent. I feel like that might be the faction that has the biggest hole in terms of a slot. I think, unscientifically. I would have banned Hoshiko for this release, then reevaluate the ban after 6 months. I think it's going to go in the opposite direction of Veronica for what it's worth. I'm not sure whether Hoshiko was even around in play testing. There's a chance that they like, I'm not sure if how heavily Hosh was tested. But like for now, there's a big chance that Hosh won't rip through a lot of tournaments because people are trying the new stuff. So we'll find out together, but I don't know. Floated 3 tags after an oppo. Is this super deep borehole's time to shine? Why? No idea, but I'm manifesting real hard. The fact that you don't gain 3 credits every turn from outfit, I would be so surprised if this is worth doing. But on top of that, if you want a win condition, which is like put something in a remote server for 6 turns and win the game, like you do just have Clearinghouse. So I know that people want to card this as win the game on it, but like if your remote server is safe for that long, you just play Clearinghouse and you can do the same thing. It's slightly more expensive because it takes advancements. I've been on 1/1/1 Katurga Buffer Ashen for these sort of decks. Oh, Solon, maybe that's worth looking at. I don't know what I Katurga for, but like maybe just having more redundancy is fine. It's hard to tell. Everyone's playing Brawn? Yeah, everyone is playing Brawn, which is why the banner needs some support, but I don't have it. If you ban Hosh now, there's no way to evaluate how strong the other anarchs are to her. She has to stay for at least a bit. Yeah, and then if she's a problem, she'll leave, I'm imagining. Roughneck Repair Squad meta, another card that I forgot of, that this is a card you can play. I'm assuming it's a bit too slow, but if you play like Wayland Glacier and just like res the good bad publicity ice and remove the bad publicity, like maybe you have something going there. I can't tell. Mycoweb? What about Mycoweb? Like you want to splash Mycoweb? I don't know if you want to spend 2 influence on an 8-cost code gate that mimics your other code gates, which Wayland has a problem with. At least in Wayland. Res Sentry could matter because like trash program subroutines show up on Wayland Ice, but I don't know if I want to do this. Yeah, good old Michael Webb. You can go without even being a problem. It's just been enough already. I don't know, Jeremy. It's like, I think it's okay. For what it's worth, Hoshiko is good and people are tired of Hoshiko, but I think inherently Hoshiko is good Netrunner. Like Hoshiko encourages you to touch cards on turn 1. Hoshiko encourages you to plan your turn. Like I understand that Hoshiko is a bit vilified, but like Hoshiko does do something good for Netrunner. The problem is that she's too good and maybe better than the other non-reg stuff. Maybe we'll come up to that conclusion. But I do think it's fine to have like a value-based anarch. The issue is if the value-based anarch is better than all the more, targeted anarchs. We'll find out if that's the actual thing. You can go infinite raindrops of Chromatophores, Mycoweb. You want to draw your whole deck? I mean, you could. I'm all hoshed out. No, I hear that. I hear that, but we'll see if it's a problem. It's not like you have to play code gates. Best case, the runner installs a code gate breaker. They never get to use it. No, you do want to play different types of ice though. Right? Like Wayland is so much about the early game being a pressure, like early game pushing it and like forcing the runner to keep up to your speed, which means requiring them to actually install their decoder and then break the decoder is really, break the code gate is really, really important. Right, against Wayland, I don't pre-install a lot of my breakers because Wayland is a faction with SDS drone deployment, with BOAC, with Stavka. Like, you shouldn't pre-install your breakers. But at the end of the day, like, you want to force them to have to find the one of Codegate in their Shaper deck and bring their Buzza out for 6 credits. Like, that's how you threaten to kill them with a measured response in the early to mid game. Right? Like, saying that they need to install their Codegate breaker even if they don't need it is, like, not true. They shouldn't be installing their Codegate breaker if they don't need it. Which Descent works for? Yeah, but then like financially also you don't make them spend money, right? Like how good is Mesa Chesfo? Even if they install their code gate breaker and you're playing Mesa Chesfo, how much money do they spend breaking their Mesa Chesfo on average? Criminals spend a lot of money breaking this. Every time a criminal runs into this with like their cat's cradle, they're spending like 7 credits or something silly. It's unsustainable. And so we got Descent, I guess. Like it's just not great. It could be better. It could be a lot better. We've seen it be better is all I'm saying. I don't think the faction's unplayable because of this, but it doesn't seem good. Descent and Afshare check breakers and Shylander taxes. I know, but like people have the middle. They have everything. They have like MIC. They have Mess and Chesfo. They have Jinteki has Vampire Nasa. Like, this stuff's good. I don't know. Maybe I'm just whinging. We'll find out. But the code gate slot in Wayland is kind of weird. I think splashing a mid-range code gate makes a bit of sense because Shylander is not your remote ice. That's for sure. Okay. Wayland seems set on that. Hordem has been pretty awful for ages. I think Hordem's been pretty good. To be fair, resing 6-cost ice feels terrible for Corp. I don't mind it. I feel now, like, I played against a criminal a fair bit. Like, with Mag Electric, resing 6-cost ice does feel like a liability. So let's talk about the decks that we haven't played. This is Madani Coffee, apparently. It's 50 cards. This seems really bad. This is the Dewey deck I built for the stream the other day. I don't know why it says it's illegal. It shouldn't be illegal. But it is basically like the sort of price pawn shop decks, but we're playing price and then knickknack. Of course we are. Our console's Madani. I do think we should probably put Overclock in this deck because we need to get our money and get cards off of Madani quickly. We have 3 Ds at MZ, which kind of works well with Madani, but also is a bit frustrating. Then we have everything you expect. Now, the weird thing is we have 2 Chesva, and Chesva's really good because you can use Chesva on the Madani to install your cards during a run on Centrals, and that seems pretty good. We have 3 Propeller, which is our cheap card we can push forward, and then a single Rising Tide for the late game. That's fine. We're on Echelon, which seems okay, especially with all these icebreakers we can install. And then we have a singleton buzzsaw, which with Game Dragon Pro, maybe that's good enough. We'll see. Again, this is the thing. If there's no high strength code gates, I think buzzsaw Game Dragon Pro makes sense in a lot of decks for somewhere between 1 and 3 influence. Now, issues with this deck. What I learned very quickly, I did some like fishbowl draws, is the fact that we can't play Sure Gamble and Creative Commission actually makes a lot of our early draws really ugly, because if we install something like environmental testing into a Madani, we are just bankrupt. And so we don't have a lot of ways to bounce up on low credits, right? Like back in the day, you can install your Madani, or you can install like your Teleware contract, or sorry, so you can install your Lily pad and in one of your programs, and then just like Creative Commission last click. And now you just can't do that anymore. So you also run into really weird things with Dewey where you want to fill up your MU as soon as possible. So installing a DZ on turn 1 just so you get your cheaper installs puts you further away from Dewey, which is a bit awkward. You need burst draw because you want to be able to put multiple cards on Madani. That's the only way that it's good. But then you need to play Ritual. I don't know if you play Vrcation because Vrcation doesn't work well with Madani. So you're definitely playing Nuka. The short along is our early economy was pretty bad, so I felt like I had to play telework. I'm not sure whether the Chesvos is worth it. For what it's worth, I'm not even sure if the Madani is worth it, but I think it's in a pretty weird spot here. Fermenter instead of Chesvo, maybe. The difference with Fermenter is not that it's economy, but that it works with the Madani, so that we can just install everything on the Madani and then we can start running. We also do have SMCs, which work with Chesvo, but it's not so much that we need an econ card, but we need an econ card that works with Madani because we need Madani to be good. I'm not 100% sure how that works. Something about DZ always rubs me wrong. It's a good card. It's just like even more awkward in the early game of Dewey where the DZ's the best. Like one of the cool things about DZ is once you fill up Madani really quickly, and I'll like muse for an SMC and then install another program just to get my 4MU full so I can run to get a credit. But then after that, you have to sell one of your things, which means unless you, I guess you can crack your SMC. But in theory, if you want to flip back to the other side out of the shadow mode, you can just install a DZ and then you're under MU and then you're set up. Like it's hard. It's just kind of hard. Is Dewey too good if she started on the other side? Interesting question. A lot better. A lot less interesting too, though. You'll just be like, I'm going to run turn 1 no matter what. And at least this has like a journey. I'm not sure. No Principia for Knick-Knack Fuel in the mid-late game. I'm not convinced it's good. Right, by the mid to late game, maybe our economy is good. Maybe we could play 1 for recursion, right? Like maybe playing 2 Propeller, 1 Principias, right? And then you can recur your Principia cheaply and sell it for 4 credits. That might actually be worth something. But I'm just not convinced it's a card I want in my opening hand because it's a very, very bad draw. And Propeller is just a really good card. I think people are playing mid-range barriers and bronze and stuff, and getting through a bronze for 3 credits and then getting rid of the Propeller is like kind of really good, right? If we need to fill our MU as soon as possible to make Dewey do something, Propeller makes a lot more sense than paying 3 to 4 credits for a Principia. But maybe we can play 1 Principia because it does have some engine properties for sure. Petty Cash and Nebula seems really good. Out of archives, it's biotic labor that pays you money. No, it seems messed up. It seems really, really good. Oh my god. Ice Destruction is very strong even without the turtle. Yeah, I believe that, Poldrix. I'm pretty sure Crew Charm is in Hosh is just like one of the best decks in the format. You have it built for the old ban list. Oh, yeah, maybe. Actually, maybe that's a big point. Maybe it's only illegal because unsaved changes. What card did I cut? I cut 1 telework. Okay. Maybe that'll fix it. It's illegal to play more cards than the minimum. How's it going, Oscar? Hopefully you're well. Is Tucana banging day 1 cheese or is it real? I'm assuming it's day 1 cheese, but I'm not sure. What about Illumination to get up to MU fast? Idaho, great question. So this is the problem I have with Illumination, okay? So I tried it. It was originally in the list. Illumination's a really good card, and it's really nice as a Dewey setup card because you need to install a bunch of these like engine pieces quickly. Like getting environmental testing down, a Nuka down, a Madani down, a DZ down. That makes a lot of sense. The issue is so everyone's going to ice up R&D on turn 1. I think if you're playing against a Shaper, you should ice up R&D on turn 1. We'll figure out if that's the truth or not. But if we have an Illumination in our hand, we can't get into R&D on turn 1. We can't cheaply get into R&D. We don't have like Trojan tricks. We don't have anything smart to do. So if Illumination is in our hand, it doesn't make a lot of sense unless we can fire it on turn 1, which is maybe more of an Arasan, I think. Secondly, the way that this deck is built and the way that the Madani seems to work is that you want to host a bunch of cards on here. So it's very likely that we draw 3 or 4 cards in a turn, and then we just dump them all on Madani for a single click. The problem is if all our programs are on Madani, Illumination is not that good. So it's a card that's like probably good in the mid game, not the early game. So it doesn't solve any of the problems we have. I think this card's probably really good in Arasana. So Arasana can set up like UAV, DZ, console, everything on turn 1 while running R&D and then just like getting through with Flap Handle. But for us, it's like genuinely really difficult to get our engine running. And then having this and 3 other cards doesn't make a lot of sense. Flip Dewey 6 times a turn. I think it unlocks an achievement. Overclock is really good in Dewey. It's my creative replacement. Yeah, I think we should play Overclock. The problem is like Overclock is only good if we have SMC on the table or Madani with things loaded. And I feel like we have problems before that step. But yeah, I do think Overclock should be in the deck, especially with Madani. It makes so much sense. The real achievement that set is to get a wage worker click from Detente. Maybe that means you want to play Transfer of Wealth? It's like 4 influence. I don't think we can get away with that. Yeah, it's 4 influence. I think Illumination is good, but not for the turn 1 setup. And I agree, Solmir. I think Illumination is really good for not for the turn 1 setup. But I think it butts up against what Madani wants you to do, which is put your programs and hardware on here, especially because we're also playing a Chesva deck. If we weren't playing Madani and we were playing Lilypad, 100% we play Illumination. It seems really, really good. But I do think the Madani deck is not a great Illumination deck. That's a hard thing. Try to build Dewey, just dropped in 2 a.m. local here, can't sleep, only Netrunner. Hey, Benjamin. This is the Dewey deck we've not tried. But to show you how the opening draws are, and obviously, because this deck has engine pieces, you really want to get it down to 45. If this is our opening draw, would we keep this? This seems okay. But we have to keep 2 things in mind. How quickly can we fire Dewey, and what does our economy look like? Say that click 1 here, and we, in theory, always want environmental testing before we can start installing cards. Say that we hit the price, and we hit these 4 cards. What do we install here? My guess is that it's either the Game Dragon, because we'll never be able to recur it, and so the game is cooked if we don't install it, because there's no recursion for this. Otherwise, we can go for Card Draw, which is fine, or we can go for Knick-Knack, which is fine, but we have 3 copies. I'm assuming we have to get the Game Dragon here, which kind of stinks, but whatever. Secondly, if we hit the price, now we have to probably go for the Madani. And now, like, what do we do? Like, third telework, use telework. Now we're clicking for draw for a bit. It's just like really awkward the amount of different things it makes you do. Like, Madani's not good unless you have credits that come off of something, or you can host like 2 to 3 things on a single click on the Madani. I'm not sure. Gourmand is quite nice to set up in Dewey. 0 install programs feel good before you have DZ. Yeah, I think Madani's actually really nice. Sorry. Gourmand is also really nice too, because it inherently just works with Dewey's text. I do think you could play a Dewey deck that runs 2 Gourmand maybe, and then even some Scrounges. And the problem is though, that deck is probably not a Madani deck. I'm assuming that deck is going to likely, not necessarily actually, 0 cost Gourmand at instant speed is kind of fun. But I think that deck would probably, like, you run into some DZ option issues, but I'm assuming that deck would be a Lilypad deck. Price seems bad in Dewey. It might be. It might not be the best thing. I'm ripping this from like Bridgman's like lat deck, because the idea is that you want to set up these cards as soon as possible, but yeah, maybe it doesn't make sense. Would you consider rejig and Dewey? Remove your programs, install your other cards? No, why? Like, I don't know what it does. We don't have a lot of value of moving our cards around. We don't have any cards really that have limited uses besides Propeller, but it feels like recursion is so good that this is not worth anything. This card, like, there are some use cases for it that are kind of interesting, but they're super, super narrow. It's a card that is really bad in your opening hand. So like your deck needs to be really, really have this as an important piece, because it like functionally doesn't do much. I've looked at resources and Illumination target. Yo, correct. How's it going? I think Illumination is a really good target for resources. Like our best opening Illumination wouldn't be like programs. It would be Nuka. It'd be telework. It would be maybe an environmental testing. The issue is like, we're not very good at getting into R&D on turn 1. But I think that's the same with, if you do it with, what's it called? Ari. You can pick up Cola and install something else with rejig. Yeah, but like if I want to do that, I think that only makes sense if we're not playing Madani. Like this is the issue, is that I do think rejig could make some sense, that you could rejig a coalescence to install a different card, let alone the same coalescence. But the only way that that seems like a good play, quote unquote good play for me, is if you're playing Lilypad and you draw a card. So hard to tell, kind of hard to tell. Is Fermenter the only economy program? Chesvo is an economy program, technically. Leech is an economy program, technically. Fermenter seems to be the only economy program straight up. But there only used to be Bankroll on top of that. I don't think there's actually that big of a change, but I think it might be, yeah. Technically, Azamat is an economy program, technically, right? What's the reason behind the price? You may have already said, but I may have missed your explanation. No, not at all. So the idea with the price is that we need to set up quickly. So we need to find our environmental testing as soon as possible. We need to find Knick-Knack O'Brien, technically. Not as soon as possible, mind you. It might even be a 2 in the deck, because Dewey doesn't want Knick-Knack on turn 1. You want to find your console as soon as possible. You don't care about getting your programs in the bin, because your deck has 3 Simulchip and 3 Muse. So it's basically a 1-cost event that draws 4 cards and installs 1 of them for free. It's like a super ritual. This is like the idea behind lat pawn shop decks in the last meta that Bridgman was playing pretty competitively. And that deck also had, mind you, Lily Pad, which works a bit better than Madani coming off the price. But the idea is that your deck is good in the mid to late game. We just need to get out of the early game, and price gets you out of the early game as soon as possible. That's the idea. Oh yeah, Coalescence. And yeah, Coalescence is like straight up an econ card, yeah, for sure. And Mantle kind of as well. Magdalene is good for setting up quickly. Oh yeah, if you like are asking me, do I think Dewey is better than Maggie? 100%. I think Maggie is easier to play and has a higher benefit. I was playing Dewey because Pat built the Maggie deck. I want to see what Dewey can do, but I'm not, like, my hopes for Dewey are very low. I don't think I think there's a lot of issues with Dewey in general. And maybe I just don't play Madani, and then Dewey's just a good lily pad deck. And then probably at the end of the day, that deck is just better with Lat or Maggie. But I agree. This is just such a sad looking event list. This is not that different though. Like the Lat pawn shop decks from the last meta, we're running Creative Commission as the only other event. We're not running Deep Dive. We're not running, what's it called? Burner. But yeah, the events are kind of rough. Not great. But you also don't want that many events when your deck looks like this. A bit behind the stream. And you answered just after my message. No worries. No problem for asking. Hey Boris, by the way, how's it going? Changeling, how you doing? Illuminations install Keku Paladin Miami? How much influence is Illumination? 3 influence? Like, yeah, maybe. I'd be a bit impressed if this is the best use, but like, yeah, that seems okay. The Basilar Magdalene deck that Patrick played is very cool. Yeah, it is very like Shaper Siege Engine. It has a bit of like Knick-Knack Kickflip to it. I don't know if that deck is really quite good. I do think the deck I was playing doesn't have a good win condition if the runner gets the breakers down. And unfortunately, I did not go fast enough. We made one really bad misplay, but the end of the game wasn't a Netrunner game. And I feel like it's very easy to build decks like I did and like my Zwicky deck, which is just hoping that the runner doesn't have their tools. And that deck had all their tools. Having a 5-click turn is pretty good. It's definitely pretty good, but it honestly might not be the most important thing you can do in Shaper. But this does seem really fitly and not a huge payoff. Rejig lowers your MU? Yeah, only if you install a hardware though, but there's not that much hardware we want to install. So I don't know. It's like, I think you can convince yourself that Rejig is a good card, but it just, the sort of card that in so many hands does nothing compared to where that could have just been another program, or you could just run with Knick-Knack or stuff like that. It's really hard for Knick-Knack to be, for Rejig to be good. Wouldn't you want Euler and Gauss so you can install them on the fly when you need them? Maybe, but then what happens in the later game? Right? Like if the idea is that we want to cheat out Euler and Gauss from Madani at instant speed so that they're better on the runs, let me sell you Arasana. And unfortunately, that's the truth too. It's like, does Madani just do what Arasana does, but you can prepare all the programs? Yes. Maybe we can play Euler and Gauss, but then when they're empty, what do we do with that? How easily are we using this ability? Like that makes sense if we're playing Conduit. I think Euler makes a lot more sense if you're playing Deep Dive, which we're not, because this is for the whole turn. Same with Gauss. So like, I do think putting Euler and Gauss on Madani, and then heaven forbid you also play a Cyber Trooper Talut, and then all you do is Deep Dive, like, yeah, that might be a deck. That might honestly be a deck, but I don't think that's a Dewey deck. I think you just set up with Maggie and do the same thing. Dewey. How's it going, Jinxie, by the way? No multi-axis? No, we have a Conduit. That's like arguably good enough. I did not run Devadata drones because it was really slots intensive, but Conduit and play control in the remote server and then pivot to centrals when you want to win is like a pretty reasonable Shaper win condition. I think I'd be more happy if I had a single compilation or like one disruption card, like a Gourmand we could recur. So this is still like just kind of to see what Dewey can do. But yeah, it's not very robust. We have a bit of multi-axis. Whatever you're going to do to leverage Dewey, you should be doing an Ari and it'll perform better. I agree. And it might not necessarily be Ari. It might be one of the other Shapers. Anarch decks can be built with 0 influence, so we can spare 3 for Illumination and Hosh. Oh, man. I'll be shocked if she becomes good eventually, but probably not now. Yeah, I don't know. I want to play it just to see what it plays like. The problem is I cannot even build a deck that I want to test that I feel good about. Right? Like, it's easy for me to build this Zwicky deck to be like, cool, I want to see what this works. But like, this deck is just so flawed. It's like any test draw that I get doesn't feel great. Like, this one's okay. We can do Sure Gamble into the price. I think we're hoping for card draw. So we can't install any of these really. We installed Nuka, which is fine. We got through our deck. And then like telework, like how quickly are we even using Dewey? Like how many turns does it take for Dewey even to turn on? Say we install the whatever, we've installed the contract here. Next turn we like, we now have an Azamat, we have a Propeller, we're short on MU, we have a Knick-Knack, but Knick-Knack's not even good until we flip Dewey. Like, it's so hard for this to do anything. I don't get it. It feels wrong not to put Fermenters in there. Yeah, that might be the case, but I also think Chesva's like probably shouldn't be in the deck. I think Fermenter makes a lot of sense to do it. I think it's a good shout out, Warlock. Are there no 5 strength code gates in standard that we're worried about? I know you can boost 3 credits as rough. There's very few. I think there's only like 2 or 3 5 strength code gates. There is Piranhas. There is Michael Webb. I'm not sure if there's that many. We can check. But it's like, if that is the case that you run into, I think you can pay the extra credits. And you could even like maybe paint it if you needed to. So let's do, we'll do strength above 4 type, subtype code gate, rotation 7th. Okay, there's a bit more than we think there is. Oh no, some of these are banned. So you have a Teeny, which doesn't see play. Engram Flesh, which is banned. Michael Webb is a problem. Piranhas is a problem. Shylendra, you'll almost never break anyways. And Valenchow. So the bad publicity ice, Michael Webb, and then Shylendra and a Teeny. So yeah, there's some bad stuff for you, for sure. But like, if you run into enough of that stuff, do you play Unity? No, honestly. I think you still kind of get there as cheaply on Buzzsaw as you do on Unity usually. I think the plan is probably not to flip Dewey turns 1 to 3 and then try to flip 1.5 times for the rest of the game. Jeff, how's it going? Should we play 2x Azimuth to flip aggressively? Maybe. That's the thing, maybe. But like, if I'm not turning on my ability on turn 1, I do not want to play Dewey. Like, full stop. I don't think I want to play an ability that doesn't matter on turn 1. That is a problem with me. I want to have... I'm pretty good at like the marshmallow theory game, whatever you give to kids and all that. But like, oh my God, I would rather play any other shaper then. And maybe then once we're set up, we can flip it every turn. I imagine it. I just don't want to play the shaper where it's like the first couple turns, all I'm doing is setting up and the corporation is just doing whatever. And then once I'm set up, it's like a messed up game, which is kind of what we saw yesterday a bit with Maggie. Oh, Mayfly. Yeah, Mayfly actually is kind of cool, but I don't know if we can afford it. Mayfly's not bad as like a nice 2MU hog that we can get rid of eventually. Maybe Matryoshka is a good shout out. The problem is Matryoshka fills up 2MU, and then you have to put all the deck slots with Matryoshka. Matryoshka does not work with Madani at all because you don't install them, you host them. So I'd be super surprised. Matryoshka is like kind of ugly in Dewey. It's a hard card to fill your MU up with, as much as you can install 2 Matryoshkas. Tried so hard in this idea and it can't make it better. I think Criminal's ID to play. The knickknack is a lot of work with a DZ. Yeah, it does feel like a lot of work. It feels like this was sanded down pretty hard. I don't know. I don't like Madani. For what it's worth, I think like if you let me to my own, ways, I would not play Madani. I would just play Lilypad. But the point of building this deck was to see the new cards. So I was like, I got to try the new console. Dewey makes a lot of sense with older cards. Echo Mind, B&E Breakers, Sharpshooter, Deus Ex, stuff like that. None of that stuff I think makes sense in Dewey for what it's worth. I do think like Deus Ex and other stuff, but like those cards you can't use on your whim. So it's not like Dewey will fire consistently. Also, I know you think people shouldn't let you resolve Illumination. I think you should include it and just assume that people let me do it, Jeff. Hey, wait, this idea is the most fun I've had playing Netrunner. The lines of play are incredibly fun and rewarding. I recommend Illumination for Mentor. Wait, you left the continued Kubla Khan Netrunner fight poem, which I really enjoyed. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, maybe I should try it. Jeff, do you have a Dewey list that like does something? Pelongi would do wonders with your Breaker Suites. I'm pretty sure modernly we don't play Pelongi anymore and we play Chromatophores. We could play Pelongi and put on Madani, but I think Chromatophores might be a bit better Doge than modernly. You haven't built Dewey yet? Okay. I think the problem is not filling up MU, but that just even once you do that, you get only a click or card every run, even if you flip at will. Yeah, but it's whenever. Like, that's not bad. A credit or a card every run's fine. Hello from Vienna, Austria. Hey, Serkon, how's it going? Boomy1 says hello? Yeah, but like, I don't think that deck has code gates we care about. Like, if that's the case, our Breaker Suite's pretty good into barriers or into Byroids. Hey, Saver, I think one of the hardest deck building challenges in the game, I think it'll take a while before it comes optimized. Oh, 100% sure. 100%. Like, I'm already really frustrated trying to build it. But the thing is, like, whenever I build something, I'm like, this can't be better than the other shapers. Also, on that note, I promised I would do this. So, hey, this went up a while ago. This was up in early April, and it's worth shouting out because these positions people are still at NSG looking for these. And so this is the April recruitment drive. And mind you, if you're enjoying Elevation, it takes an absolute village for all this stuff to come out, let alone making the cards, designing the cards, but all this sort of like business side stuff behind it. Now, all these are volunteers that are doing this because they care and they want a game like this to exist in the world that we live in. And I think you probably appreciate that. So if you ever considered volunteering and signing up for null single game stuff and applying for any of these positions, there's some really interesting and important positions that you can dive into. And notably too, these positions, they tell you what they are and the sort of like duties and responsibilities. If you think that you don't have these must-have skills, but you're still kind of interested, I would still recommend applying and being very honest, whatever the situation is, if you can't fit the workload or you don't have exactly the must-have skills. And I have no doubt no games can try and figure out a place where you might make sense and you can actually develop the skills that you want to be able to hit that role at some point, let alone just get more skills for the rest of your life as a person, which is a valuable thing. I think one role that is notably worth shouting out is a lead producer role, which is definitely a pretty important role here. You have a key role in coordinating between teams in the NSG studio and supporting their work. You will work closely with the design, development, rules, narrative, and visual teams to ensure the process of creating a set is smooth and each team has the resources they need. This obviously is a massive role and there's a lot of responsibility on that. That is for sure, but I have no doubt it's a very satisfying role. And if you want to have like a big hand in the community and the way that NSG does things, this is a great thing to do. Glad you enjoyed the poem. Yeah, really, really cool. I liked it a lot. Anywho, I'll share this link in the chat. This is something like specifically when people are super hyped with the new set is worth keeping in mind that none of this would happen if it wasn't for people volunteering their time. And there's a lot of other things here, right? Eternal Balance team members, if you're jamming some Eternal, narrative designer, pretty cool. Get to work with Pat, for better, for worse. Associate game designer, and so on and so forth. I think marketing graphic designer. The marketing and the graphics team has been pretty great last little while. It's been really good stuff. So check that out. The lead producer will get to work with the Patrick J. Sklar. Big perk, am I right? Okay, we want people to apply though, safer. Haven't had a chance to check the most interesting stream. What's your first opinion on the new IDs? Also the tier list prediction video with Jeff were fire. Thank you, VT. Jeff and I are going to look to sit down to do that not this weekend, but the next weekend. So after spending 1 week with the set is usually what we do. But we are tentatively booked to film that next week. I can't tell you which side will come out first or on whose channel, but I'll let you know sooner we're getting to that. But I'm excited for that stuff too, because it's a very interesting set. What do I think of the IDs? I think overall, I like a lot of the IDs. I think the Anarch IDs are interesting. The criminal IDs are very fun. The Shaper IDs are probably a bit straightforward and just kind of value pilled. And then there's also Dewey, which is kind of strange. I'm not too big in the NBN identities, but like I probably wouldn't be. Not too big in the Jinteki, but I probably wouldn't be. Waylands are kind of fun. We'll see how they shake out. But like we have a generalist modern Zwicky and we have supposedly modernism. And then the Wayland identities, I think they're both really quite cool in terms of a mix of like utility and efficiency. And then you have kind of the asset side of it and like the sort of bunker side of it, which I'm actually enjoying Leo construction more than I thought I would. I approve of NSG using my celebrity to encourage applications. How's it going, Pat? It was great playing games yesterday. Even if you flip Dewey, is it good enough? Hard to tell. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Anyways, check that link out for sure. Will you post your decks so that we can use them and are testing our own? Yeah, Serkan, I usually do in the comments. So all the decks that I played on the stream yesterday, all you have to do is if you go to the YouTube, oh, this will give me a good thing to talk about. If you go to the YouTube, view your channel, just so people know this, I always do this on the streams. It takes some good time. Don't look at that. If you go to this more button, I put a lot of information. So I usually put all the links we talk about, but I put all the deck lists here. So if you want to see any of the deck lists that I played yesterday, you can click on them here. The ones that Pat posted, I haven't bothered Pat whether he wants to share them, but they're all here. The deck lists that I'm looking at now might not make it into the description unless we play them. Or if you specifically ask in a YouTube comment, I'll link them if I forget to do it. But I almost always share the deck lists that I play, whether they're mine or others, in the deck list description. Another thing that I want to say really quickly, because it's come to my attention, is that advertising on YouTube is a bit much. You saw an ad there at the start. I have ads. Channel is monetized on YouTube, so I make a bit of ad revenue. I do not put ads on the stream while the stream is live. So if you're watching the stream specifically on YouTube Live right now, you probably won't see any ads. As soon as the stream terminates, I put on ads, and that gives me some money back from the stream, which is nice. However, I was watching the stream yesterday, and it seems like here in Canada, there's an ad like every 10 minutes or 15 minutes, or I don't know what the number is. I watch at 2x speed, but there is a whole bunch of ads. That is annoying. Sorry about that. I can't really control that. If I just say you can monetize this YouTube, they do whatever they want to do in your market, what they think makes sense. I do not control the how many ads there are or what the ads are. I just say you can monetize this and they do that. So if you look at this and think like, Andre, there's too many ads on it, I hear you. I have no control over that. A lot of times I actually even can't control monetization, that if I don't turn on monetization, they'll still put ads on it, but I won't get the monetization from the ads. So no matter what, there will eventually be ads on it. At least here, I'm taking a cut of it. If you want to pay for YouTube Premium, which is about like 20 Canadian a month in Canada, that's a bit expensive. You don't get to see ads on YouTube anymore, which is kind of nice. On my personal account, I don't get ads, not here in the Métropole Grid. And technically, if you support and you have YouTube Premium, I make a much bigger revenue from viewership than I do from actually showing the ads itself. So when I see the revenue breakdown, it's like 60% of the revenue is from ads, and then 40% of the revenue from YouTube is from YouTube Premium. But YouTube Premium viewers are way less than 40% of the viewership. So if that's something that is interesting to you because you don't want to watch YouTube ads because they suck, and also you want to support content creators, and not just me, every content creator you watch on the platform, YouTube Premium actually does help out way more than you think it does. So just keep that in mind, because at the end of the day, I do not control the ads. And if the ads suck, I'm sorry, but I can't stop them from not sucking. It's just the way it is. I bet future ads will be about shaping. All right. Anyways, that's my ad spiel, because I watch the streams. I'm like, there is way too many ads on this. And I'm not able to stop that. But then when I watch it on my phone, when I'm logged in as a Maverick, I don't see ads. So I don't get it as bad as some people do. So yeah, just keep that in mind. I don't have full power over that, as much as having YouTube revenue definitely helps with the channel. Hey, Wenjong. What do you mean, Wenjong? Was looking for deck building and found you again. Oh, welcome. Problem is making the run valuable beyond just a flip, since you could just click for that. Yes, I do think that is an undergoing thing with also this is like, why are you running? Which is why I also wanted to play Chesva, because you want to use your Chesva credits. So running centrals is free and you can get things off the Madani for free. Abstractly, this is why we run. That might not be good enough. I don't know. You looked at Joyride? I did look at Joyride Blurby, and it ended up getting cut. But I think that's because we were at 49, 50 cards. But Joyride was definitely in the 60 card version. Haven't had a chance to check the most recent stream. Sorry, I read that. Hoshi's getting a click and a credit for a single run, and Dewey's getting half of that. Yeah, but the difference with Dewey is that Dewey has a different card pool, and Dewey says whenever, so Dewey can flip multiple times, even in the same turn. Yeah, Dewey's like a criminal ID and shaper. You want to run often to maximize flips. Yeah, that would be interesting as a criminal identity for sure. I'm going to finally go through narrative designer applications this weekend. Oh, sick. That'd be fun. Which card surprised me the most? Huh. Surprised me the most. Plutus, I think. Plutus is really cool. And Plutus does not feel like a core set card, and I'm glad that like weird magical transaction card is a core set card to some extent. I think this card is actually very flexible and can be played in multiple identities. There's a lot of just like transaction support in the set, but I think Plutus is the one card I'm like, whoa, that's really weird. And I'm glad that's part of this because it is a win condition for a lot of people. I like it a lot. We did a tier list video of the NSG IDs for Steel City Grid. Keep an eye for that. Oh, coming soon. Okay, great, Dan. I'm gonna be excited for that. I haven't tried Plutus yet, though. We haven't built a Plutus deck. Well, we did yesterday. We didn't play it. Andre, you should run an ad whenever you step away for Kleenex. We won't mind. I have no button that will run an ad either, but I've been making that sound into the microphone too much. Apologies for that. I do not control the rate at which lobsters ad. Sorry, Weaver. There are people browsing the internet without an ad blocker. Lucille, I hear you, and as for someone who like makes revenue from the ads that get watched, like I kind of get it. I don't like ads, but it's, you know, it's a mixed bag. There's a lot of content on the internet that just simply wouldn't exist if people didn't watch ads, unfortunately. I've worked before for like media companies, and like people who run ad blocker, it's within your power, but just, you know, I guess if you're supporting the content creators directly, it feels less bad, but like, yeah, it's a weird look sometimes. I don't run ad blocker because I want the people that I want to watch their ads so they make money. It sucks. I think I hate ads, but you know how it is. I don't mean to call you out specifically. A lot of people do that. Hey, Deluvian, thanks for dropping by. Honestly, I swear sometimes when I'm watching streams, they aren't supposed to have ads. I still get served them. Yes, a lot of people like on the Marvel Champions side of the content I make, I do not put ads on that, but you still get ads. So the difference is not whether or not I put on ads, it's whether or not I'm able to monetize those ads. So again, if you watch any content on YouTube and think like, oh, these ads are annoying, they did not have control on that. Yeah, I cannot control the frequency. I'm glad you're getting some of the monetization for sure, for sure. I'm a YouTube Premium member, so wouldn't notice them anyways. Oh, I should have read that first. Okay, Lucille, got your back. That's sick. That's sick. Better get put down in the timestamp as YouTube monetization breakdown. I usually don't mind the ads, but sometimes I have it on while I do something else with my hands, and it gets pretty annoying. When you get the ads that are like 10 minutes that don't auto skip after like 15 seconds, and you have to go and interact and hit the next button, and it's like some guy driving his truck through Quebec talking about crypto, it's like, fuck off. But otherwise it's like, if it's a 15-second ad that like skips relatively quickly, it's better. But yeah, when your hands off, it's pretty bad. Pure premium user, no ads is so good. It's really good. It's a bit expensive, but like I use YouTube enough that it feels worth it to me. Finished 2 out of 3 beginner core focused articles going over deck archetypes. I'm hoping the once the meta is more clear to go over the factions of their decks. Oh, super cool, Super Nut. Adblock, sorry, YouTube runs too many now and I'm not paying them what the problem is. Their fault is their first place. I don't think it works like that, CML. Like, they need to make the channel make sense, and ads is the only way they can do it. Andre, I'd watch all the ads. Too bad YouTube doesn't have them for my country. Hey, that sounds okay, though. It's okay. One of us referring to Saver's comment of Dewey being the one of the hardest, not the hardest. Oh, very, very cool one, John. One of the hardest IDs to balance. I need to figure out what Plutus Ob should look like. I don't know what Plutus Ob is going to do. I feel like transaction is not something you're playing too many of an Ob, specifically in a way that can matter. Maybe the fact that you can technically play Plutus on click 0 and then you can like extract a card into a different card gives you like fast advance options. But if that's the case, it feels like you're doing exactly what you could be doing with the excavator, and maybe that's good enough. I don't know. I'm not sure why you play Plutus Ob. For what it's worth, my frustration with Plutus is like, I think Wayland has the worst transaction set to make Plutus a fast advance card. Like if you import Plutus into HB, you have a lot of options. You have red level clearance. You have, what's it called? You have greasing. If you put Plutus in Jinteki, you have the new peer review. If you put Plutus in NBN, not sure what you do there. You have to probably import some other stuff, but you don't even need to play Plutus in Nebula. The transaction that you play doesn't cost a click. Petty cash becomes biotic labor with it. Yeah, petty cash is really, really good with Plutus for sure. And that is the only way that Wayland can without spending influence fast advance. In NBN, you can use touch-ups. I don't think touch-ups is a transaction. Yeah, you can't. It's not a transaction. I imported the exact same list into LAT instantly. I don't need to bend over backwards to get the sweet, sweet early draw. Yeah, that's the thing too. Is like I think the Dewey deck would just be better as a LAT deck, and I could play Ches with Madani if I really wanted to. I don't know. In NBN, you predict the planogram? No, but so what I want with Plutus is a way to score an agenda. Like you have transactions, right? Like you can play non-equivalent exchange. Like that's fine. You clicklessly gain 3 credits at the start of turn. Yay. Like that's fine. But the thing is like you need a way to either advance a card, install a card, or gain an extra click back for Plutus to be your win condition. Otherwise, it's just a really good pad campaign that you paid a pretty high cost for, right? Like you have transactions. The thing is like you need transactions that actually win the game for you. In Wayland, you can Plutus out a government subsidy and like fine. But at the end of the day, the 5 credits is not a win condition. You know what I mean? Yeah. For Nebula, you can do a lot of different things, but you don't need Plutus. I'm just trying to get back into Netrunner. The new set seemed like a good excuse to give it another go while there aren't as many cards. The format is a lot smaller than it used to be. It's like really easy in a lot of ways to do deck building, where like you open up the list of all the shaper cards and like you can see it on one screen without scrolling down. Like that's kind of cool for a lot of people getting in. RLC is the best card with this. Oh my God, it's so good. What are the least playable cards of Elevation, most playable? To answer that, Manuel, that's going to take a while. And I think that's what the tier list is going to show up in a week or so. So stay tuned for that. Problem, how much value Shaper gets out of runs. You aren't criminal able to get the most run value, especially post-rotation. Joyride are nice, but Dewey needs more than that because I can't bank cards like credits without another click. Like still running is inherently good in the game because touching cards is good. But you're right, you don't have the obvious run synergy cards that other factions do. But like, yeah, like Arasana wants to run every turn because Arasana. Do you think the gameplay meta will change with the Elevation set very much? For sure. I think there's still going to be really good identities and really good playstyles from the last meta. Like I think Mulch is still going to be good. I think good run Criminal is probably still fine. Deep dive decks are probably still going to be good. So there's going to be things that are new, but there's going to be a lot of things that are still good. It's like, it's hard to tell. We're one day in. If you walk away from the TV while ads are playing, it's theft. Keep your eyes looking at the screen so they can know, so the money comes in. Play more pinhole Neb players, probably, yeah, that's fine. I've imported RLC and corporate hospitality to Zwicky for Plutus. Yes, my Plutus deck, let's see how bad my Plutus deck is. It's probably pretty bad. This is my Zwicky deck. I'm on 3 red level clearance, yeah, no surprise. I'm on Moonpool because we're on 13 agendas because I don't want to run a 5-3 in this deck like a coward. We're on 3 anthills for early play. A Moonhole makes a bit of sense too because Moonpool we can play with red level clearance on its own, so we can red level clearance out. We're on Spin Doctor red level clearance too, which is a funny thing that you can now like slash and burn safely because you can red level clearance out the Spin Doctor, res it, slash and burn out a 3-2 and then score it. So, or a 3-1 even. And this is the deck that seems way too fair to be good. I'd be surprised if this deck is good, and it's just, yeah, inherently seems a bit too fair. Playing Dewey for me right now is not about building a good deck. It's about the thematic resonance I have with her character story. The character's really cool, and like the mechanics with the character is really, really cool. Most playable PT? I don't know. Nebula seems like immediately very playable. I make an Argos catalog of cards that I can just flick through to help with knowledge and deck building. Like a binder of cards? That's how I do my cards. Do you have a Topon deck? No, we'll probably build a Topon deck today. I like the new card pool. It feels so much cleaner and more synergistic. Some tools are missing, and now I look at the cards I never looked at before. Yeah, it's really cool. And if the power level goes down a bit, you end up actually playing more cards. Let's give this a shot. I don't think this is great. So the short of the long is we're running a lot of 3/2s, and we have 3 green males, so we want to score at 4 agendas. We have an early Eminent, which is a good push. We have early Anthills, which is really good. With 13 agendas, we might be able to play Moonpool aggressively, and with red level clearance, we have a couple ways to doing that. We have Hedge Fund and Government Subsidy. These like 3 of 3 of 3 of 3 ofs like don't seem great. The deck might not want 3 government subsidies, but we just want ways to push ourselves forward. A card that I think is going to come up in conversation is I'm not playing Key Performance Indicators because I don't think this card does that much. Because for it to be good in Zwicky, you need to get credits from the card, which means that we're playing Key Performance Indicators to gain 2 credits and do another effect, which doesn't seem particularly good in Zwicky as much as this card is very good in other identities. So like what would we do? We would like draw 2 cards and gain a credit for a card? That doesn't feel fantastic. Install a piece of ice from HQ, ignoring all costs. Like we're not going to go really deep on the servers, and place an advancement. If we're playing fast advance, that probably won't matter. So I can't tell. Do we need more than 13 ice? Maybe. This is 13 ice, which is a bit on the low end, but the idea with Zwicky is that we're drawing every turn that we can hopefully get to our ice sooner than later. If that's the case, I probably end up cutting 1 Plutus for another piece of ice, or cut a government subsidy for another piece of ice. But this is early testing, so we'll find out together. But this is the starting point, and I don't think this is very good. I don't know what Zwicky's win condition is. I think we're actually very likely to be in a meta where every Wayland can play 1 or 2 measured responses, and if someone just doesn't respect it on a certain turn, you just win the game. Like it feels like the opportunity cost for not playing measured response in Wayland is actually really high because it is a 1-card win condition if someone just finds threat 4 and then has 3 cards in hand and doesn't have money. So I honestly don't know, but this seems really, really easy. Value including KPIs, the flexibility. I don't know you would need that in Zwicky though. Yeah, that's the thing, is like I'm not sure if we need it in Zwicky. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Trickster, I so miss this card game. It's alive and well. It's a new expansion just came out yesterday. If you're missing it, it's really easy to jump right in. And very notably, proxies are legal at all levels of organized play. So if you want to just print out a favorite deck or print out a new core set and try it out, it's all for free online if you want. Agree. Chucking 1 MR into green decks makes some sense. What's MR? Oh, measured response. Yeah. I print out the sets in single A4 PDF format so that I can flick through them easily, so I don't have to get all the cards out. Oh, wild. Trickster says, I haven't played in years. There's a lot of people coming back into the game. Trickster, notably just yesterday, this new set came out and it rotated out all the FFG cards. So the set is only modern NSG cards and the format's only like 550 cards on both sides. Like that's Runner and Corporation together. So that's like pretty manageable for a format. Buying every single Netrunner card costs you less than a lot of like legendaries in certain other card games. So it's like kind of an absurd value proposition. I don't think it's gonna be great, but we'll give it a shot to learn something. But I'm pretty low on this build. Yeah, and also like a good time to dive in because we're at the point where nobody knows what they're doing, which means it's very easy to be on the same level as people who are also figuring it out. We met a few times at Cosmos during Laval. You might remember me. Oh no way! Hey, back in the days with BD. That's pretty cool. BD hasn't really done Netrunner stuff in a long year, and I haven't been back to BD since like post-pandemic, I don't think. But that's sick. We used to go out there all the time. All right, give this a shot. I love Moonpool and Mitosis, both very fun to play. Yeah, both very good cards with what else we're playing, which is red level clearance, which gives us some flexibility. All right, so it seems a bit laggy, not super laggy. He says, and gets stuck on a black screen. KPI feels like it's supposed to help a BTL that doesn't exist anymore. It's definitely going to help that because Sokka made it, but it's also like a relatively good card when it comes to well, what's it called as well? It's really good in Nebula, but it might not be the best influence slot. All right, Ducklin's playing Ryu. That's pretty cool. Hey, best of luck. Have fun. It seems really quite laggy. Uh-oh. We have Green Mail turn 1 into Bioac. Bioac is not bad. We can jam an Eminent behind it. I think if we don't ice HQ, what's the worst that happens to us? To taunt the Chistushka? That's fine. Oh, this seems really bad, actually. What would you import over KPI and Nebula? RLC? No, I like KPI better than RLC and Nebula, as much as I've not played Nebula. I do think Kakarembo is pretty good, especially if you're playing Stoke. I think 1 nano management might be too expensive, but nano management is really good because you can score a 4-2 from hand, and that's important. Okay, wait, this is really not running well. Oh, we can draw a card after this. This is where like I don't like green mail. Is when you score this, you can draw a card as Zwicky, but I don't want to draw a card as Zwicky here. So like drawing glass click after you score an agenda from hand with Zwicky is like kind of bad. This is what I mean. Like we can still do it and just throw out our worst card. But if we draw an agenda, we're in a bad spot. We have like 12 more agendas and 43 cards. So 1 in 4 chance to draw an agenda. I'm not going to draw a card. Not hostile. Kakaramba being 3 influence is perhaps a bit expensive. You score out on turn 1. Like not on turn 1. You can score out a Stoke the Embers making money and it's a 4-2. Like it seems really good. Do you remember a guy named Etienne from the Cosmo? Probably not, just curious. I'm not sure if I do, but it's been a long time. Like I'm really bad at that sort of thing. Apologies. Like I don't think I've played in BD Cosmos in like 6 years maybe. Jnet was fine the first 12 hours of release, yeah. And then the more people that play, it gets worse and worse and worse. There might be a reset at some point, I imagine. But yeah, this actually seems quite not good. All right, trashing an anthill. Mystics coming down. So far, we haven't got ice on the table. So can Rio trick through a Bioac? Bioac trashing a program and a research would be pretty good. If a fermenter goes on here, we're still pretty good. So I think we can just do Bioac into Eminent and get a second Bioac. This is also where we can do like Eminent slash. I think we want to spin Doctor for that. So we probably do Bioac, Eminent, spin on the table. And then we can slash and burn if we need to. If we res this, we're going to be at 1 credit though. That's actually really bad. We haven't drawn any of our economy. We have no operations for Plutus. So it's either we click for a credit. If we click for a credit, we res this for 4. Oh yeah, we res this for free actually. Never mind. That's good. We res this for free. Yeah, you'll be a 5 still. I forgot. Yeah, I know that we needed the money up front, but yeah, we do gain 4 and we draw a card when we try to deal with the green mill. So we'll see if Lady Duckland face checks into this. If we get to do the Bioac and eat a fermenter and a cookbook, okay, never mind. It'd be really, really good. Oh, double botulus. That's still good for us. So fine. Cookbook's really good. I do think I need to play botulus in our Rio deck. Choose a card providing 4 credits. That's so funny. Does it not work? Sorry? Yeah, I want to forfeit an agenda. What am I missing? Probably lag? Might be lag. Click the Bioac? Okay. Oh yeah, click the Bioac. Okay, it was on me, it was on me, it was on me. Alright, big dragon. Lizard surprise. So Lady Duckling can break 2 of the subroutines. In theory, I think she breaks the last one and then says we can trash the program, that's fine. Which means we have to end the run, the botulus is still on there. So yeah, not great, but 3 subroutines is good. Yeah, the ability on the Bioac itself, it's really unintuitive to click on the ice when you res the ice. That's very unintuitive. So breaks trash a program, which I'm surprised. Breaks end the run and just lets us end the run. I think you force the choice. Maybe you don't force the choice. And now with this Eminent Domain, we can score another Bioac. This is Spin Doctor. She has 8 credits. Yeah, you can trash that if you want. We're drawing way too many Plutuses and not enough transactions. Our deck has like 9 or 12 transactions? I think 12 transactions. Wait, we have too many cards in hand now. Okay. Ugh. I think bot's just charging him and ultimately invalidating the Bioac is worth more than a single access. Yeah, I do think eventually this Bioac will be done for. So we can score at the Eminent. We can also just like let this chill, which is probably fine and ice up centrals. I'm okay with that. This will get bannered eventually. This has a subroutine that in theory Duckland doesn't have to break, which is a downside. And then we can score this out next turn. We can even like moon pool this, but I don't think we need to. We'll see what happens. Slash and burn eminent, install anthill. I don't think I want to throw out 2 points though, just to get the anthill on the table. I think instead of clicking for a credit, we should have advanced the eminent so that we can jam the anthill next turn though. I feel like next turn just triple advancing is not good enough. We'll see. It looks like she's also just recovering. She's not face checking. Ugh. So we could eminent versus bin doctor with moon pool. So we'll score this eminent, go down to 3 credits. Yeah, I think advancing here would have been much better because we can do credit, anthill. That being said, we can't even res the anthill because we'd be on 2. So what do we even do here? Like, we just need to draw 1 red level clearance or a petty cash or something. Wait, this deck has petty cash in it. Yeah, it must. So we can do moon pool. We can slash and burn the eminent to get a spin doctor, but that's hilarious. That's like obviously absurdly bad. So I think we just triple advance the eminent, get a BOAC. Eminent for anthill honestly might not be wrong, which is kind of funny. But we'll get the free BOAC, I guess. Where will we put it? I think we need a remote server to win the game. We don't have any transactions for Plutus. Okay. How big do you think petty cash is? Should have been saved for the day of last scoop season. I think it's the sort of card that like if someone spoiled it, they would have been able to talk for about a long time in a video, which is kind of cool. I think it's nice to have something that actually like recontextualizes all the identities. I think that's cool. Oh, okay. This is fine. So if we res this, she has to move over the botch list on the BOAC. We'd be bankrupt though, so I'm just going to rip 4 cards off the top of the deck. Financially, we're in a really bad spot. If she does a second Chastushka, we're in a not great spot. Yeah, I don't care. 2 points. Looks like we're well on our way to just scoring in a remote instead of Plutusing. Yep. But in theory, having the Plutus in remote is also like a play. How about IP block sneaking in unspoiled? That card is kind of hype. Which one, London? I don't remember seeing an IP block. I think we just put an eminent credit. We could also do anthill credit, and then like moon pool whatever we top deck. Yeah, that might be fine too. I think we need this anthill to do something. Lamplighter? Oh, I don't think Lamplighter's IP block. I think finding 2 cards that cost 3 credits to break does not make them the same. IP block punishes viruses and you can put it anywhere. Lamplighter is only good for remote servers and they don't ever need a breaker. I don't think I really like NPOT at all. Lamplighter is like kind of neat. But I think it's like kind of a niche effect. We'll see if like Opt does something cool with it. Maybe we're actually expending for anthill because we want to spin the element away if we're scoring sensibly. Yeah, actually not a bad line, but I think we need to score this eminent to get the 3rd BOAC. All right, so if we res here, we'll be on not anthill credits, so we just let the gourmand happen. It's IP for asset strats. I mean, I don't know if you need that. Oh, Plutus. If you gourmands a Plutus, we'll be fine. And about being awful for Banhart but great for Ryu is hilarious to me. Yes, yeah. There's a lot of art ice that's like really bad for Ryu. Or sorry, really good for Ryu. Discarded a Steelskin Scarring, so no Banhart in sight. We'll res the anthill, first anthill of 2025. It's gonna feel good. Okay, wow, this hand's actually pretty good. So in theory with red level Clarions and Moonpool, we can do something good here. I'm gonna hedge fund to draw a card. Okay, so next turn we can fast advance out. She's gonna be on 3 credits, she has a Mystic, and she threw out a Steelskin with having Mystic, so her hand has to be better than this. Ooh. Eddie draw? I would rather have the money up front with Hedgie because we need a res Valenchow and Maskarovka. The problem is, what do we do here? No Patty Cash, click 1. I don't think we're going to play more than 1 card though, because Zwicky's first time. And I want to keep this. Like, we might actually just discard this, honestly. My guess is we do discard this. Like, I don't want a red level clearance. What can we do? We can red level clearance out of Moonpool to score the eminent. Yeah, I think the petty you want to discard. You often don't want to play it, especially when we already have a really good transaction. So we can red level clearance the Moonpool. Then we can install the eminent. Advance the eminent. No, we get 1 advancement. Yeah, we're short. Can score off the bounce with a counter? Next turn we can, not this turn though. Oh wait, we can score the Eminent. So if we red level clearance the moon pool clicklessly, we're on 9 credits. We res the moon pool, we're on 7 credits. We discard slash Eminent. We slash and burn Eminent. We can make a 3. We can score a 3-2. We can score a 3-2 or a 3-1. I'm okay doubling the hand, I think. I think we scored Eminent here. I think we do install Eminent, still thinking. So we clicklessly install. Do we even need a red level clearance? We install the moon pool. We install. No, we do. We need to install the moon pool clicklessly. Then we have to install the Eminent. And then we have to. Ow, my head. What do you get with an Eminent? Third BOAC. Third BOAC. For sure, third BOAC. Why not? Am I running 3 BOAC? Yeah, of course I'm running 3 BOAC. I think we can do this. So we'll install a non-agenda in a new remote server. We'll gain a click. We'll install the Eminent. Want to scoring off the book? It's a blank 3-2. I'd rather have board state and then eventually score good points. I don't want to score this as a blank 3-2. Right? Like getting to 3 points versus getting to 2 points, we still need to score out 2 more agendas. Not entirely true. So we'll do remote. And then we'll slash and burn this, I think. Or we can just advance. It makes no difference. It makes no difference. I'm clicking as hard as I can. You can slash and burn to get a counter, right? You can't. Well, we can, but if we slash and burn, we have 1 fewer cards for what's it called? For Moonpool. So it's an extra counter, but you lose a counter, so it's even. Yeah, Moonpool needs the card to be face down, so we can't slash and burn and Moonpool the same thing. Okay, so she's on Shastushka, so I'm gonna ice up HQ. Valenchow here might be fine. We can res it, and we have more money than her. So we'll just get the 3rd BOAC on HQ. Yeah, it expends it face up. You have to reveal and trash it. We got 3 BOACs. Let's go. If you slash and burn, you put the petty cash in the bin? Sorry? Fuck. So much for our eyes. She was so young. Our BOAC, please. Our BOAC. Doesn't Moonpool trash up to 2 cards? We don't need to trash this. We could, but we don't need to. And we needed to trash the 2 agendas, but we're not like rushing to trash this. If we get sabotage, we'll just trash this. So I don't rush to trash this. Like next turn, if we have no transaction, we'll play this to gain a card and 2 credits. Yeah. All right. I'm going to watch you eat 2x Charm Offensive. You know it. 100% you know it. The ice is going to be totally useless. Got 3 BOX. It's not going to matter. Right now that we have this, we can actually play it. Draw a card. Yeah, Charm would be really, really rough. Okay, we drew in Winchester. That's bad. So if that's the case, I need to ice up Archives. Let's draw for something to put in the remote server. Okay, let's hope no Charm Offensive. This is where I mean, like, I don't know how we win from here. And also, this is what I mean, though. You should play 1 measured response, because obviously we're not a threat for, but like Lady Ducklin's going to struggle on low credits. How long do we think we're going today? Probably another 2-3 hours. We'll see how bad jnet is, Tron. It seems to be like on the cusp of playable. Yo, Augie, how's it going? It's going good. How are you been finding the new set? This is our first chance at a pretty relatively bad Zwicky deck, but kind of par for the course around here. The BOA at least is good because you can't really let one of the subroutines fire. Like, so far Ryu hasn't fired once, and this does not have subroutines you're allowed to let fire. Mulched, yes, but I do think I would be more scared of Hoshiko here. So many whenevers. Right, like we're not on threat for, but I feel like just play measured response. You'll just flatline people. Where's Ryu's Banhar? I don't know. And she's throwing out Steel Skin Scarring, so like clearly she doesn't have it. I can get the forfeit to work on my BOAC. Click on the ice, David. We ran into the same problem. There's the Banhar. You have to click on the ice itself. Ryu's a blank idea with 17 influence. No, Ryu's a really cool idea with 17 influence. All right, so the Maskarovka will keep her out. The Valenchow is not good for Ryu. We can petty cash from the bin. We have 2 Plutuses in the bin. So we could always like petty cash from here, which doesn't highlight. I think I'll do this petty cash. Wait, what the hell happened? What? Did you see that? I just clicked a card and then it disappeared. Where did my card go? Something weird. Y'all see that? I just clicked on the one in the bin and it just disappeared. That one wasn't in my hand? I believe that it reads that the petty cash in the bin appears in your hand. So how do I play it? That's 2 by deck. So that one's actually not in my hand. That's just to show me that's in the bin. That's like, oh, gray background. Okay, that makes sense. That's cool. I didn't play it because it didn't do anything. But if you click on the one in the bin, it eats it from your hand. I wonder if that's intentional. So we'll petty cash clicklessly. Draw a card, yeah. Okay. So we can score the off the books of the remote server. The problem is we're scoring blank 3/2s, which does not feel like a win condition. Yeah, I didn't realize that was a ghost card. I thought it was just we top decked one for some reason. Yeah, this seems pretty bad. I don't think it matters. I'd rather have a Koge on the remote server. Actually, I'd rather have Maskarovka for the way that it interacts. It interacts poorly with Banner, but she doesn't banner money. But it interacts better into crew. Let's just see what happens here. Plutus has never mattered? No, but we draw 2 Plutus on like turn 2. If you're trying to say Plutus is bad, don't play Plutus because of the results of this game. Like, I don't think that's super productive, but Plutus hasn't been good. I'm hoping that we put Plutus in the remote server eventually, and that's how we score our last points. It needs a built remote? Yeah, we have a built remote. Well, we had a good built remote for a second. I wish petty cash art was more colored because gray version just looks like a red. Yeah, that is a downside. The neutral card being in the gray mode just looks like the neutral card. Oops, I'm not gonna res this. It was really bad into Rio. Luckily, it's just a single axis. This is where you need like a Stargate. And again, this is where like measured response does something. I'm just gonna score this, I don't care. I'm so in love with Plutus out of Ob. I haven't seen it yet. Like, what transactions are you playing? What does this do? Off the books, it's going to ask me every turn. When you discard fans, you may remove one hosted gen account or search R&D for a card and reveal it. You may install that card ignoring all costs if you do not add it to HQ. So this is a turn we can put Plutus in server 2. Chat, you think we do it? Do you think we order in a Plutus? I think we need a Plutus here. I'll try it. Yeah, install Plutus. Servitutus. Let's go this. Plutus is like MCA. It doesn't auto win, but drawing it, but it's mandatory to run or lose quickly. Yeah, you need to run it. We'll see what she does here. Ball's just being on 2 is just ugly enough. And if we res the Maskarovka, we're kind of bankrupt. It looks like she is going to try and run it. So let's see if she... I don't know how she deals with BOAC. BOAC is looking pretty good. Could you try to share the BOACs with Charm Offensive? Oh, 100%. Yeah, we have no play against that. We could, in theory, like grab a Spin Doctor and use Spin Doctor to shuffle the BOAC back. But yeah, if there's a Charm Offensive, we're cooked. But it's like, yeah, is your BOAC deck bad into Ice Destruction? Yeah, it is. 100%. 3 extract, 3 petty cash, 1 KPI, 1 RLC. Neat. Plutus would be definitely a bit better if we had Trojan Horse. Let's see how many turns that she doesn't respect measured response. She also knows what we're drawing, which is not great. Plutus KPI is glorified cohort. Yeah, sort of, but like it could do other things. The fact that it doesn't require an agenda steal, but only successful run is a huge deal. Keeping above 8 credits the game is not easy. No, but keeping above 4 cards in hand is easier. Like in theory here, Lady Duckland would just lose to measured response. But it's because she chose to keep the Mystic around. Like, this is what I mean, just play measured response. I'm going to discard her whole hand. I don't care about these cards. We're on 4 credits, so like I guess we play... It's hard to say what we play here. Is it going to ask me to do this? So this says play transaction at start of turn, remove it from game. This will be trashed next turn. So we get 1 turn of Plutus. So that's good. We can't play hedge fund. So the only one that we can play is red level clearance. Yeah, let's draw 2 cards and gain a click. Ugh. We need to get an ice on this or we're going to lose it. We can draw a card by gaining 2 credits though. That might have been better. So I don't think we're going to need the click. I think we're just going to need the money. And if we don't get the money, we don't get the free draw. Oh, we would have top decked above the law to trash Banhar. Oh, I'm going to slash and burn it. I don't care. We have to slash and burn the Banhar. Bummer that we could have top decked that. That's the best top deck. So this keeps the Plutus safe. And so now we're on game point, right? If we top deck a green mail, obviously she can lock it. But this is where like you have to deal with Plutus. I can see that 1x measured is better for random wins than 1x bite. Yes. I think that card is really, really slots tight as a card that just wins on certain board states. It seems so easy to put 1x measured or 2x measured in any Wayland deck. Often we'll be sitting in 2x measured response. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a problem. So she can lock the top of the deck here. We still have a lot of agendas. There's 2 points in the bin too. So if she rips 2 agendas here, we lose. Well, actually, no, she only has 1 click left. Measure again, we win if we have measured response. She didn't run the slab. Do we not have transactions in the bin? Oh, we don't have transactions we can play in the bin. Oh, that's upsetting. Okay, we can get out of this. So Banhar is back. We'll draw a card. So we can put a second Maskarovka. So we can do hedge fund, second Maskarovka, and that probably holds on. We just have to hope that our top of our D holds. Go, Plutus, go! Speaking about not being able to Plutus any transactions. No, I agree. But we did remove a petty cash from the bin. We have 15 cards left in R&D, and there is 2 RLCs here, 1 petty cash. There is like 10 agendas and 15 cards. Chistushka? That just makes our petty caches more powerful. Banhar is on HQ? Okay. Three net damage. There's Steelskin. How goes Elevation? It's our first game of Zwicky. It's like weird. It's weird. Doesn't seem good. Masquerade is actually really good for the slot. But like so far, it doesn't really matter. Chaskusha is basically R&D multi-axis. It is. And what's weird is like it's forcing us into certain spots. Like if we rest this Maskarovka, she has to commit to the simul chip. She has no clicks left, so like we can just rip from the top of the deck and not care. It's very likely that we can end up winning here because the last click Chastushka is like pretty suspect. If we res the Maskarovka, she has a simul chip for it. She'll break 1 subroutine and we trash the petty cash. I'd rather be able to trash the petty cash with Chastushka, so I'm not gonna res the Maskarovka. Can she break Maskarovka on 1 credit? Yeah, simul chip for Botulus, no problem. You don't have to care about NSIGs. So we'll just trash this, which is better in the bin, and then... Oh, F. That was... Right. Because of subroutine fired. Never mind. I'm not very smart. So now we can fire from archives. We hit a Spin Doctor. We did not hit. So all we have to do here is play a petty cash. I don't know why one's unhighlighted, one's not highlighted. Why is... Oh, face down. We'll play the face up petty cash. Yeah, sorry. We'll play a face up petty cash. Sorry. I think I did it wrong. Cookbook Elixir break both? Yeah, but she doesn't need to break both. Like she can give us 2 credits because she wants Phoenix to fire, but I forgot that subroutine's already resolved, so Phoenix is not a thing. But if that's the case, if that wasn't the case, she would just break 1. So play a transaction. Okay, no, I did it right. So I click the transaction. Good game. There's no clot in the format. Yeah, Plutus won that game for what it's worth. It was a lot of value, but we didn't actually use the click gain. She had 2 points in archives. The Chastushka, like R&D is a lot of agendas left. Yeah, 9 cards, 1, 2, 3, 4 agendas. Just the slash and burn I expended a while ago. Res all. Yeah, we're lucky that we didn't get Charm Offensived. I wonder if actually playing Mavirus or this deck might just want to play Fly Swatter. I think Fly Swatter would be pretty good, as much as the positionality is not great into Simulchip Bonchulus. But this is what I mean, like why Plutus does something. She has to deal with it. If she deals with it, she expends her resources. I think there's multiple turns we could have played Measured Response, but this deck just looks like a pile of ice and fast advance and money, and not sure if that's good enough. Hey, thanks you too. That was fun though. Need a Petty Cash alt art featuring Pretty Mary all blinked out. Oh, Pretty Mary needs a full art. I want to see more of the Pretty Mary art. It's really striking. Yeah, our ice was not bad. I feel like the Valenchow and the Winchester are kind of a bit rough into Phoenix. Thoughts about Plutus and Nebula? I haven't played Nebula yet. I'm convinced that you don't need Plutus and Nebula. I think there's other things you can do, like building a remote server or just like fast advancing from hand. You don't need the Plutus and Neb. Is there anything Plutus should be a plan B rather than a plan A? Yes, Jai, and I agree with that, which is why we have Moonpool, red level clearance. The problem is like there's no other Wayland fast advance, but I do agree that Plutus should not be your main condition. It should be a condition. And I don't think we built the deck for it to be the main condition, which is why we have Eminent and we're pushing out. How do we get a single copy? Oh, that feels bad. But how do we probably shouldn't play Pharaohs. Let's play a Fly Swatter. How do we play a Measured Response? I feel like we need to play at least one Measured Response. I feel like Government Subsidy is a bit too ambitious, but now our transaction pool is a bit soft. I don't know if there's any other good transactions. Like maybe we could play one Armed Acid Protection, just to have something on 2 cost. We have no upgrade, so Armed Acid is a bit worse. Do you think a Clot Effect should be in Standard? I think we'll see, Benjamin. It depends like how good Fast Advance is and how many decks can Fast Advance on like 1 to 2 credits. Unfortunately, it looks like Nebula can consistently Fast Advance on 1 to 2 credits, and that might be a frustration because otherwise like denying money and being aggressive is a way to deal with it. Also, we have like HQ Multi-Axis Copulation. There's other ways to deal with it. Gourmand that might be able to take that slot. I think I'd be happy in a world that we don't need Clot. The question is whether we live in that world or not. Surely KPI is more playable in GovSub. I don't actually like KPI in Zwicky because it only draws a card when you do the thing, but with Plutus, that might be a bit better. So I'll try it. I do think you're right. It's better than GovSub. I don't think we're going to be on 10 credits. 13 agendas, yes, but we're on Moonpool and a bunch of these are 1-pointers, which is unfortunately how it's going to be. But I do think you can build this deck where you end up cutting. Like, I can't tell what you want to cut. Like, maybe you cut the Eminence and then you just play 1 3-pointer and you have more slots. Like, I don't like the agenda suite here. The problem is, like, we only have... I don't want to play Azief because Azief doesn't make a lot of sense, so we can't play the 7-3-2s that the deck wants to play. Extract is transaction, although sure fits. I think Armed would be better than the Extract. But yeah, Extract is definitely a card you can play. And maybe extracting a late game Fly Swatter is like fine. 6 credits draw cards, pretty good. The fact that it needs to survive in an intact remote for Plutus-based FA to work means you might as well just be scoring out of it. Same issue as relying on auto-firing. The difference with auto-firing is that, well, okay, hold on. That's not true. Because auto-campaign doesn't do what Plutus does if you're not scoring. Like, Plutus saying gain 4 credits and draw a card as your start a turn window is still very good. The problem with auto is it takes your remote server for 3 turns. Plutus takes it for 1 turn and it can close games out. And because we can win from hand, we're okay putting Plutus in the remote server. So we're telling the corporation, like, I don't want to lose for you running HQ, which is how we would have lost in that game. I'm going to put Plutus in the remote server and say the game's about the remote server. So it's like, there's kind of the same vibe, but keeping the runner busy when you're playing fast advance is like an important thing to be able to possibly do. Hey, it's Whiskey Hot. Hey. Yo, but how's it going? How's your elevation been? All right, we have an Antvil turn 1. We have a Winchester for HQ, an Afshar for HQ, BOEC for some point. I do think getting the Anthill into the Afshar will be our remote server, but we'll probably just slow down a bit, put Winchester on HQ. Our best top deck here would probably be a Hedgie. Plutus is also Econ is a must run that forces the runner to a remote, unless you can lock out of drawing agendas, yeah. 2 pinholes, the death of Plutus based decks? That will, yeah, it's good. Like, it trashes assets, but like, if we lose our Plutus, we technically can still win, but I don't know if there's going to be decks that are Plutus decks as much as there's going to be decks that have Plutus in it. But that's like saying like Anoetic dice to pinhole. It's like, yeah, but there's other contexts too. Ooh, that's not good. Works well with Banking with Amaze. I think if I'm playing that, I'd rather play Copulation. I think Copulation's really good into Amaze. And it's also just Copulation. Okay, so we can do triple. The problem is if we res the Afshar, we can't res the Anthill, so I think we have to play slightly slower. If Moosely Hot's hopefully not on Hermes, we don't worry about our 14 agenda problem. So we might just ice up some centrals. I mean, I might just do this and click for credit. No transaction turn 1 stinks. Icing Archives went up with Charm off as well. Yeah, I think actually like measured response is the reason why I want to ice Archives in this matchup. There's a Marjana. That feels good for us. What do you break? Ooh, Penny Shaver. Okay, running's gonna be good. Clean getaway. Nice R&D. Actually, we probably should just put the BWAC on R&D so that this play can't happen. Because I don't think you make this play. Yeah, that's on us. We definitely should have just preemptively iced R&D and not done the Afshar. That was a 4 credit run. Just popping in break. Elevation Hype, Freedon. Thanks for dropping in. Winchester will be annoying. I think it's more important that we stabilize the Anthill. So we probably can't res all of this. I think our opponent can do a lot to fork us here. Like, this is where you can do a transfer of wealth, even assuming it won't get. So we can res this ice, which means we can't res this ice. Second Marjana. I wonder if they're on Rising Tide. I'm assuming they are. Okay, if we res this, we drop down to 4. I've been able to play basically nothing, just have swiped Intense Day, managing to make a seemingly unreachable monthly target on the last day. Oh, sorry, Ba. Hopefully it's okay. Like here they have huge incentives to run every other central because they have Penny Shaver. They're pretty sure this is a Winchester. Getting the Anthill off would be very, very good. Oh, they're clicking the Penny Shaver. That's great for us. Friendship with load-bearing Regolith ended. A 6x hedge funds with new best friend. I think Regolith is still pretty good right now. Okay, this is good now. So now we can hedge fund to draw a card. So now we're in the cash. We have our level clearance. We ideally don't want them to trash the Spin Doctor because that sets up Slash and Burn. There's a chance with Penny Shaver they will aggressively run down our Spin Doctor. I think against Slab, you need to deal with Spin Doctor. If they don't, we're laughing. So we're kind of incentivized to ice this, but I don't want to put any of these ice on this server. There's no inside job, so how do they deal with Afshar? I think we can ice up Archives. Drawing 2 BOX stinks. We could have always discarded a BOX so we can consider Eminent, but we'll see how this goes. Janet's like not been perfect, but it's not been awful. It was worse when we started like an hour ago, but it's not bad. It's like clearly something is different. What does Bangan spend influence on? Funhouse, Daniela, Good Rush Ice, Tag, Double of a Free End the Line. Do you play Transfer Monopoly? I think Samaximon may make sense. I think a Maze makes sense. I think you need something on the table that if they don't run, they lose, but I don't know what the agenda is. I can't tell. It's like the sort of deck that would want Urban, I guess. I don't know. Is Anthill the best drip asset ever printed? It's really good. It's no Rashida. Uh-oh, we're gonna lose it. Never mind. We could have double iced this. They have a clean getaway in hand. Oh, nailed it. Oh, this is why clean getaway is so good, is that they get to get through the Afshar and trash our Anthill and get the 7 credits. That's auto. I think auto is pretty overrated. Lamplighter, Amaze, Ob is Bangan, but a bit better. It might be. I'm not high on Bangan. Holy crap, they're goofing on us. I think icing this with a second ice would have made some sense. This might mean our Spin Doctor survives. We really needed that Anthill trigger for sure. Yeah, that's a really good play. Because mind you, after they don't have the money. Okay, we have a Spin Doctor. We top deck a 3-2, we're in a good spot. Top decking an Eminent. All right, Maskarovka. So they have 2 breakers. Carmen deals with Winchester. Not great. So that's okay. We could consider red level clearancing here. I think we're okay doing it because it draws like 3 cards. So we'll draw, in theory, we draw the card from getting the credits though. We'll draw 2 cards first, see what happens. Plutus is not bad. KPI, not feeling great. So if we get 2 credits, we draw another card. It puts us on 8 cards and then 2 clicks. So we can do install. We get on to 6, we discard a card. We can discard a BOAC, no problem. I think we need to go deeper in our deck. We're Plutus, let's keep drawing. Okay, so we can Eminent, Slash, and Burn, that's fine. So we have to keep them busy. So we'll put something in server 1. And then we'll put a Maskarovka in front of it. We'll trash a BOAC, so we have a BOAC in the bin. They might run HQ here on 5 credits. We'll see if they face check. I wonder how many anthills hit the second trigger so far. Yeah, it depends. I think we could have made it hit the second trigger. I think we overcompensated on Archives. I think there's a chance some Moosely Hot decks are actually running 2 of each breaker. So the fact that that came down in, you know, that amount of time, maybe we have to like get a bit more used to the not having to worry about mutual favor. Oh, cool. Tread Lightly. Wait, what are they playing? They're playing Tread Lightly. They have a Buy Advance in hand. So Marjana comes down, it's really bad until they make a run. And now they're biobandsing into the remote server. But no, they're tread lightly into the remote server. This biobands is not being played. So if we res the Masquerove at 6 credits, if we want to break the Masquerove, go. Jnet? Thinking. So if they break the Afshar, they don't actually have money to trash the Plutus, so we don't care. Because they break this for 2, that leaves them on 2. They can't trash the Plutus. The Plutus. Daniela seems so good because they need a minimum of 4 in hand to either steal a trasher and still take the 2 meat. So I think Daniela's fine, just like the way I think Amaze is fine. I think the bigger issue is what stops them from ignoring the table and losing to centrals, which that is a harder thing for you to solve. Even if they did trash Plutus for 3, it's not the worst. No. But if we could res a Masquerove kit cheaply, we'd be okay. But even if they trash us, we're laughing. They have money with biobands? They didn't biobands though. The biobands was revealed with Moosely Hot. So their hand is biobands. Nice. So hold on. So we can rip our hand here if we wanted to. But otherwise we can now just slash and burn an Eminent to get a BOAC. The question, where's the BOAC go? I think the BOAC goes on HQ. We don't need to res the Plutus here. Well, KPI is as good in the bin, if not. Plutus FA Eminent. I think with the Spin Doctor on the table, we'd rather slash and burn it. But it might have been right to res the Plutus to discard 3 cards in hand and just red level clearance the Eminent. Be sure to spin before scoring the Eminent. Why? Oh, we have a 3rd BOAC. No stress. I do think you need to deal with the Spin Doctors. We can Eminent slash KPI for value. Eminent slash KPI for value. Oh yeah, we can. Wait, that's kind of sick. Hold on. Yeah, let's play the KPI. But is the KPI better in our hand to discard to Plutus? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So we'll gain 2 credits to draw a card. Wait, that's kind of fun. Green mail, interesting. We'll place an advancement for tempo. Then we'll slab, expend it. We'll put 2 counters on the Eminent. We'll score the Eminent. We'll search our deck. I think I'm going to go put a BOAC on HQ because we have 3 copies. Now the Plutus is really frightening, potentially, and if they're a run-based deck, they have to be able to run. That was a good turn. The fact that we could get the advancement while drawing and gaining a credit, or 2 credits with KPI is actually pretty nice. Now they're running the Spin Doctor. Yeah, had to do that turn ago. So Slab is going to go back. We're going to keep our operation, so I'll put either the BOAC back or the Antil back. I think it's going to be the BOAC. Because we have 2 more Eminents. This is why KPI is on the list? Yeah, I think so. I think so. It's way better than GovSub. 100% it is. The problem is like you need to get the 2 credits on this to draw, and I don't like that. But maybe that's good enough. Holy crap. Slap Vandal into a Winchester. This Winchester is going to hit hard. That's not bad for us. They reveal the Carmen. Yeah, so they have 2 of each breakers. So this is not going to win the game. But all of these traces will go through. So we can trash a program. We can trash a piece of hardware. Oh, they actually can slap Vandals. So not entirely true. I think we will value Plutus here for the Eminent. So we're trashing a program. So Winchester's trace 4. We know they have another Carmen in hand. So I wonder what we trash. The Carmen is expensive. We have a lot of sentries. So forcing them to reinstall the Carmen is worth something. The remote server cares about Song Console. I think we don't have that many end runs code gates. I'll get rid of the Carmen. They get a single access here. Not on HQ, yeah. Not on HQ is still fine. This is still a taxing ice into Carmen. It's 4 credits. Let's see what they do here with the Baya. They in theory can install their 2nd Carmen. They made a successful run, so... Oh, they're credit short, excuse me. Yeah, Winchester's just good. Just a good ice. I need to note take a bit better on jnet what your opponent has. So we know they have a Carmen, and I think we know that they have a clean getaway. Did I still a green mail? Bummer. Decoder may have been better since Carmen's getting taxed a lot on centrals anyways. The problem is our deck only has 2 Afshars and then 2 Valenchow, so the Song Console's not even that good. All right, I think we res the Plutus here and trash the green mail, or we can score the green mail. The Plutus on this turn is not particularly good. But I do think we just need some value, and then playing a hedge fund would be kind of nice. because our money is not very good. So I think we will just like tempo Plutus for eminent. I like our hand actually. And we're not that easy to pinhole. So Plutus, hedge fund. Hell yeah. 4 credits, draw a card. Seems pretty good. All right, so that's eat Zwicky. So I think we'll just green mail. We don't care to green mail on Zwicky because we already have it. And then we'll just square out the green mail, which threatens BOX on the table, which they have to respect. And I think that's good enough. I'm hoping for this meta that Earth Station is still secretly the best identity. I'd be a bit surprised, Paul. I think without Crisium Grid, without border control, and with maintenance access being a very playable criminal card, protecting HQ from the successful run trigger is not very likely to be good. Oh, they have a Valenchao. Neat. So I would be sort of surprised if that was the case. In case it finished in a reasonable time. Yeah, there's just a lot of things that like Earth Station lost all at once. Big one Crisium, big one border control. And then maintenance access is like more playable than Sneak Door, which is like one of your worst matchups. I feel like Earth Station is probably just worse Bangun. I think it's better Bangun because your remote server actually does something. Let's see where they Bravado. Marjana is very expensive. Like break 5 credits for our Maskarovka unless you want us to get 3 credits. Remember, I've been resing a surprise number of BOX for 14 at a big money new Vang. Yeah, I buy it. Do we have a transaction? I think we just KPI. We actually might not need to. What are we doing with KPI? Installing a piece of ice is like reasonable. It's not bad. Installing a piece of ice is kind of reasonable. But I think we'll play the hedge fund. This KPI, what does it do for us? Gain 2 credits? Yeah, let's just play it. We're going to hedge fund. I don't think we play it. Shit, if we did RLC, we would have been able to score that, which seems pretty good. I think we now have to fast advance this. So if that's the case, we'll hedge fund to cantrip. Good old Zwicky. Maskarovka and R&D is also not bad, but I think we need to res the BOAC and just never score agendas. I think having the BOAC is fine. And then we can put the Maskarovka on archives maybe. I wonder if we have to protect the Plutus a bit more. They can probably run it. If they do run it, at least we'll jam the eminent in there. But I do think we have to defend this a bit. So maybe the BOAC is actually better on... Yeah, it's probably better on the Plutus. Oops. So if that's the case, playing KPI would have been good because installing the ice for free is actually pretty good. So we'll put the BOAC on server 1. There's no more inside jobs, so ice ordering is less important. We'll put the Maskarovka on R&D. We want the Plutus next turn to score an eminent to get the 3rd BOAC. Maybe that's a bit too much. Challenger not good enough for general use? I think it is. It is an annoying card. So we res the Valenchao. What do they break it for? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. Giving bad publicity is not great. We'll see what they break here. I never knew that JMAG commands are case sensitive. Yeah, I think they are. Shellender versus Rio is like we both eat those subs. I don't know what it is to break this. I think giving bad pub to Moosely Hot is not good. 2 to get to 6 is pretty good here. But it does still have 3 subroutines. We'll see how many of them they break. They need to break the last one now. They can give us 2 credits. Oh, they're breaking all of it. Wow. But we need to make sure Penny Shaver doesn't make sense. So unless they play a run event on archives and pinhole threading, we'll get the Plutus eventually. It's not bad. Even when I butted Jersey's mics is like, we both eat these subs. We don't have those in Canada, but I think I know what that means. We're down to only 5 credits. So we are exactly at the point where we can hedge fund from the bin or we can RLC the eminent domain. Tread lightly, the remote. Nice. I like the pressure here. So we can res the BOAC. It's going to cost us... Holy shit, how good is this BOAC? The problem is we have to res it. It's 17. And we can save 14. We can't res it, right? They showed us a tread lightly. So I'm pretty sure we can't res this. Because this is 17. But because of the math, we cannot use the green mail to hit the threshold. So we just lost our Plutus. Yeah, you gain green mail when it forfeits, but it feels like you pay forfeit for the cost. I think that's so cursed that you can't forfeit the green mail. You can forfeit an agenda to res this ice, paying 10 for its costs. Yeah, so it feels like it should reduce the cost, but it doesn't. I don't know why that's written like that. Clearly, I'm angry on this side of the table, but like, am I not forfeiting it while I res it? So am I not reducing the cost? Yeah, the tread lilies have been okay. They do end up spending money here. Like, this might have been a better bravado for them. I wonder if they're actually concerned about getting Marjana to turn on. But that's okay. We'll just put Eminent in the remote server. They're on 5 credits with Penny Shaver 6, I guess. Plutus was good. Carmen's down. Okay, so now they're giving us a scoring window because they don't have money. And we like that. So the question is whether we KPI for tempo. I think we do. I think we gain 2 credits, install a card. I wish we KPI'd for this BOAC. It might have been right. So we'll gain 2 credits first. Ooh, Antil's good. We'll install a piece of ice. Oh, it's install a piece of ice? Oh, I didn't read that text. What the fuck? Sokka? Install ice? Huh. I mean, okay, I guess. Cool. The order was a bit scuffed, but it speaks to the deck being fun to pilot. The order matters as much as it does. When it comes to like Marjana, reduces the cost from 4 or 7 here. Since you don't have enough credits to res the ice, you never have to say I'm going to forfeit an agenda, and you never get the 4 back from green mail. Why would Sokka do this? Trying to play KVI's greasing with tag punishment? I just want to install a card. I feel like green mail BOAG makes more sense if you think of it like using 10 recurring credits off the agenda or something. I don't like it. It doesn't make me happy. I want to res the lizard for free. Nice. Petty cash. That's fine. So we're going to score the Eminent. We're going to get the last BOAC. Our opponent is going to be upset. The question is where we're going to put it. Is it worth resing the Plutus in the first place? You gain 4 credits as the cost of an agenda. I think we should have resed the Plutus before and discarded cards. I think if we did the, what's it called? The KPI, we could have actually protected the Plutus. I think losing a 1-pointer isn't that big of a deal because look at our board state. Do you want to go get an Anthill here? Do you want to go get a Plutus? It might be right to get a Plutus. It genuinely might be correct to get a Plutus here. I think the 3rd BOAC is a bit much. We're down to 4 credits, so they can pressure. They're down to 6 credits. The last tread lightly gets us. I'm going to try to get the Plutus because I want to play with the new cards. It's probably not right. They also have bad publicity, so running's a bit cheaper. You need res dice, but Plutus will give us the money to res ice. On 4 credits, they have to be scared. Like, what does Carmen break BOAC for? 6 with bad publicity? That's not that bad. We BOAC and jam Anthill next turn. That would be a bit better, I think. Oh, they have a Concerto. Very cool. This is definitely greed. I'm not going to pretend it's not greed. We'll see if they interact with it. We'll see if they Concerto the remote server. I'm not pretending this is not greedy, but like, this seems kind of fun. I guess we just like RLC and hope that we get an agenda. I think we do need Anthill though to recover. And the problem is we have no place to put Anthill here. Marjana real? No, I don't think so. I think they decided to play this. I think Kurapira would be really good for them. I think the thing is that they're playing multiple fractors, so there's a chance they're on 3 Marjana, 1 Rising Tide. I think that would make some sense. Somehow our Rush Wayland looks kind of glaciery here. Wait until someone gets flatlined by measured response. Or Rush Glacier Wayland kill. Like, yeah, okay. Yeah, jnet apparently doesn't know the image on Marjana the same way that jnet doesn't know the image on Concerto, which is like a bit of bias. Yeah, I think getting the BOAC would have been fine. Bravado, where are we going? Server 1, I guess? Nice. So it's a Maskarivka. They break Maskarivka for, I think, 1, 2, 4 credits? I think we can let this Axis go through. This drops us down to, well, maybe 1 credit, which means the Plutus probably goes down. They're going to be on a lot of money. What are they going to do with the Winchester? Are they just going to jack out? I don't think we res this. I think we need to protect the server 1 a bit more. Menards and Empire Jingles will live. I don't know what Menards is. Like, how are they going to deal with this Winchester? So they're going to lose their penny shaver? Maybe that makes sense. They're going to be over MU, so you also lose a program. I'm not going to boost into this. The thing is they choose the program that's like pretty different. Menards is a hardware store in the Midwest. Oh, okay. Like a Home Depot? What's the legal cutoff for the Midwest? Like, is Ohio the Midwest? They could have broken the Winchester with the Carmen. Yeah, but it's just expensive, right? It's like 4 credits instead of 1 credit. If they trace... Yeah, so they spent the same amount of money, so they're just risking us boosting. They make a lot of money back, which is good. And our deck just still has a lot of agendas in it. Okay. Ohio is Midwest. I haven't jaded in a while. The make unbeatable button is dope. Yeah, Bilby, that was added like, I think 2 updates ago. It's pretty good. Oh, trade lately. Neat. Let's see what it costs to break a BOAC. And then if the Winchester hits like a truck. They might have enough money at least to deal with the Plutus. 2 to boost. That's not enough. Keep going. Oh, they did it too soon. That's why. Cost 7? Okay. I mean, I'll destroy your decoder. Oh, actually, they can break 1 subroutine. They can break the trash program, but then the run ends. And then they're on 1 credit, which means the Plutus survives. The problem with the Plutus here is that there's no 0 cost transaction, so we can't actually do anything. But yeah, this is 4 strength, so Carmen boosts and breaks 1. They probably have to keep their program around, but they're now gutted on cash. The funny thing is that they take the access for transfer wealth. Even if they don't do a transfer, they have to take the tag, which is like very funny. It's not optional. 5 credits increase Carmen to 8 strength. Well, they just did it to oh yeah, no, that's right. They have to go to 5 strength. Because that's all they can do, right? They increased it to 8 strength because of the BOAC, because they're short. Did they overdo it? Did they overpay? It's hard to tell. BOAC, they boosted. So they boosted 1, broke 3. Yeah, so that was right. That was 7. Yeah, no worries. And so now they're deciding which subroutine to break on the Winchester. Because boost and break will break 1 subroutine, so either they lose their penny shaver, which seems guaranteed, which is good. Fire all. Okay, so they're ending the run and losing their hardware. So this is trace 3 for trash or hardware. So now they're over MU for a second. 1, 2. Oh no, they're fine. They're fine. Excuse me. And then trace 3 for end the run. And so they have no more money. Putting Western PA in the Midwest makes both Pittsburghers and Midwesterners angry, but I don't know if that's good evidence that we're belong or good evidence to exclude us. What are the borders of the Midwest? The greatest thread in history of forums locked by a moderator after 12,239 pages of heated debate. Is the answer just like not where you can get Fago? Or is that the answer to like where the clowns are at? All right, we have to recover from this. Oh, we can't play Petty Cash? Oh my God, we can't play Petty Cash balanced. Click for 3, gang. We are both absolutely gutted, and Plutus in the remote server is the worst thing. Canada West versus East is goofy. Canada West is just British Columbia and like the Yukon. Canada East is just New Brunswick. Then we have Ontario, Quebec, and the prairies. It's like very simple. All right. Next turn, we'll red level clearance, I think. Rip subliminal, play for 0. Yeah, I know. We'll play this next turn if we have to. I think our deck is dense enough that we can red level clearance to push ourselves forward and hope. But if we draw an RLC and we don't have an agenda for it, we might just wait for an agenda so we can play it consistently. Yeah, Beanstalk. Couldn't even armed asset. I think we could like play, I wonder if that's okay. For 1 influence to get gain 3, draw a card, and then you play planogram. Overclock. Oh no. Wait. That's good for them. So we can't res the Biowak because of the rules. So this is Maskarovka. So they have 5, 6, 7 credits. They technically need... They're going to lose the bad publicity. So Afshar is 0, so they need 5. So if we res the Maskarovka, they can boost, break, but then that's all they can do. So they can do 1, 2, 3, 4. That drops them to 3 credits, which means the Maskarovka does keep them out. Unfortunately, we time locked ourselves. But resing a Biowak there for 0 would have been very, very good. Oh, technically we're short. Yeah, resing a Biowak for free would have been game winning there. Why? I don't know why they're paying on this. They probably should bounce. Because as soon as they pay for this, they don't have enough money for the Afshar. Actually, no, they can. What they need to do is they need to use one of their pocket credits to break the Maskarovka. We run 3 credits? Yeah, but Biowak plus Greenmail is free. You can't do that. They're breaking the game too? Okay, love it. Good. Better. Good play. Look at both of us, crabs in a bucket, just clicking for 3 credits. Do we just put the anthill on the table? I feel like that turns on the 3rd clean getaway. We need to avoid that. I don't think we're going to need this Afshar. Look at our rush deck, turn 11. Just on a nice 3 credits. This Winchester only has 1 subroutine, so I guess we're resing a Masquerade again. Here comes the baby siphon. Not on our watch. Look at us clicking for 3 credits every single turn. Like good old 2013 Netrunner. This wall is good. It's a good wall. Nice. We got 2 credits. We can petty cash from our hand. We can KPI from the bin. Get a free, I don't know what it does. What does this even do? Draw, shuffle, gain 2, sick. Nailed it. Yeah, I like Masquerade a lot. It seems good. You don't get the Greenmail money until after you forfeit as part of the cost. So if you can't pay the initial cost, you can't forfeit. No, I agree. And that's the problem. Why? I want to forfeit to pay the cost. I don't want to have to be able to pay the cost and then forfeit to reduce the cost. Like, I get it. I've clicked so many credits in Elevation. I'm pretty sure Regolith is the best card. Okay, so we're going to play KPI. We're going to gain 2 credits, which draws a card. I'm not sure if we've taken an action yet. That's really good to have. Maybe they'll play a resource, hard to tell. Draw 1 card, and they'll shuffle an anthill back. Fine. Oh, Spin Doctor's interesting. So with red level clearance, we can above the law. With red level clearance, we can just score above the law. I think we can petty cash. Fine. And I think we just do credit, throw out the petty cash. And then next turn, we'll red level clearance the petty cash. Or sorry, red level clearance above the law. Hopefully they install. I could imagine what resource they install at this point in the game, but you can forfeit for Biowak if you're on 4 credits. So yes, if you're on 4 credits, you can do it. Okay, well, we have a target now. But the problem is you can't do it otherwise. So we'll gain a click. And then if we gain 2 credits, we draw cards. We'll be on 7 cards. We can go down to 6 cards. So we can install a non-agenda card. Not super interested to do that. Probably better to Plutus petty cash as it RFGs anyways. Yeah. Actually, it was probably better to play the petty cash from the bin here instead of RLC. Sorry. Undo turn. I'd rather play the petty cash here. You need 4 credits to Genesis Rose Biowak. Yeah, exactly. Because if we play petty cash from the bin, thank you, we'll gain a click and we don't have to waste the RLC, which has a bit more value if we draw a Moonpool, which will be good. So we'll play the face up petty cash. That gives us a click. We draw a card, sure. Great. So we have a Moonpool now. So now we can do install above the law, trash the Mystic. And this is not really our hand size. Oh, it disappears as soon as you take a click. That's actually really slick. All right, we're now on threat 4. We can win in 2 turns with this hand. We actually might be able to win in a single turn. I think there's a situation where we can win in a single turn. Looks like you can be smart. Nice job realizing that doesn't work, Bozo. That's a very unkind way of talking about it, but that's what it feels like. You think that you figured it out, and it's like, no, sorry, it doesn't work like that. And I feel like those sort of edge cases. Oh, I wanted to call this out because I was like, I could have bet good money that it would be less than 1 day before someone makes a Reddit thread on the new cards asking, hey, on Baz, do you have to pay install costs? I was kind of surprised because of how much reminder text there is in the set that it doesn't remind you that you have to pay the install cost when you use Baz. That's obviously baked into the rules, but I thought that was worth pulling out. And I was like, there's so much money I would bet that someone makes a Reddit thread on day 1 asking about that. Hey, there you go. There is Rising Tide. Sick. So that tracks. That's why they're playing Marjana. Very cool. Anyways, the thread came up yesterday. The design on numbers of Greenmail scream, I'm free BOAC. Anyone not immediately familiar with the rules? It's not a rules flaw, but it's telling new players. Yeah, I do think it makes it obvious that new players should be able to do it. Don't worry, we're in with measured response next turn. Trust. I mean, they need to have fewer cards in hand. What did they do? Did they lie low? How do they have so many cards in hand? 4-strong factors seems fine. They threw out their second song console. So here, what can we do? We can red level clearance the moon pool. We can also just score out the green mail and then put us on game point. I wonder if we can do both of them. I think a smarter person could figure this out. So we can clicklessly install the moon pool and gain a click. We'll be on 4 clicks. We can do install advance. We can install slash and burn green mail. There's a lot of lines that we can score 3 points, but as slow as jnet is, I do not have the time to figure this out. I do not know if we are able to do this. I'm pretty sure that if we draw well, because we can gain a click, install a card, we won't draw with Plutus. We can slash and burn out the green mail, which will draw us a card. Then we'll have a click left. No, it's not. And a moon pool. No, it's not likely. So I think we just score out the green mail. I think we just play hedge fund. Yeah. Okay. I think we might have been able to score these both in the same turn. Yeah, maybe we should have believed in ourselves. So if we do install advanced green mail, yeah, we're fine. I think the Baz Magdalene reminders are on the inserts, but yeah, probably could have been on the cards too. Yeah, I think it's worth putting on the cards. Like there's some really generous reminder text and I don't see why there could not be even more. So RLC, we want to play in the bin a bit more than anywhere else. We have moon pool, slash and burn. So there's a lot of ways that we can score this. I think technically getting the trashable out of our hand is good. And that's probably fine. So we have a couple ways to win next turn. Sorry to point out your whiteness, but the C in console is the cha sound. Song conchil. Ak, how's it going? No, please. My whiteness, I am as embarrassed as the next person, but I really appreciate it. I'm waiting on the pronunciation guide, and I really want to be able to figure out how to pronounce these words the way they should be. So I don't mind that at all. I actually really like that. Like chew, song conchil. Do you feel about a lack of clot reprint? Oh, we'll see how it is, right? Like, I think ideally we live in a world where you don't need to play clot to have game against fast advance. I think that'd be healthier overall, so you don't just lose to tech and have to play the tech. For what it's worth, the metas that are like most defined about not having the tech and losing are the metas I usually don't like. So we'll see how it goes. Now, pronouncing it perfectly is not the end of the world. No, but I don't like being a lighthouse on the internet where people listen to you do it wrong and then imitate you because they think that you're an authority on it, which like, hopefully you don't think of me as an authority in some ways, but I don't know. I listen to people who say like certain words that I know how to say wrong. And I'm like, okay, I feel like we could have done that a bit better, but sometimes saying words is hard. My best kickflip so far has been Plutus, RLC, install Moonpool, get click, IAAA, Moonpool, score a Fuji from hand. Nice. I'm not going to fire the second subroutine on this because it doesn't matter. I'll skip the chase. I get all my Netrunner opinions from Andre. And Pigwin, like how great is that? Like how much easier is it now to just like understand how the game should be? I watch your content because you're authority on Netrunner /J. That Daria, that's because you're not making contact. I can't watch you. And we could have made a perfect like recursive loop. And we're all just waiting for the next week to come out to be like, what did Daria say this week? I like how FA promotes runners pursuing HQ multi-access and R&D lock. I like that as a win con more than rush to deep dive after the first deal. No, I hear you, but sometimes it can get unhealthy. Game Dragon, sick. On the Carmen, it hits a breakpoint for Biowac. Yeah, that's nice. Uh-oh. Oops, we win. Measured response. Nothing matters. It's a concerto with 4 credits on it. Okay, so this doesn't matter. We have 3 different win conditions in our hand. I'm going to play the measured response, which I think is going to be the most tilting way to win. But yeah, they're on 3 cards in hand. People did play without Claw for years with stronger FA tools. We'll be interested to see how this one plays out. Yeah. That being said, though, Jeff, a lot of those fast advanced decks did not like triple ice centrals. They were like, you know, played Sand and played Biotic, which I feel like naturally you have a bit better ways to interact with. I think like people were frustrated against Titan and it got banned, but I hear you. The answer is Phoenix. I'm really excited to see your first Phoenix deck, Daria, because I have enjoyed Phoenix a heck of a lot. The problem is I want to play more things because of content, and otherwise, you know, Phoenix has been so far very fun. Justin, did you bring a ruler? Because it's time. Hey, Red, it's time to get measured. Oh man, is this the first ever measured response kill on stream? Yeah, it is. Good game. Just play one of. It's a single win condition in a single card. I feel like this is going to annoy people when this shows up in every Wayland deck as a one of, because the cost of putting this in your deck is so low, and what they have to do to play around this is a fair bit higher. They have a class act on top of their deck. Make a decision? I can't. Yeah, it's surprising that it's asking them to make a decision. Hey, GG. Thanks for the game. Plutus was really good. Our opponent's like economy was entirely run based, which is a thing that mostly hot decks can struggle with. Yeah, it's just a one of. Oh, they're out. Right, like if they're just playing run based economies and you know build this sort of board state, it's going to be hard. That's for sure. So I imagine this is kind of a rough matchup. I think the cost of including is huge. I think I have played worse cards in decks. Like it is okay. So Jeff, the way that I see it is that what do people do to include snare in their deck, and how much worse does it make their deck? I think it makes it a lot worse because snare is not a win condition always, and it's influence. If you're like a snare gamer, except this is, you know, no influence and you're playing Wayland, this is so much more impactful than a single snare, right? Like I think this is going to win games against everybody if you just jam this in a spot that it doesn't belong. The fact that measure response makes them click the take 4 damage button to die is amazing. I want to see what it looks like on the other side, but it's like, yeah, okay, I guess I'll die. How's it going, Rahit? I do think the remoteless Evid decks are a great reason to leave Crew Charm alone. Yeah, but I feel like that might be evil to battle other evil. I'm gonna agree 1x MR is better than 1x snare, but it's only impactful in such a narrow circumstance. I think the circumstance is wider than we either want it to be, Jeff. I think the amount of cases where we're on threat 4 and the runner has ran and has fewer than 3 cards in hand is like not uncommon. But accessing with 2 cards while they have snare money on centrals or whatever, that is more uncommon. This, like, you can just play. And there's going to be some board states where tempoing it out actually makes some amount of sense. I think that's a bit rarer. But like, if they trash us for 3 too, that's fine. Yeah, in a Banhar meta, like every game that we played today so far, measured response would have been lethal. I got double measured, lost already. Yeah, double measure now we're really spending deck slots, but I do think it's like the strongest win condition ever we've seen in a single card. And I don't mean it's the best win condition, but like win condition per card slots. Oh my God, is that card good? You're talking to a Shaper player who never has fewer than 4 cards in hand. Yeah, tell that to Pat. Hey, Rob, who installs the Basilar Synth Clan. Okay, what's Rob been playing? Criminal? Yeah, okay. Yo, what up, bud? What best of luck, have fun. I've seen Rob's deck, mind you. We're in the same testing team. Classically, Gronkov is mostly played like, what's it called? Mining Accident 419. So he's been tuning. I think it's going to be a bit harder. Runners need to have 3 cards in hand or less, which is such a weird sometimes I win card. Yeah, it's very strange as a sometimes I win card. You have to draw, protect it till threat 4 and not have a better card to draw. The thing is, Jeff, as soon as they've seen one of them, it like really impacts how they play. Right? Like if I see one measure response in this Zwicky deck, like it is going to have an impact on how I play going forward, which is also like measurably worth something. Biggest glow up to me has to be verbal. Put in Zion, it generally feels good. I haven't got to Zion. Gronkov still alive? Holy, yeah. Playing Netrunner down in South America. Okay, how do we play this? We don't want to get siphoned. I want to get an Eminent off early. I don't know how you do with Masquerovka turn 1. Probably Boomerang. So we could just like bottom down both centrals. I think we'll start with the Petty Cash. Draws a card. Okay, that's good. Might be too slow, but I do think, again, Moosely Hot is playing clean getaway. You want to make sure you can do this. Like Bravado turn 1 probably will get. At least these are good face checks. don't mind if I do. You gain 3, I gain 2. Except I got ice. Oh, you gain 3, I gain 2, or whatever. And we have a petty cash, which we might actually just play here to get back in the game. Getting your opponent below 8 credits seems a lot easier than giving them 2 tags. 100%. I like this UI a bit more than I thought I would. That's actually really cool. I do think, yeah, the desaturation on the petty cash art itself isn't like perfect, but we'll play it. All right, this is meant to be the classic Wayland start. Let's see if Eminent would be better for us here. On 13 credits, it's not like we can put an Antail out there, not that we want to. I think we can put a Spin Doctor out here to manage our hand because our hand is a bit shit. Rob might run it, which means we might actually want to pre-res it, because if it's pre-res, Gronkov probably won't run it. Wow, we got all this ice for so cheap. Speaking of international Netrunner, seeing Decklist in Chinese on Netrunner would be so dope. Yeah. You can see on ABR, there's a whole bunch of events. I do think that this is definitely worth trashing in a slash and burn meta. Yeah, we probably should have pre-res this. It at least took a click, but I think on 13 credits you can trash this. Now that I think about it, fast events feels better than acid spam. Acid spam is exhausting to play against. Yeah, I agree. We also have credits to res the Antail, which is good. Twinning coming down. Nice. Gives us something to above the law. Whoa, we are firing our ability on every turn in a way that feels reasonable. Now, don't worry about the fact that we flooded up. If we had an above the law, I would shoot the twinning immediately, but I think we're just going to do a hedge fund, Winchester, and then hopefully draw something playable like an ice. Okay, not like that. So we might have to trade a 2-pointer for a 2-pointer, or actually like probably trade a 2-pointer for an Eminent for the remote server. That might have been the play this turn. I'm just going to put this on the table to keep Rob busy. Don't look at our hand. This is, as good parts of the game have been good, the hand is bad now. Unity on the table. Okay, good thing we got the Winchester there. Chesva, nice. Pinhole. Got the second one. Against Control Shaper, I think sticking a tag is actually probably a fair bit easier, as you can then pay the new Big Brother card, although it's a 3-card combo. Yeah, it seems hard. So Chesva gets used here, charges the twinning. HQ is a problem. If we draw another ice, we'll jam behind the Maskarovka. If we don't draw an ice, we'll might consider emining slash and burning. Wow. Ooh, Antail. If this was a Spin Doctor, we get to do our free slash and burn play. Like, I do think keeping the Spin Doctors off the table is pretty important. And to fuck off. Ew. Suppose it's open decklist and your opponent has 1x measure response. At what point in the game do you respect it? I threat 4, I think, is a start. Nice hand. Shut up. Like, we can Eminent and get ice on archives, which is kind of fine, and probably okay into Moosely Hot. So that feels a bit weird, but I think at a minimum we can slash and burn ice on archives. Yeah, this is not good. The longer we pause on this, the worse it is. Maybe we need another piece of ice in the deck and not 14 agendas. Who knows? There's no way of telling. So we can get a Spin Doctor here, which is kind of funny. I do think getting ice on archives could make some amount of sense. A free Valen Chow on archives is like kind of reasonable. If that's the case, though, we could just get a Biowack on archives, but that seems like overkill. We might not lose a credit war all the time. So I think I'm going to put a Biowack on archive. I don't care. Whatever. Fine. Yeah, we had a good Balatro hand. We still do. Jailbreak? Uh-oh. Reverse the agenda flush. Yeah, getting a Spin Doctor is like really telling that our hand is messed up and we won't be able to fix it. And so then it's up to Rob to place the twinning well. Yeah, this has to go down. That's fine. So the best top deck here is an End the Run. No surprise. I wonder if there's going to be some respect that this could be a Biowack, but before you play your, what's it called? Your programs, you can face check a bit. I mean, when in Rome, we could advance this. I'm okay doing this. We've seen 2 Antails, 1 Spin Doctor. I would play a Plutus. Plutus actually would be a really good top deck because we can use Plutus to hedge fund. It's actually not that good. I forgot that we removed from Game Dirt Petty Cash. This is going surprisingly well for 5 agenda flood. Yeah, Rob is not putting the pressure on. I don't think he has the breakers here. I think there's some respect here now that the Biowax are alive and well. I think 14 agendas is a great number. More fun for both players. Let's see what the console is. I think Gronkov is playing Onicom. Let's see if he's moved to either Hermes or Swift. But classically, I think he was testing on a com, which will be fine for us. Ooh, Eminent's good. Oh, come on, game. Don't make me get a spin doctor here. I will. I think we just do the remote. This install is so good for like 17 different reasons. We're weak to mag electric, but here we can jam another Eminent. Or, whoa, jnet. Or we can score, we need a spin doctor fast. Yeah, we have to slam and jam. I can't ice up centrals better than this. Like, there's no agendas in R&D. Holy crap, window? On archives? Window on HQ. Sick. Very cool. Transfer wealth in hand as well. Okay, now we're playing. Netrunner. So the Winchester we res, it will end the run. It will trash a program. That seems good. That seems pretty good. We don't need money. First trace, trash a program. So we can trash the Unity. He has Chesva money. Oh yeah, but we can trace through. We can trace through one of these. You're right. I forgot about the Chesva money. But if that's the case, he has to protect the Unity. Value window is bad value. I was pretty sure he's going to window archives to deal with the 2-pointer there. So this is trash program was protected. So we trash hardware, it doesn't do anything. And then we end the run. Yeah. We're bankrupt, but we're fine. He's too broke to use anything. Well, he can at least protect the program. I snap res that because I thought we need the Unity. We need to flush the hand though. The twinning going through there would have been pretty bad. Top deck, I don't know. Petty cash. Oh, actually neat. So next turn we can level clearance to quickly get a credit to score the Eminent. We just need to fix this hand. I wonder if we actually score the Eminent and get a Plutus, and then we do Plutus into red level clearance. We've seen 1 pinhole so far. Likely Rob is to be on 2. We know there's a song console in hand, so there's Unity and song. Sure gamble for 17 credits. Yeah, we clawed the hand back a bit. I would love an above the law. If we get an above the law, we're cooking. Okay, hold on. I think we just above the law the twinning. Either that, okay, so we get a click back, we gain a credit, we score the Eminent. The Eminent gets a Plutus. The problem is Plutus doesn't fire anything next turn. Just call. All right, so this is actually a really interesting turn. We can above the law slash and burn for 2 credits and then trash the twinning, which is how we lose. There might be another twinning in the deck. That drops us down to 0 credits. We can eminent domain for... We can red level clearance clicklessly, we can deny Zwicky, and then we can score the eminent domain, which allows us to get a Plutus, but the problem is we'll be on 0 credits, so we can't even. We actually could even consider slash and burning the eminent to get a spin doctor with eminent. That also might be reasonable, as we eminent for spin doctor. I wonder if just the BOAC on its own is good enough. It puts us on threat 4, which doesn't exactly matter all the time, but we could just trash the twinning, which I think is how we lose into twinning. I think we definitely lose to twinning, so I would consider just slash and burning the above the law and saying this eminent is fine. I think I'm going to do it. Now, being on 0 credits next turn sucks, but at least with red level, we can bounce back a bit. And this gets 2 agendas out of the hand, which seems good. Yeah, blasting the twinning seems pretty good. We just need to fix our hand. Okay, hold on. I'm not thinking that long. I'm just trying to play. Test. All right, I'm just trying to install a card. There we go. Fix jnet while you're at it. Expend. There's 4 points in archives. Don't stress. This looks like a spin doctor. All right, and we fixed our hand. So next time we can do credit, red level, draw 2, draw 3, gain 2. They can get into R&D all they want. Yeah, he can get into R&D. It's fine. I think you eminent for a spin doctor here in Antil. I think eminenting for a spin doctor is probably what we do next turn if we can afford to, but I think we'll be short of credit. Drew into a transfer. Is this a fixed hand? It's fixed-er. It's fixed-ish. It's more fixed than it's been in a while. Now, mind you, Rob is technically on 4 points. I think this is going to catch up to us. Playing around transfer wealth by not having money. Transfer wealth is cool. It's actually an impactful card. It does feel good. It feels good enough to land. The tag is kind of ugly. If only inside job. Rob could be on Debrado. I think Boomerang is more likely. The problem is you don't Boomerang BOAC. So if the killer is Carmen too, the fact that we got all servers iced up is pretty good. I don't know if on the Echelon, maybe with Unity and Sound can chill, we can play it. I think I pronounced it better. Transfer is very nice. Yeah, last game we got locked in the 0 credit lock, but I think it's because we were resing ice. There's a 3 measured response and too big to fail. Oh, nice. Still, Winchester holds out for a bit, but there's only 2 subs you need to break. So this is 2, this is 3, 4. You can duck a bit with Chesva. The win here is Eminent Domain out of Plutus to RLC FA 3-2 just to catch up. I think so. I don't think that's going to be good enough. Because if Rob steals 2 from hand, runs archives, we're cooked. Like, we really need to top deck a Spin Doctor. And with Plutus, at least we have RLC. The problem is we won't have enough money. But Eminent to Plutus is probably the line if we don't Eminent into Spin Doctor. Our next draw is going to matter a lot. I think drawing a Petty Cash would be actually really perfect for the following turn. Maybe we need to play more like planograms and like bounce back from 0 credits buttons so that Plutus is good on every board state. Oh yeah, Rob can also just run archives. That's kind of fun. I forgot about that. That costs 4 credits though. Clean getaway? Where are you running? So with 3, there's no way this goes through. This doesn't seem right. You have 3 credits. And you need 1 credit for this. No, you're credit short, Rob. I'm pretty sure. I think the math is wrong here. Oh, Revolver's free. Never mind. Okay, yeah, this is good. Heaven forbid there was a Mag Electric. Yeah, I forgot Revolver's free. Yeah, it's just 2 credits. So this is 2-1 duck. Yeah. And then Avshar obviously doesn't matter. Excuse me. I mean, if you want me to, I'll fire it. This is a good play. This kind of spoils our hand is a bit bad. But imagine the RLC there. So now he's technically on 6 points. Like he can run archives with a Revolver and we're like cooked. It's good to see Grungat back. Hasn't played in a while. Do I burn Revolver to force a spin pop? Yeah, this is the line. It looks like a spin. I know that's what I was saying before, but this looks a lot like a Spin Doctor. So let's say if he burns the whole Revolver largely on the BOAC. It leaves him with a Revolver and the Bullet, which means you can get through Winchester once more. With Debbie, technically it's also kind of like, it's just bullets. The boost is, oh, you have to double boost. Oh my God, we need a Spin Doctor so bad. But yeah, we can't get the Eminent into spin next turn, unfortunately. And here's like, it does get a bit ugly that if Rob stays on those credit totals with Chesva, is that we have to worry about transfer of wealth, which we know is in hand. So if all we do next turn is click for 3 credits, we get absolutely owned by transfer of wealth. So we are in a tricky spot where we might not be able to do what we want to do. He's going for it. We lose from this point on. But we did float up. Imagine there was a twinning there and Rob wins in 1 turn. Like, oh my God. Turns out that if you only draw agendas, you also aren't drawing Spin Doctors. We drew 1 and we used it a bit weirdly. Like we might have wanted to pre-res it because then I don't think Rob would have ran it. So we might have actually used our first Spin Doctor incorrectly. Throughout a class act. So we have a transfer of wealth in hand. We have to keep that in mind. Rob also probably knows the winning agendas in here. So it's whether he can get through a Maskarovka. Moves Concerto to grip, discards transfer wealth. Oh, interesting. Okay. So Debbie has 3 credits. Debbie has 3 credits. If we RLC, we can't really get out of this. So if we do credit RLC, we can go up to 2 with 2 clicks. We can go to 3 with 2 clicks. That's not very good. I'm assuming that there's another transfer of wealth in hand. This is like a cool thing because you can show your opponent a transfer of wealth, then draw the second transfer of wealth and throw out the first transfer of wealth, and then they think you don't have transfer of wealth anymore. But we're halfway through the deck and we've seen only one transfer of wealth, which like I'm kind of the math lines up. Kind of. Credit RC when Zwicky drawing seems okay. I don't know. I think we have to just because we need to like push ourselves forward. I just don't want to like just do credit because then transfer of wealth ruins us. So we might have to start with RLC. And then we'll gain the credit off of it and see what happens. Fly Swatter, not very good. This card has been underperforming. It was good in the one matchup that we didn't have it. So if we gain the click, we can do this again. The click is worth a credit. 2 cards puts us on too many cards. I don't care. Oh, that's good. In theory, we can install the anthill on top of this, which might make sense. It means we can duck the what's it called, incoming transfer, which is like maybe worth playing ground. But it puts the eminent in the bin. This makes us look, I don't know if we do that, does Rob just run archives? In theory, with this revolver, he can't just run archives. So our question is whether we think the eminent holds or not. I just can't really put, I can't just end the turn on 3 credits because we'll just get ruined. This is dangerous, and the longer we spend thinking about this, the worse it is for us. So I think we might have to put the eminent on the table and just trash this thing. If we put it just on the table, like Rob just takes it down for a click with Debbie. I think you need a score. Yeah, but we can't. And like Rob is not super likely to run this. It's just transfer of wealth is really bad. I think we just click for 4, and if a transfer comes through, we go down to 1. Then we do like KPI. Oh, with KPI, we can score out on 1, I think. Yeah, I think we can score on 1 with KPI. Because we do KPI, gain a credit, get an advancement, and then we do advance. So we're fine. Yeah, score with KPI and get a Plutus. Yeah, actually, that's probably pretty good. I think Plutus is pretty reasonable here. Because we have 2 RLCs in the bin. You can also use the trace to burn the money before the deny to transfer, right? Oh, that's true. Yeah, because one of the traces will fire. That actually is interesting. But it's not so much that I don't want Rob to have the money, but I want the money. But you're right. That's better than Rob having the money. And then Rob might jack out. Carpe diem. Mark is declined. Mark was HQ. Okay. That seems okay for us. Yeah, we'll see what the eminent for Plutus. I don't know if it'll survive or not, but it's the best thing we have. You can spend the Winchester trace if needed. Yeah, it's a good shout. Okay, so we can KPI to get the advancement, advance. Eminent for Plutus. R&D is open. That's fine. HQ is like where we lose. Fine. I think we can gain 2 credits because we need the money. We'll draw a card. We should have done that first. I would hate that we drew that. In theory, we can slash and burn the eminent to get a spin doctor. But that feels a bit backwards. I think we have to do advance and hope that HQ holds. And then get a Plutus here. In theory, we could win next turn, right? Like if we win, we win. Right? Like if we don't lose agenda points, we win. So I'll throw out the anthill because it's trashable. BOAC HQ, you slash to win? You know what? Shit, that might have been a lot better, yeah. Yeah, the fact that we drew the slash, I should have like realized that our fork was a bit better there. That we could have slashed, what's it called? Yeah, I like that a lot better. That we BOAC HQ. Because then the revolver does run out of tokens. You can defensive Plutus trash the agenda if they run HQ last click. No, because it's rezzed. You're right, though. We could have afforded... You can technically not res the Plutus with the eminent. Is that true? No. Okay, so we likely lose to this. And we can't Plutus. Yeah, the BOAC is a better play. I don't like what we did here. Especially because the Plutus doesn't do anything when we're on 0 credits. We might just... Yeah. Plutus distraction from HQ? No, I think Plutus encourages the HQ. We're going to boost into the trace here. So 40% of the time we're okay. Yeah, maybe planogram is good. I just don't know what we do for influence. Fire all? Okay. F your hardware. So 40% of the time. Not great odds, but. Oh, wait a second. We figured it out. Oh, man, imagine we had a planogram in here. Still no fractor. Gaming? Technically gaming. Is there anything we can top deck here that's playable? No. We actually should have traced 2 more. We should have left 1 credit. If we left 1 credit, we could have Plutus for the RLC, and we actually might have been able to win. I wonder if that means that Rob wouldn't have gone through the Winchester if we traced down to 1. But on 1, we actually would have had something here. Yeah, planogram would have been game winning. Ugly. It's very funny. All right, we're actually getting account cipher locked. It's kind of cool. Kurapir is down. Okay, so I hope that puts more pressure on R&D. Because without a revolver, like this is the server you want to run. Biobands, we're running R&D. Cool, there's not a lot of agendas in here, so obviously we have to get lucky. I do think with Debbie, you can like brute force Winchester. Four for Maskarovka is so good. Please don't lose on R&D. If we lose on R&D, you're destined to lose. Yeah, I feel that too. Alright, this is a Fibonacci sequence. Yeah. Wait till server 2 shows up. It's going to be expensive. Don't install a revolver. Panweave. Uh-oh. Oh, damn it. Oof. Close one. Yeah, I had it next turn. Ah, crap. Had I traced down to 1 cred with Winchester, would you have gone in for the transfer? Yeah, show hand's a good call. Okay, so we had to go down to 0. Okay. Yeah, just one cred short of closing it that turn. Yeah, I was holding 5 agendas on turn 2, I think. Yeah, we were flooded up really bad, and even then, like, we had a shot here. I think a lot of it came down to that Grunkov wasn't able to get the revolver down, like the fractor killer situation. I do think that getting the Plutus for the Biowac was a better play, because then we probably would have had our money, and then we could have just slash and burned the off the books. So we didn't make the perfect play on the second last turn or third last turn, and I think the better play would have done that, and the top of R&D was safe. So the much better play was not to get the Plutus, to get the Biowac. Hey, cheers. But that was a fun game. That was actually kind of cool. Kind of neat. Planograd ad time. I'm not sure where the influence comes from. You had 7 agendas in hand right after that. That was a real impressive part, the 7-0 spread. Yeah, we like threw out the slash and burns, which is like saves your agenda flood 2 times over. As much as that feels bad, there was actually like some really interesting lines there. Yeah. Plutogram perfectly feeds. Plutogram perfectly feeds Petty, which perfectly feeds Hedge. I don't know what we moved the influence around, right? Oh my god, this deck is Moonpool. I totally forgot that this deck is Moonpool because it hasn't been super impactful for the deck. But Moonpool seems pretty reasonable. It is very like slots intensive. But like if we cut Moonpool, do we just play like Greasing? We need like a 1 or 0. We like our money is bad that either we fix our money or we play Planogram. Cut 1 RLC. I think RLC is one of the best cards in the deck. Especially with Moonpool, with Spin Doctor, the fact that it draws 3 cards clicklessly, like, oh, not actually necessarily true. I cut so much ice task for assets I was struggling. Yeah, Rob, good game. We flooded up so bad, and then we had to make some really weird angles. I think the winning play on the turn before is not to Eminent for Plutus, but to Eminent for a Biowac on HQ, and then just score out with Slash and Burn, which I totally missed. But that was really fun. I think there was not a lot of agendas in R&D because we were holding 3 at the end of the game. But the deck has like 14 agendas, or 13, excuse me. So rough, but really fun. It was a good game. Feel like Zwicky shouldn't be this low to the ground? Yeah, kind of. But like, for what it's worth, we had like, what's it called? We had the expensive government subsidy in the deck for a minute, and we ended up cutting that. Yeah. I feel like our ice is kind of weird. I feel like we have slightly not enough ice. Cut 1 Plutus? I think Plutus is just killer. This just plays transactions, right? Okay, so we do N subtype transaction. Like maybe we play peer review. I don't know. I think we need to play something close to the ground. Z standard. So we'll do images, we'll sort by cost. So the only zero cost is predictive. So if we want to have a way to bounce back, we can play predictive. The problem is, do we need to have a bounce back, or do we need to have just more money up front? Like, would we be better if we trashed two moon pools and just play 2 greasings? I think there's a chance that just 2 greasings would be better, and then we'd have more money up front. Let alone greasing with Plutus is good. Peer review seems like a liability when you're always on a ton of cards in hand and you have a million agendas. I mean, hopefully we don't do that, but yeah, you're right. It's not good. I think greasing for Moonpool might make sense. The problem is, like, this needs Plutus to work. On its own, it's like a mediocre card, but where like Moonpool seems so good with red level clearance because it fixes our game. Like, imagine on one of those turns where we're holding 7 agendas in hand, we drew a Moonpool. Right? Like, if we drew a Moonpool, we would fix our hand. Like, we get the agendas out of the bin. We do all this sort of stuff. YDL, I'm not sure we need to spend influence on transactions that just give us money when we can still play like armed asset protection or even extract or stuff like that. I don't know. I feel like a transaction that just gives you money is like very comparable to either of these. And then you save influence. Let alone like non-equivalent is one influence. It's the same influence. And this is probably a bit more consistent in YDL. We don't always have a lot of cards in hand. Yeah, weird. I think we just don't have enough money. Onse review? I'm not sure if we want to get cards out of hand. I don't know what to do here. I feel like the ice is also not fantastic. I feel like maybe dropping a Moonpool and playing a 1 good 3 influence ice would be worth something. I don't know if there's any ice that works really well with this. Corporate Hospitality. I'm not into Corporate Hospitality that much because it's a lot of card draw. How's it going, by the way, Lamb? It's like, it's really hard for us to draw 3 cards. Because if we play Corporate Hospitality with Zwicky, we draw 3 cards. And then we're suddenly on 7 cards, 8 cards in hand, and we have to just discard them. Like, not great. Moonpool seems clunky. I think Moonpool looks really good in a deck with 13 agendas and red level. It's very, very cool. Very strong. Tattoo? Oh, yeah, Tattoo's probably very good. But Tattoo's always a bit too good. -1 KPI, -1 Moon, +3 Plano. Yeah, that might be worth trying. It's cutting a KPI for a Plano. -1 Moonpool, -1 Moon, +2 Plano it would be. Because we're over slots. Descent might help with Flood. Oh yeah, trading Fly Swatter for Descent. I like that a lot. That's a good idea. That's always an option we can do. It also, like, Descent is just good with Slash and Burn. Like, this is the sort of thing where you can like get a click back and then you can Descent to fix your stuff. I mean, -2 KPI? I kind of like KPI. We'll try it though. I'll play one more like this. We'll play one more. Every faction has a better option ever over Fly Swatter. The issue is that, like, when our BOAC gets hit with a Botchless, we cannot purge. We just functionally lost the BOAC. Now, admittedly, we only lose the BOAC every 3 turns, but that's why we play it. It's because we're not playing Mavirus. And I do think having a way to deal with Botchless makes a bit of sense. KPI helps with Flood. Oh, that's true, actually. We could use KPI to shuffle cards back. I don't think we considered it. The problem is, for KPI to feel good, you need to take the 2 credits off of it, which is like, okay. Hospitality seems like a generically good Plutus target because you have 2 clicks afterward, but not for this deck. Hey, Ren. Oh, like, if you get off the Plutus, I mean, okay, it's okay off the Plutus, especially if you dump your hand into it, but I feel like that might be a bit much. Okay, I'm assuming we're playing against good mulch. This is 53 cards. Hey, Ren. Best of luck, have fun. So this is the sort of Fly Swatter which you want. I am going to Anthill on turn 1 and not care. Let's see how easily you can deal with the Descent. Hosh, that's illegal. Yeah, this is playing against not the new stuff, but the good stuff. Oh, we get Greenbell turn 1. So we can, I think we don't. I think we just Greenmail turn 1. So I'm going to go Hedge Fund, draw a card, Descent, and then we'll discard a Petty Cash if we have to. So hoping that we see Wailing Trickleite. I think a lot of people like Trickleite. I'm glad there's not more advanced ice attack. Oh, that's really good. This is a pretty good start. This also means next turn we'll be on 5 cards in hand. So if we score Greenmail, we're allowed to take the Zwicky draw, which is worth setting up. Price finds Katurga Abasu. Neat. Mystic and the Twinning. So it looks like it's, yeah, good stuff, Anarch. We did play the Hedge Fund, so Hoshiko should run Archives here. Trickleite rotated? Yeah, I did. It was system update. There's no Wayland Fast Advance or like obvious Wayland Fast Advance. I wonder why the 20 came down so fast. Yeah, hey. Yeah, we all are. So lots of folks jamming games. Yeah, there you go. So running Archives makes sense. This just turns on Hoshiko. So it's a click to draw a card and gain a credit. You can maybe argue if you're going to do it next turn, but that's at least a lot of cards that are not direct threat. So we can either score the green mail. I'm fine doing that. And then every ice technically can be Biowac, and we can fire Zwicky 2 turns in a row. I wish the numbers on this were 1 higher. I want to make money scoring this. I know in terms of the theme, it's like you buy out at cost. You don't want to let this go through. It's also nice to have this on the table because we can bounce it to hand and expend it. There's a slash and burn for true fast events in Wayland, but it's trickier than biotic. Yeah, I do like slash and burn a lot. Stargate, Botulus, Adore, fine. Keiko, not gonna be the pick. If Ren drops Stargate and just throws into the Valen Chow, we'll be relatively happy. But none of these are like obvious economy, so that's good. Adore. You break a maybe for 6 credits, you break a big old snake or lizard. You can make money scoring by installing Tranquility Home Grid. I do love it. Ooh, Valen Chow. So this is just a single axis. If we res the Valen Chow, it doesn't do anything because Ren doesn't have credits. So we're just going to let this go through. You don't always have to res your ice. Mind you, there's still, 10 agendas in 40, so 1 in 4, but we don't want to draw an agenda here. So if Ren steals it, so what? Keeps Hoshiko on this side too, which is good for us. We're good. Okay, Ren saw the Biowac. I think we can do Biowac Eminent. We could petty cash first. Fine. Okay, we have a Winchester. Eventually HQ will get pressured out. So we haven't seen that this is ice destruction. So we can do Biowac, which is expected. We could put an Eminent behind it. Then we can do the Anthill behind that. It's always hard to tell the order here. I feel like I always want to go a bit faster than Anthill wants me to go, as much as it's only a 2-turn card, but this seems nice. Zwicky and not Leo? Yo, neither. How's it going? For what it's worth, we played Leo a lot yesterday, so I feel like we need to play other stuff. But we're going to be streaming all week. Okay, it looks like we got our Eminent, which is perfect. The question is, where do we put the Eminent? I'm good. We're going to get a Biowac here. So Ren can run HQ. It's not that big of a deal. Ren doesn't have a Stargate. I'm assuming we need a double Biowac server for Banhar, so I'm just going to put the Biowac here. And then next turn, we'll either push it off the books or an Anthill. When your co-gates don't end because of MMO friends, that's Adore. They're going to expend the Eminent to make money getting the Biowac running. Sorry? The first clause on this, nobody uses it. It's not terrible. All right, this is a Valen Chow. Giving bad publicity is not great. This will take 3 cards out of the hand. This will drop us, though, down to 1 credit, which I don't think we want to be on 1 credit. So I think we'll just let this single axis go through. It flips Hoshiko, but no matter what, Hoshiko's going to flip. But I don't think we can go down to 1 credits because we can't recover with petty cash. I think we will petty cash here for tempo. You're fine. Ooh, okay. We don't petty cash anymore. We'll do hedge fund. I wonder if we install the Anthill or whether we just install advance off the books. I think we install advance off the books while we have a window. The innermost Biowac is broken for 3, 6, 7, 8 credits, so it's like possible. Double Biowac feels bad with Game Dragon around. The math on Adore doesn't change that much. You still have to boost twice. But there's some breaker suites where I feel worse about it, yeah. All right, I think we need to put something in the remote server. Otherwise, Ren can just set up. The other options we can do off the books in the remote server, Winchester on HQ. If we double advance this, we can go get a Plutus, which seems kind of fun. So we'll try that. You expend Eminent for Biowac and forfeit the green mail. You net 3 credits on a scary server to jam behind. Yeah, that's actually kind of cool. Just say go. But we need the Biowac in hand because it doesn't search your deck, right? Banhar's on R&D. I don't mind that. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm too fast for Anthill, right? Before like the Anarch gets all the breakers down and the Botulus and all that, I'm okay pushing off the books. And then we'll use this to bait out as soon as we don't have a play. But like once we're on 4 points, we can win in a couple turns. Like we score green mail book. Oh, please don't destroy our Biowac. I think the Ren's going to destroy our descent. The strength remains for the remainder of the run. Oh yeah, that does save you a lot of credits. You're right. Sorry. Yeah, that saves 6 credits. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, legit. It's not the break point. It's the stay. That should have been obvious. Sorry. Biobands. Okay. So this is still just an axis. This takes 3 cards of the hand, so we can't stop this value. I don't think we care. We need to be able to threaten to have 4 credits because the way the Biowac is worded. Not upset. You're upset. Okay. 5 bands. Got a leech down. That's really a problem for crew. So now at 4 counters, BOAC can come down. So we're going to use the remote server for as long as we can. No steal. Leech doesn't get a counter because it wasn't there for the successful run trigger. That sometimes can be unintuitive. Ren is going to be down to not a lot of credits. So I think if Ren can install a 2-coster, maybe that's a good thing to do. 3 damage to maybe hit a charm might be worthwhile. I mean, like, maybe. But this is a lot of money, and we're going to score out the off the books, and it gives bad publicity. So the cost of resing the Valenchow is like relatively high. Okay, I think HQ is going to be blown open. We could return the descent to hand, but... Okay. So we can leave the off the books in here. The issue is that Ren can run server 1. Banhar through BOAC, destroy whatever this is. This might be a fine time to like Moonpool to fix our hand. Where we could install Moonpool. Off the books green mill. It's maybe not that bad actually. Like we can just score the off the books, get it to dividends, and then discard. Are the books for Afshar? It's just gonna get blown up by crew. Like the thing is like Ren is running R&D every turn, so having the agendas in hand is actually not the worst thing because it looks like we've been jamming multiple agendas. This will put us on game point with an off the books, and then we can install in the remote server. We can install a Plutus. We can trash our hand to res the Plutus with the Moonpool next turn, which is totally fine, and then we can score out. So I'm just going to do this and put the Plutus in the remote server, and that will put more attention in the server than it will on the other stuff we've got going on. Discard down to 5 cards. I'll get rid of the Anthill. And then we'll just go grab a Plutus and say the game's in the remote server, go. And in theory, if Ren is short, and not that crew is not expensive, search R&D for a card, yeah. I actually don't mind this. It's not Alice, but it's actually like does give you some good click compression. It's cool when you come around on the things that you don't think you like. But like clicklessly getting the Plutus down at the end of the turn window is honestly kind of nice. Thanks, Baz. Off the books for Anthill. I'd rather have a win condition. Because we do have petty cash in the bin, so we can score off. If I'm smarter, there's a chance we actually can score 3 points next turn. At a minimum, 2 points. And then that leaves us the green mail to win. Sorry, jnet's like obviously a bit of a struggle. If you're watching at 2x speed, it'll look normal. It doesn't res it, and we can always res this to duck the agendas. So also if Ren runs HQ too late in the turn, we can just res the Plutus to get the agendas out of hand, which is kind of really funny. I don't know. I'm imagining there might be a pinhole here, but it's also like a lot of cards in the deck. So finding it consistently. Not that we've even res the Plutus. It's cool that there does feel like there's a lot of agency with how we're playing this. We have a lot of different triggers. We'll see where the Banhar goes. I think that's really important. It's on R&D. That's sick. We'll get the Plutus. So we can Plutus. Well, the problem is if we Plutus... Do we want to forfeit an agenda? I don't think we want to forfeit an agenda. What if there's a line somewhere that you pull Moonpool with an eminent score and use it to score green mail same turn? Yeah, there's definitely a play, Gyro, that I would need to slow down and think through. That there is a very big possibility with like red level clearance from Plutus, for example, that you can actually do something here. So I'm assuming Ren's going to blow up the descent. That seems good. With Plutus in the remote server, I do think HQ pressure tracks. This is still 2 credits and a tag. Just 2 credits, excuse me. We measured response to them. We're almost getting there. Grabbing the measured response off the books is also really funny. Please whiff. Oh, there's twinning. Okay, there's not going to be a whiff here. It's too late to Plutus. We could in theory Plutus, but not after the twinning's used. No, because Ren will definitely run archives. I don't want to make it suspicious. Ren will see 2 cards. Green mail? Hate it. Moonpool. Can't trash it. 1 short. That's what we needed. That's still fine. We can off the books. We'll probably trash our hand, honestly. I don't think the Moonpool is super necessary. Running back, can't trash. Last click, we can throw out the agenda. I don't think we want to do that. 1 and 4. Maybe Ren Sing that we didn't res on. Oh, come on. No. Okay, that's bad. So now if we res the Plutus, we throw out our whole hand, and in response, we get a hedge fund draw. I think the Winchester on HQ is fine. Yeah, that was really, really good. 2 leech counters makes that a very good run. We're not going to res the Plutus here. Ren has a Hannah, so checking the remote is easy. We can put an Antil on the table. We can put a Winchester on HQ. And After on Archives also might make sense. We can also double ice R&D, which is where the game is. That might be better than icing Archives. We can't let the leech counters go, I don't think. Maybe we need 3 cards in hand. We probably should have Plutused. I do think we just need money. Like, hedge fund draw a card is pretty good. Petty first. I want to keep the Petty because we have Plutus, and Petty is the only way that we can get a 4-click turn, so we can score any of the 3-2s that we draw, which admittedly there's only 2 left in the deck, but I don't think we want a Petty first there because we have a Plutus on the table. It might be right because we need money to maybe threatening resing ice, but this will take at least 1 click because Ren has a click for credit. This looks like a Spin Doctor. We can't res this, but yeah, we might Petty next turn. Hopefully we draw into an RLC or something. This also might look like a moon pool. Zwicky, yeah. That's the thing is it gets a Zwicky. We might be able to trade an Eminent or a Green Mail. Actually, trading a Green Mail with the Plutus gives us 4 credits and draws us a card. That actually might be worth pursuing. And we could have res the Plutus on Ren's turn. That probably was right. That we could have res the Plutus on Ren's turn. Okay, this is Banhar. Ren knows this card, so that makes this card more interesting. I don't care about this run. Ren can charge twinning, but it's fine. Yeah, remembering that we can green mail on the corpse turn is actually really cool. On the runner's turn, excuse me. To fire Zwicky. Gaining 4 credits and drawing a card seems good. Another crew is a big threat. Antil will get down sooner than later. I think Ren should check this with Hannah. Ren did not. Okay. So on Ren's turn, do we res the Plutus? Having to spend 3 off of Taka to spend it all is pretty funny. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Okay, so I think we might not need to with Antil, but we can always forfeit the green mail. I think on 4 agenda points, we actually want to keep our hand. And so we'll just res the Antil. Otherwise, we can forfeit the Plutus beyond 3 points. Oh, man, this remote server is actually probably better than the Plutus in it. Like, I think we just need to find an agenda, so I'm not going to res the Plutus. Okay, weird. So we'll do this petty cash. See how the turn goes. That's good. Weird. Uh-oh, Ren might be on game point. Ren might run HQ. This Antil has to go down, which is just a credit and Hannah. Measured response is going to be lethal soon enough if Banhar gets used. We've seen no steel scans, which are probably in hand. So we can put another Antil out. We can put the moon pool out. I think it's more important to put the moon pool out and just have it on the table pre-installed. Yeah, interesting. Keep some cards in hand so you can res Plutus. The cool thing too is like if Ren runs HQ, we can just res this Plutus to dump our hand. And that means that the slash and burn is safe if Ren charges HQ. So having the moon pool on the table or the spin doctor might make sense. I'm not sure why not just resing Plutus from our cash. It puts us off game point, and I don't think we need the cash, but I think it's worth keeping in mind, Pat, that we can res specifically also to fire Zwicky and forfeit the green mail on Ren's turn. Like there's something cool to that, but I think our win condition here with 2 green mails out is actually to score. Now maybe we still have to score out 2 more agendas. Well, it's hard to tell. We'd be rich by now. We're doing okay. Financially, we're doing okay. Yeah, time to pivot to asset spam. Yeah, we've grown out of our Glacier Flays. There's 1 steel skin. Ren's on 1 credit from Keiko, which is pretty sick. So Antil can be taken down with Hannah. Ren could have checked this with Hannah last turn, but missed the Hannah value. Ren knows that this is a Plutus. Okay, I think we're going to res the Plutus and just dump our hand. We can res this for 4. This is where Banhar is. With this many cards in hand, I feel like not doing the damage. So throwing out a slash and burn kind of stinks. Throwing out a spin doctor kind of stinks too, but we'll be fine. And so now we have good chances of top decking. We also can use Moonpool in theory. So I'm going to res the Plutus. I'm just going to trash the hand. Boop. Bye. In theory, we can wait for commit to access, but it's not going to change anything. Considering we grabbed the Plutus like 3 turns ago, I'm surprised we didn't turn it face up earlier. I don't think it was super important to do it. I think we needed... I forget what we needed to. Maybe we should have dumped our hand earlier. That was before we drew 2 spins. Rejoice. There's the Hannah for the moon pool. Okay, good. Can't trash that. For getting a green mail to Plutus to surprise res and expensive ice seems fun, like an NGO pop. Yeah, I think that's a really cool line, is that in theory, at any paid ability window, we had +4 credits because we can forfeit the Plutus with the green mail. Like, that is really, really cool. So Ren could take down this anthill. Charging, okay. So we'll put the slash and burn back, and I think we have to put the spin doctor back. So it's up to us. We can do anthill first to see what we draw. If we draw into an agenda, we'll Plutus for the 3-2. Sorry, for the petty cash. Otherwise, we might go for a hedge fund here. Can you do that after they choose to spend twinning counters? No, because spending twinning counters is done during the actual breach. And so you commit to that when you make a successful run and you choose how many cards you access. That doesn't happen until then. So you can't see. It's not like, mind you, turning wheel was different because it was a paid ability. So you had to do that before the breach step. So we'll start with the anthill. Got a KPI. Play a transaction from archive. So we can draw a card, gain 4 credits. We can also do one of our petty caches to draw 2 credits and have a 4-click turn. So this will draw a card also with Plutus, with Zwicky, excuse me. And so we have a chance of drawing a 3-2. The best draw here would be an above the law. Okay. Not perfect. I think there's a chance now that we can put the KPI on HQ. Or sorry, wow, the Masquerovka on HQ. We can draw once. Say that we draw once. If we find an agenda, we can install the agenda. What does Moonpool do? Reveal up to 2, shuffle them. So Moonpool actually saves the slash and burn no matter what. So I think no matter what, we draw once. Ugh. The golden shot did not work yet, not this time. Okay. Moonpool only recycles face downs. No, people miss this. Moonpool only gives advancements for face down, but you can shuffle anything back. Wait, no, that's not true. Hold on, that's not true. Trash up to 2 cards, reveal up to 2 face down cards and archive shuffle the back. Sorry. Moonpool can shuffle non-agendas. You have to be face down, so you can't save the slash and burns. Huge. Excuse me. We'll draw once. And then there is a known Moonpool on the table. We're going to want 2 ice. I think bringing down ice destruction is going to be a problem. We have a KPI, but we've already done our thing. So we can KPI here to draw a card and then install a card. That's fine. Rejoice. A transaction. You have it? I don't think we do. I actually don't want to shuffle card back in. Can I choose not to? Ooh, I don't like this at all. And we're drawing last click like an absolute chump. Okay, that's bad. You can steal Moonpool instead of expending slash and burn to save it at a cost of 2 additional credits on the Moonpool. Yeah, the problem is we just don't have anything to do. Like in theory, we could fast advance a 5-3 with 2 slash and burns and Plutus with a petty cash. Yeah, we have some weird lines here. Ren's economy is kind of messed up. Ren knows there's a Moonpool. The Plutus seems safe. Face checking is a bit harder. We can res 2 ice. I think here we'll probably just play a hedge fund. Credit. Drawing last click is power drawing. Yeah, power draw is a nice, fun way of talking about it. Yeah, we power drew last click, especially after we shuffled back. Like, what a bad power draw. Really, really bad power draw. Yeah, I guess Ren needs to like play an event here or Taka. Otherwise, yeah, Ren lost a lot of value there. At least Hoshiko flips back, but Keiko doesn't do anything. 20 didn't charge. That's pretty good for us. So now we decide what to do with Plutus here. Our only click gainer is petty cash, but if we petty cash without an agenda in hand, we're going to feel silly. I think with slash and burn here, we can just do hedge fund to get more money because we're going to have to res ice next turn. God, Plutus rips. What a card. 4 credit draw card, start a turn. Yeah, I'm in. Can we win? Oh my God, imagine we play petty cash. Oh my God, if we play petty cash, we had a 4-click turn. I think we win. Install. No. So I think we just... oh, I wish we played Petty Cash, obviously in hindsight. Maybe we should have just believed in ourselves. So here we can do Above the Law, advance, and we'll moonpool 1 slash and burn, and then we'll keep these 2 cards in hand, which is actually not super necessary considering that we have a Petty Cash in the bin and the Plutus. KPI? It doesn't do anything. I don't think KPI does anything on this board state, does it? Blue goat. Because this can advance an ice, which is fine. And then we can install a piece of ice. We don't care. Sorry, I can advance a card. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. We've already fired Zwicky. So we put this on the table. We'll moonpool to get rid of 1 slash and burn. And then we'll just do advance. It draws and shuffles back 1. Yeah, I don't think we care about that. It's not clickless. Like, you're right. We could play it to get an advancement and draw and shuffle, but is this a slash pool? We don't have 5/3s. A 5/3 slash pool would have ended the game here. But I want to keep cards in hand to make a Ren think that we don't have it. And we can also shuffle back. Oh, it'd only be face down cards, so okay. Because next turn now we can win with Moonpool, we can win with Slash, we can win with Plutus. We have like 3 different win conditions. We'll get rid of the twinning, which is how we lose. In theory, getting rid of Banhar is also kind of interesting. You want RNGs and R&D? You want agendas and R&D more than HQ? I think we want agendas in hand because we have multiple fast advances. Right? Yeah, trashing twinning seems really important in this meta. I feel like every deck I played into twinning's the win condition, which makes me want to play Netscape, which is like a meta I don't want to be in. All right, Ren's gonna run here. Banhar's on Plutus, which again, perfect. We don't care about that. So if Ren does chase down our Plutus, we just slash and burn from hand. Scoring to enough points where forfeiting the green mail would have been good. Katurga Archives? What are you getting here? ScapeNet's awful design? 100%. Just the worst. Just really, really bad. Like, you need an homage to Firefox? Like, I don't think you need to. We're at the point too, which is really funny. For newer players who are coming to the game who see my icon, do they recognize this? At what point is like Jeff's icon also going to be a boomer icon? Okay, we win. Right, people be like, cool art, dog. Isn't your profile pic the homage to an old school ScapeNet in the first place? Yeah, but it was unplayably bad. It trashed like a link card. I don't even know what the text is. I think it's like Tray 7 trashed a link card. Like, who cares? Maybe it trashed something else. But for those who don't know, my icon is Foxfire. Very cool. The artist on Foxfire, Gen Z, went on, and I believe that she is like the head of art team at the company that makes Hades. Oh, it is also virtual. Don't look at that. Yeah, Gen Z's art is very cool. There's not a lot of Gen Z art in the game. Tragically, my icon is a boomer icon. I know a bunch of players that have like SMC or Eli as their icons, and it's like, yeah, boomer. Cubon is so earlier this week. Yeah, Gen Z stuff is good. I don't think Gen Z drew that much more, but I know like a lot of the art in Hades is like from Gen Z's team, which is like hella sick. My icon is now a boomer icon. So what even is your icon? It kind of looks like Find the Truth, sort of. Do we want to res a Biowak because we can? We res a Biowak because we can, right? Right? I mean, it doesn't change the game, and then we get a Biowak to fire. Do we have 3 virtuals? No. Yeah, we draw a card too. Ah, Big Lizard, turn 1. Always res the Biowak. That's Egret? Huh? That we got an Egret reprint instead of Cubon is a war crime. I wouldn't go that far, but I would rather have a Cubon than an Egret for sure. All right, we got to destroy the board. Go, Lizard, go. Boomer icon gang rises. It's a magic card. Oh, okay. It kind of looks like the art palette on some of the Atom cards. So Odori boosts for 6, which is a non-starter. So we're just going to start like chomping. Oh, shit, Trickster Taka. That's fine. Never mind. Still pretty good, I guess. Now we can use the Plutus to fast advance, which I think we will because it's fun and then Plutus looks cool. So we'll Plutus petty cash. We'll fire Zwicky. We'll install an off the books and triple advance. We could have fast advanced like a 5-3 here. I wonder if we should be playing 5-3s just because we have too many agendas in the deck. I wouldn't be surprised. We did not need the Plutus, but it's fun to have it. Okay, good game. That was a cool game. This Zwicky deck is actually kind of fun. It's kind of into it. I'm not sure War Crime is harsh enough, if I'm being honest, /J. Can't play on money. Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping the money thing would catch up to you. Any fermenter? Yeah, that's the issue. Is like once you're stuck in Hoshiko digital style, it's hard to pull up because you're losing a credit a turn. So clicking for a credit doesn't make sense. It looks like there was not a lot of bounce back money here. So no fermenter. The deck is on 53 card slots too. It's interesting to see if Adori is actually worth playing, considering the killer slot is a bit of a question mark. You are playing enough companions for the virtual thing to matter. But yeah, this seemed cool. Left jnet because chat is too leggy. Yeah, good game. I think there is a fermenter in there. Okay. Because it's on like, what, 53 cards? The fact that you were on lower credits that you could not contest, like we started playing asset spam where there's like an anthill that can't be like challenged is like kind of interesting. But yeah, Hoshiko felt like the finances were pulling you apart a bit. We did get to dump the whole hand, mind you. And also, like, again, if we top deck measured response, this is you just win games. And especially when you're close to game point, players have to just like push it. And so measured response does make some sense, I think. I think the concept is good. 45 cards isn't good. Yeah, I could believe that. How has Adori and Abisu felt? And why Abisu over Buzzsaw? Adori feels good when you find Puemo early. Okay. Yeah, I haven't played with Adori in a long time. The other one that came with Adori was like really, really suspect. So Gaslight measured response. I think you can just do like pivot measured response if you want to, and just like have a 1-card win condition. Why not? So you want to install stuff in Fencer is playable. Yeah. I think people are going to play high strength code gates. You think so? I don't know how many there are in the format that are actually playable, right? Like I think Piranha's a sing play because Nebula stuff. I was playing, mind you, the ice on R&D you kept running into that I wasn't rezzing was which wasn't good. I'd rather have it be a cheap one. It was a Valen Chow, which is high strength. Like maybe Messney, I'm not sure. Michael's Web. I think Michael Web is like, it's 5 strength. It's 8 costs. Like maybe you'll see it. I'm not sure. Maybe that's a problem. I don't know. I assume you botch it. How are we doing? We've been streaming for 3 hours and a half. I think we got some more in us. Let's do something else. This wiki looks really cool. I'm kind of into it. I don't think it's the best thing you can do in the meta, but it does seem like it can just win out, especially because people often are not familiar with the sort of tricks you can do with Plutus. But like having Plutus stick on the table, heaven forbid there's a pinhole, actually does work. Myco face check so inconsistent. Yeah, I believe it. Atini's legit if you want a 5 strength code gate. I could see that. All right, are we going to be frustrated enough to play this? I think I'm just going to play good stuff Baz. I wanted to play Baz. This is just good stuff Baz, no tricks. I think a lot of this has been like kind of cribbed off of other decks I've seen from the testing group. I got this from Jeff, which is Buzzsaw plus Game Dragon. Hopefully that's good enough. This version is playing slightly more of the newer cards to try them out. So we have 1 Lilo. I don't think I need to play Lilo, but we could for sure. We have a Fran Sophia Ward. We're playing Open Market. We got 2 Mag Electric. We're on 2, well, we should be on 2 maintenance accesses. Why are we not? Did I not put them in the deck? Yeah, maintenance actually should be in this deck for sure, for a bunch of reasons, especially because we're on 2 Mag Electric. So I think we'll change some card slots. So I think we cut a Lilo in a mutual favor for 2 maintenance accesses. Let's give this a shot. Let me just edit this here so I remember to post it like this. This is just good stuff, Baz. It's not like super, really, really interesting. I think maintenance access is just really good with twinning, with Dockland's Bass, with Mag Electric. You have a lot of good reasons. Hermes Masterwork feels so good. Yeah, I believe it. I think if you're going to build Masterwork, I'd definitely build a different deck than this. But I think Hermes, Penny Shaver, there's a lot of really good consoles you can play in Baz. I do think Hermes is like really good because it forces them to res their ice. So if they decide not to res their ice, you bounce their ice. And so forcing people to make Baz fire, I think is actually really important. Which is why maybe I like Penny Shaver and I like, what's it called, Hermes a bit more. I'm not playing Détente because I don't think it's what I want to be doing in Baz, but neat. Yeah, Hermes is just good. If people are playing FA, like Hermes is also good because you can open up the centrals so that if they do score out in Nebula, you can do something about it. NFL seems good with Transfer of Wealth. Yeah, we have Flip Switch Ren, which is like the closest to it. But clearing the tag is actually going to be a problem, which is why I'm not sure if I need to run 3 copies of transfer or not. Basic Baz. Hermes is still the best Baz console. I install resources a lot of time with Baz. I think, Ma, that there is a big shot that Penny Shaver can be better in a certain meta. We'll find out if we're in that meta or not. But yeah, I do think there is a bunch of consoles you could play. I do think the most like first order optimal ones are probably Hermes and then Penny Shaver. Backstitching is good too if you can mark before runs. Yeah, I'm just gonna play Boomerang for that. Or I'm not playing any Mark Synergy stuff, but I do think there's like a lot of weird Baz decks you can build. Like I want to play Knick-Knack Baz. And if it's also clickless 3 credits for resing something. Yeah, no, it's not bad. It's definitely not bad. Ooh, we gotta play against Jeff. Let's see some poetry. I wonder what Jeff's playing. Yeah, I do think the resources are maybe the more fun part of Baz. Oh my god, yes. Good catch. Thanks, Jeff. I'm Baz now. You loaded Corp? Yeah, I know. Zwicky versus poetry. Just see who does things faster. What is Jeff on? Op. Uh-oh. Okay. This is probably some sort of assets. I don't know how this works. At least we're not too super scared of Stavka. Gonna be good to see what Op is up to. I've seen some like really interesting Op lists that people are building. All right, so what's our opening hand have? We have early Chesva, which means we can just like run centrals and drop an open market or run a remote server. We have Dr. Nuka to draw. I actually kind of like this hand. So we just do Sure Gamble, Chesva, run, open market comes down, we install Nuka, flatline to Aziev turn 1. Thanks, you too. Jeff Mold, this hand's fine. I'm gonna try math. I am Baz, man. My Baz plan into assets is just to hope I draw Fueno early. Yeah, I'm not on Fueno. I think you can be. I think just having money is definitely an option too. I don't know if I'm going to play Azamat. I don't think I'm going to. Obsicko has arrived. Yeah, I do think there are Ob decks. I don't think Ob is totally ruined. I just think the Ob decks are pivoting straight to assets. And I do think there's a lot of straight to assets. Uh-oh, Jeff power drew. By Ob, you mean observer? I just haven't played an Ages of Antigonus, so I thought I'd watch a game before joining one and fumbling around like a fool. Hey, I'm streaming my end on Métropole Grid on YouTube. So you can also hear me talk through lines if you want. All right, so probably a virus we have to deal with. I do like our plan here. Chesva gets eaten by Winchester, but let's see if Jeff draws up here. I want to deal with the virus before it becomes a regolith. This will force a res, which will force a Barry Baz Wong. Sure got a link? Yeah, I guess so. YouTube.com/Grid. I think that's a link. No res. I think Baz will do that. The Chesva will eat whatever this is. Oh, never mind. No res so far. So we can install a hardware. So we'll install the open market. What was that window there? So we install this for free. We lose 2 credits on the face check. Do they have a Boomerang Gambit on turn 1? Is so brutal. I know. Maybe we should mulligan for it. I really hope that Barry Biz Gene. What is that? I do want to Fire Illumination bringing a Bling turn at some point. I think that's gonna be cool. Okay, so the problem is if we install the Nuka, we can just die to Aziev. Not that there's Aziev Audacity, so I'm not sure. Oh, it's the Mitra window. Oh, Cody, yeah, right. So it might be greedy to install the Nuka here because I don't want to just die to Aziev. We could consider maintenance accessing to flush this out. It might have been better, but this is a full breach. Yeah, so we would have trashed the thing. The problem is if this is a virus, Jeff can't res it. So what's the chance? Can I die? Can you Azef on 2 credits in Op modernly? I just want to know whether it's safe to go down to 1 card or not. Yeah, die to Azef on turn 2 is just without Audacity. I think you can do it slash and burn. Slash, I guess. Yeah, I guess if that's the case, we'll just draw manually. Yeah, okay. So I don't want to die on turn 2. Azef slash and burn, yeah. Slash and burn will kill us. So we want to avoid that. But that was a good turn. We've used our Chesva, we got open market. We have Nuka coming down. Gamble is playable next turn because we'll be on 6 credits. We need to keep our money up because there's assets going to hit the table. I don't know if we need to maintenance access this upgrade. Your opponent doesn't have Aziev slash. This is cool too, where like we just sure gamble and run this and say like, what are you going to do? And I install a Nuka for free. Like that's what Az does. And mind you, when Op fires its ability, Baz fires as well, because it's not once per turn. It's also whenever, and it doesn't care whose turn it is. So I don't think we need to gamble here. Actually, we should. And we'll just run this. If this does 3 net damage, we die to Anemone. Okay, Jeff, if you kill me with an enemy on turn 2. Or, yeah, just an enemy. Uh-oh. Did you ever get the rest of the Kinder Egg? I opened one later that day, and I also got a bun. I got a rabbit. Bathinimus. Vovo is pretty cool. Maskarovka, pretty cool. Open market for a Nuka. Jeff's going to get the credits back. Actually made credits with Vovo. Kind of sick. Hermes is pretty good to get down this turn. I don't think it's super important. We can clean Getaway HQ and have a chance of using the Chezva. I think that's fine. Ideally, we clean Getaway before the Hermes. Hermes before the clean Getaway. I think that'd be ideal. I'm not sure what we want to do here. We can also just run for a single. It looks like this might not be full assets. So I don't want to show the Hermes, but I don't want to clean Getaway before the Hermes. Oh, there's not that many things to bounce. Yeah, we'll just clean Getaway. It's fine. I would just draw. Yeah, I just don't want a Nuka draw. Maybe we should just do a manual draw, but I think getting the access is fine here. I don't know if Jeff's going to be on SDS, but again, running R&D and op is pretty good. Afrun. Okay, good to know that Jeff has that in the hand. So definitely Stavka's in play, and that card's bad to have in hand. Bunny inside the egg is so meta. Pizza was great, Gyro, and I ate the rest of the egg on stream, but we were very careful. We both got bun hairs in our eggs. Because it's an Easter promotion. Oops, all bunnies. The pizza's actually really good. It's good pizza. Okay, the Tranquility, we have to be able to deal with this. So ideally we draw into a Boomerang. So we'll start with a Nuka. We also can just like Hermes run R&D, and that's a shot. Multi-axis is not very strong until we have Twinning down. So we could do Hermes, run R&D. If that whiffs, just drop Class Act for the open market. Like this is a 4 credit econ card, technically a 6 credit econ card with Chezva, and we emptied it in 2 turns. I wonder why Jeff is on Vovo instead of Makota, because you can move it. And he's probably on Tranquility as well. And he likes Vovo. Nice glasses. Thank you, Silent. Appreciate it. We got these rather recently. I need to tighten the back because I slipped down a bit too much. Oh, Res of the Anthill. Good tech, Jeff. Really good. I need a pinhole here. Found an envelopment. All right. We'll just Class Act. I don't think I need to keep the credits on this. Jeff is popping off. All right, we have Boomerang into this. So Jeff needs another ice here. Envelopment will force the res. The transfer is not in a great spot. Jeff could maybe grab Regolith here. Install Miami. I think I'd rather have the Class Act. Install Miami is definitely an option, but our money is good. It's not our card draw that's a problem. Maybe with Nuka, that's not the case. Okay, fixing hand. We don't know what server 2 is. Moves a card in HQ on the top of R&D. What are you doing, Jeff? Jeff, what is this shit? You think you can just do that? Loving the leg. Oh, sorry. Oops. Did Spin Doctor draw twice or what happened? I don't know. We're fixing it. Op to the races. Our hand looks good. Looks really good. I wish we had a Twinning sooner. Chezva, we're not doing that much, so that could be Envelopment, it could be Afron. We definitely need to deal with Anthill Vovo, so like Boomerang is super easy. I wonder if we want to like Bravado R&D to force Jeff to res, and then we put the Boomerang, okay, on the server. So on 5 credits, if Jeff res is on this, it's unlikely he can res that. How do we do this? The other option is we can do Boomerang into transfer and float the tag. Interesting. So if we do Boomerang into transfer, Jeff can maybe duck 2 of the credits. That'll leave Jeff on 2, which means he probably can't res this, but then we don't have a Boomerang. We need to deal with the Anthill. This is why you play 2 pinholes, which we're on 2 pinholes, but we don't have it. Pinholing the Anthill is so important here, because not only does it become a 2-coster, it is just really, really good. So not much we can do about that. Agenda's definitely an HQ here. One of the other options is we can just Bravado R&D and force the res here. If this gets resed, we can probably Boomerang the Maskarovka. And then if it gets resed, we get to use the Chezva counters, which seems pretty reasonable. And install the open market or the Boomerang or whatever. Yeah, I think Bravado R&D here is pretty good. I don't think we're going to put the Mystic down because our money's good. Well, let's just put the pressure on. Stavka is whatever. Yeah, becoming Regolith for extreme money is wild. Like, Anthill firing an op is absurd. I think 3 pinhole is actually kind of reasonable floating. No further? Okay, that tracks. Get us an agenda steal. Please, an agenda steal. Anthill off the top, we can trash it for Chezva. I wonder if we should have baited out the clean getaway. Okay, we can still run back. We could like taunt the clean getaway and force Jeff to res. And if he reses, we get the anthill. That might actually be like a cool play. Yeah, I'm going to clean getaway R&D and say Jeff res here if you want. We also might consider threatening the spin doctor. Yeah, Jeff's not resing. He wants the anthill so bad. So now we have another Hermes shot. Oh wait, that's the Metro window. God, the Metro window's getting me. No res, nice. Again with the, yes. Our play worked. So now we'll just boomerang and clear the remote server, which seems very good. So we were rewarded for our game plan on the macro level. Yeah. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Cool. So it's going to be a virus into an ice. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Super cool. Fly swatter on the table. Now we can install a hardware or a resource. Oh man, that's so funny. It's wild. I could get something else down here. So Jeff has to do that after we install the boomerang. Respect. We can still get the open market down, which is kind of fine. The problem is like we don't have a pinhole. Another stream. Don't beat up Jeff too hard. Kat, how's it going? We're streaming every day this week, so we got like 6 more streams than us or whatever. How you doing, Kat? We got to play against Gronkov earlier today, which is fun. So I think we just play the open market, play the Mystic, or probably open market into Nuka, honestly, and just say, okay, you're going to get your absurd op value. And then we'll just Nuka. We have 3 cards in hand. Not bad. Honestly, not bad. Jeff is doing some really good tempo crimes. Yo, Patrick, how's it going? Baz so good against op. Really, really cool. And I think we always want to have something in hand to install. So like if Jeff gets an ice here, Tucana, uh-oh, is he going to slash and burn? Should we have dealt with the spin doctor? Install Mamie? I don't want to install the Mamie because we don't need credits. We need card draw. It's more important we start next turn with Nuka, right? Like we're on 14 credits. We literally can't spend 14 credits. It's nice to get Mamie down as soon as possible, but like it's not a priority. Jeff is going fast. If Jeff can get an agenda in this remote server, let alone even slash and burn and Azief, like we're far behind. So let alone the Azief will knock the Nuka. Rumors of Ob's demise greatly exaggerated. Crank this up. KPI? The F? I think if we get our breakers down, Jeff's in a bad spot. The question is, if can he go fast enough? So he's going to slash here. Shit, we should have dealt with the spin doctor. Yeah, that was something I was saying on the stream before. You need to contest the spin doctors in Wayland. It's actually really important. I think it was better on our turn to do that. So Azief is going to score out. We also could have considered maintenance accessing. So we'll see what happens here because Tucana will let us install the Mystic, but the order goes first here. So, very good. Ow, my heart. So Azief is scored. Jeff can go get a thing. We lost our boomerang. But we can install the Mystic now clicklessly, which is nice. So next turn we'll start with 3 cards in hand. Jeff might not be able to res the envelopment we're expecting on R&D. We'll deal with the spin doctor. Run R&D, deal with the spin doctor, run R&D probably. Never punished. There's a chance the maintenance access is just a better card because Jeff hasn't fixed his hand and has drawn through 20 cards. We've seen 2 agendas. Transfer Wealth is kind of important to deny extract. I feel like it might have been, but then if we boomerang the offshore, we can't get to HQ. Wait, where did this come from? Oh, Tucana. Oh, he already used op. Oops. So it's just an envelopment. We bounce R&D. Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. He shuffled back 1 with KPI. Good catch. So I'm going to run R&D. I'm going to miss Nuka, run R&D, run spin doctor, run R&D. Envelopment's going to be hard for us to beat. But I can't believe we got full efficiency out of the hand. That's absolutely sick. And this is why I mean getting the Nuka down is more important. This is like luxury. This is necessary. Draw a clean getaway. No. Twinning, nice. We have no way to boost it. Carmen, eventually good. Mag Electric, probably good. Bravado, not super necessary. I think I'm going to bottom the Bravado. Ideally, don't install the Class Act. We just get it for free. So we'll run R&D. What's opt from your forecast to grab with from envelopment now? I have no idea. Anvil? Should play Carmen to boost twinning. I don't know if it's a priority to install both of these, especially because I want to get the Carmen down cheaper. Okay, forcing the spin doctor out, good. Well, some players don't do that, but it allows us to see 2 different cards. So we'll see what Jeff shuffles back. Slash and burn and anthill. Okay. Okay, well, I found it. Mystic Hermes has no trigger. Cool. We can run back. Mystic will be on too many credits if we see an agenda. It feels like that's a fine problem to have. I do think we probably can draw up here. Locking the top of the deck is like kind of okay. It's fine. I do think we need our breakers. Well, yeah, we might be actually more necessary to draw here because we just don't have what we need to win. And here we're hoping that we win off of R&D. I don't know if those odds are good. At least we can use Chesva maybe to trash things. I don't love trashing off the top of R&D. Okay, that's a fine draw for Jeff. So I think we just nuke and discard a card. Okay, easy. So we have all our breakers. We have Buzzsaw to run HQ for 3 credits. We can Mag Electric to de-res the envelopments, and then we can run this server for 1, Breaking Fly's Water. As long as there's no slash and burn here, we're fine. Okay, that's probably the Maskarovka. Cool. So on exactly 4 credits, which means the envelopment will go down, unless this is a Mitra, which I don't know if you play Mitra or not, but if this is a Mitra, bad things can happen to us. Move Vovo to, okay, I wish we could trash the Vovo here. So all we're gonna do is Buzzsaw, Mag Electric, run HQ, run server 1. D-Res remote is not as good because Vovo discount. Yeah, that's actually what it got me, but he slid over Vovo. That's a good catch though. We can't get an Ice Res to install the Mag Electric for free. Kind of have to get this twinning down or else we're going to get out sped. I think now that we're controlling the remote server, not necessarily. Like forcing Jeff to res another 5 for the Mag Electric is pretty bad. For the envelopment is going to be a problem. Like if he doesn't have an extract in the next like little while, he's in a bad spot. We probably lose Mystic. Oh, shit. But envelopment gets more powerful when it's re-resed. I mean, yeah, it's fine. But I think we're going to try and win on centrals after that. De-res a card? Yeah. Spin Doctor, we trash that for 1. Yeah, okay. I wonder what's in here, an anvil? I think if Jeff actually pays 5 credits for this anthill, we're happy. God, Mag Electric is cool. Off the books. Nice. Bye-bye, Mystic. I think we Hermes. This is a Maskarovka. We have mutual favor for Kurapira. I think we bounce an envelopment to reset it. O2 Conifiers. Very cool. We can install mutual favor. Bounce envelopment. Yeah, for sure. And this is what I mean. Like we can just die to, if he's playing 1 copy of Measured Response, we just lose. He's actually running Kessleroid. Cringe. Mutual favor. We're down to not a lot of credits. I want to install this mutual favor. Dead to ping? I don't think he's playing kill. Why can't I play the mutual favor? Oh my god, the twinning, excuse me. We're actually low on credits now. We can't Mystic Miami here. The twinning actually might have been a bit much. Yeah, I don't think we install the twinning. If we lose our Carmen, we're in a bad spot. Sorry, Mystic. At least we get a credit next turn with open market. Sorry, I was clicking the mutual favor. I wanted to do the twinning the whole time. Don't worry about it. Mutual favor is neither a hardware, resource, or even program. Whatever. I just want tempo. Let me tempo. Do you think that's an agenda? We can just like run mutual favor, run this. This costs us 1, 2, 3. If Archer's in the game, we could lose Carmen. We can still get Stofgut at some point. We know there's a half run somewhere. And this might just be like a tempo off run. If Jeff scores on an agenda here, I think we're okay. So I think we just need to recover a bit. Clean getaway would be good. Oh, that's interesting. We can just boomerang run server 1. Are we not scared of measured response? Jeff was really dismissive about measured response as a win condition. So against Jeff, no. Against other players, I think we're far ahead enough that we can get away with it. Do you think we just run HQ, run R&D, and like instant speed drop the open market? The blowout on this remote server that it's a regolith or a Mavirus or an anthill. Yeah, I think there's a chance we just run R&D, and if this gets res, we just drop a boomerang from hand. And then we can see 2 cards from R&D. It seems good. Seems pretty good. Continue to approach ice. Man, that window. Yeah, Charge is twinning. We'll see too. And we can even trash Vovo if it doesn't get res, but I'm pretty sure you'll res the Maskarovka here. And if that's the case, then Jeff can't res. Oh no, leave Jeff on Anthill and Mavirus credits and Regolith credits. So yeah, Vovo seems okay. Maskarovka. Oopsie. Free Boomerang, charging, twinning. Oh no. Now, the Boomerang is like a resource that we want, that we lost. It shuffles the deck, which for Class Act has some implications. We ran our economy to the ground. Yeah, we were a bit aggressive, and so we lost 4 cards on Mystic, but like we have 3 Bravados. We have 2 clean getaways. We'll be okay. This shuffles the Bravado back, which is nice. So we'll see 2 from the deck. We might just win. Is there an agenda in archives? No, it was shuffled back with the Spin Doctor. I have it so it'll tell me if there is an agenda here. There'll be like a little trophy if it's a face-up agenda at a minimum. Card from deck. Oop, good game. GG. Jesus, that is Baz a gross into Ob. Yeah, Baz is pretty wild into Ob. There's some really good tempo tricks that Jeff had, but then like just a slightly bit of disruption, slight bit of pressure. It's pretty difficult there. Yeah, it's a weird matchup. Zato. Oh, mean. Now we can leave that there. Very cool game. How do you find what's your like premier forecaster? Yeah, send a message badge is great. One day I won't just flood you. Yeah, I think I need to pressure the Spin Doctor a bit more in a world of slab. Okay, so Tree Line seems to be the premier forecaster. When we're playing Kurapira, that's actually kind of reasonable. We saw a lot of points. Oh, okay. Here, 1 second. Yeah, I think we talked about that before, and you see that sometimes you have too many things to do, but pressuring the Spin Doctor makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Cool. Thanks for the game, man. All right, I need to pop out for about 45 seconds because it is dinner time, which means Nanako needs to get her oral medicine before she can get her food. And so I'm just going to throw the microphone on mute, and then we'll come back in just a second. If Jeff comes into the chat, say that I popped. If Jeff comes in the chat, just say I popped off so hard that I had to go outside and breathe some air, okay? Sorry, be right back. Sup? Andre popped off so hard, you need to take a break. Thanks, Tron. As your doctor of multi-access is right for you. Yeah, she's been taking a bit of like oral medicine, and it's been going fine. It's fine. Good game, Jeff. That was fun. Time to roll some ads. I don't think I can complain about flood over the course of the game, but 3 agendas on my first 7 cards is a bit high. Yeah, no, I've been flooding up a bit, but I'm playing Wayland with like 14 agendas, so like I can't be upset about it. Which 1-pointers are you on? Eminent? Or are you on Green Mail? 19 singles generated 6 points. That's op, baby. Losing an R&D, baby. Getting even slightly flooded feels crappy when the runner's being high in central pressures at the moment. 2 Green Mail. Cool. Are you on Biowac? Or are you just playing it because it's a 2-1? Hey, Tron. I think criminals are still just playing Hermes, so like playing a lot of small agendas hurts. What are you feeling playing more Ob, Reg, or Glacier? Your shot. I'd be down to test on some Reg stuff. Just as a 2-1 because I'm not on SDS, but that's probably my next change. Yeah. I think in terms of like people playing Scrounge and Criminal, like I don't think that's real. So SDS is probably worth something. Ooh, jump scare. 44 cards. So Tron plays ETF, but classically Tron plays core damage ETF. By ETF, I mean PD, sorry. Kept the hand. Our hand has class act, so we can face check to drop the class act. We can face check to drop the Nuka. We can Chesva and face check, which is like surprisingly good in the matchup. We just Chesva run HQ. The problem is we have no money in our hand. Clean Getaway actually will hit a central server. I think we can keep this hand. We have card draw, we pinhole. So we can just like pressure the remote and then pinhole it if we need to. Yo, Winnegon, how's the lag? I feel like it's always bad a few days after restart. It's not good. I'm pretty sure it's a lot better than yesterday from what I've heard, but it's like, it's playable, but it's noticeable. All right, so much for a Chesva. So that was after a mull. So I think we want to clean Getaway HQ. We don't have to respect MIC. So we can clean Getaway HQ, run the remote server, install Nuka, pinhole. This might just be a spin. We might have to be honest and check it. I'm not going to clean Getaway it. Clean Getaway being very much better than Dirty Laundry here when we have money to access. Drafter. Okay, so the remote server is not Drafter. Not surprising. Let's just go get our Berry. The fact that it was Tron in particular who played ETF made so much sense. Yeah, it feels like it, right? You see, like, this is what I mean with the lag. I have to sometimes hit the button again. Again, I do think the elevation hype really buys you a lot of leniences. No further action. Oh, sorry, that window's getting me. Scatterfield, sick. So let's see if the drafter hits the table. We get down our Nuka. You may install a card from HQ, so we know a minimum. And that means that this can't be an anthill, so this might be humanoid resources is my guess. So we can check these two cards on the table and feel okay about it. I think this might be a spin doctor. It seems like a poetry deck. I don't know what's going on. Gyro, it took me a while to figure out what that was. Yeah, shoot a BB boop bop bop. Scat field. Scatter field. So what's spin doctor? Okay. I don't really want to trash this, especially because there's a drafter in hand. We will check this. This is install a card, so it could be an agenda. I'm assuming this might be a campaign. Second spin doctor. Great. I will trash that. I feel like we will trash that. Okay. Lag's pretty bad, almost 1.5 or 2x games. Yeah. It is a humanoid. Okay, cool. So you have a lot of options in hand after the double spin doctor. Let's see how much we get off the auto battler. Playing this card is really fun. We'll find out how good it actually turns out to be, but like ripping this card is kind of really fun. Notably, Tron is exactly on 5 credits, which means you can hedge fund, but we'll probably see like a YDL. Unfortunately, that happens last, or a greasing. Maybe an RLC to get a click back. I don't know. We know that there's a drafter in hand, and I think that's all we know. We do have good targets in hand for Barry, but at this point, like running into a drafter is a bit too much. Even if I install YDL, it's still going to slap here. Yeah, it's still going to be pretty good. Still going to be quite fine. Okay. We have to respect drafter. I don't think we want to face check into a drafter. There is the YDL. That was the turn. Go from, what was it, 1 credit down to 10 in a full hand. This also could be the third spin doctor considering how the play pattern is. So we'll see if we get a good run event for Nuka. Oh, that's a whoops. Hey, no worries. You think we scatter field window? Yeah, no, do it up. Oh, it's a Mersha. Cool. I think we should reprint CI to see what it does with Plutus. I think you just trash it. Okay, so Mersha's on R&D. Okay, that changes the pressure that we're expecting here. So now Mersha has to move over there. Okay. This is a cool card. It's interesting to see it outside of Leo. It does give you some flexibility. Like it's nice, especially when you draw a lot of cards or have a lot of hand size with like PD. I'm really hoping PD isn't just better than Leo, but that would be kind of surprising. Okay, so we have 3 clicks left. Sick. HQ definitely has an agendas. Tron could like biotic labor out. Not too worried about that. So here we want to probably get Sure Gamble, Class Act, and just click for credits. We don't have it in our open market yet, but that's okay. Mersha's basically ETF installing on the outside. Yeah, kind of is. The problem is with Mersha though, in Leo, if you want to move her and have her in the right spot, you need to have ice, which I thought I could just like move it around like our friend Isaac. Metro stream I've been able to catch in a hot ass minute. Welcome, Stab. We're gonna be streaming a lot this week. Hopefully you've been enjoying Elevation. I think we're just gonna set up with Class Deck and get our money down. I know that we've drawn once here. Okay, cool. Open market's nice. We don't have an obvious target with this. We can do Boomerang Getaway into the Scatterfield if we need to. We always have a Panic Flip Switch. The Flip Switch is actually really nice because it means we can do Chesva. We can just like run HQ. And then either we can Boomerang it if we need a successful run, or we can Flip Switch it if it's particularly bad for some reason. This hasn't seemed like it's core damage so far. I'm assuming Tehran will play Tattoo Bola and YDL, which is like the Tehran special in PD. Boomerang the Drafter is so nice, yeah, and we do it for free with Chesva too. Really, really quite good. I'm mostly really sad about Sys Update Rotation. A lot of fun cards. Just hopefully I can find some jank to build. I think you won't struggle with that. I hear you about System Update. For me, like I've seen a lot of those cards for over a decade, so it's like, it's fine time. But I hear you. There'll definitely be some cool things to play. All right, the final Spin Doctor, playing 3 Spin Doctors. That is sometimes Tron doesn't do that and plays 2. Okay, so the question is, do we need to greed the Chesva? Oh, Mersha's really cool there. Maybe we should have hunted Mersha down. That's a really good Mersha play. Now the Scatterfield is 0 to break, but we can no longer do that. I think running HQ here makes some sense. We're expecting a Seamless in there. We've drawn through a lot of cards. We filtered 1. So if that's the case, we can do Chesva and we can just clean Getaway HQ. Whatever's rezzed here, unless it's 3 subroutines, we can Boomerang through it, and that's probably fine. I don't think we can afford the twinning yet. This seems really aggressive. I think this is still fine. I do think there's enough support for the same style of core HB list like we saw last minute. Oh, for sure. And the fact that now you're actually not upset about playing the 5-3 salvo testing is nice for the format. What is the maximum remote servers do you ever see on a screen of an opponent? Like 20. Seen a lot. When you play asset spam back in the day, there was a lot of decks that ran like 22 to 24 assets. So it wasn't absurd to see massive amount. Classic Friday. Yo, what up, Nick? Last Epoch on one screen, Metropole on the other. What's last Epoch? Nick, y'all streaming on Monday? I'm excited to see what you've been excited to build. I know I've been asking Eric what he's been building. All right, cool free Boomerang. Get the credits first. Nice. Fly Swatter. Okay. Seems like a bit of gear check here. We'll shuffle that back in. So we got Baz a couple times, which has been good. Last week I was the ARPG, best on the market right now. Oh, it's a game. Sorry, I thought it was like content. Cool. So I think we just drop open market. I think we can contest the Spin Doctor. It's just a click from us. We don't have a greater click to do here. And then we'll just drop this so that we can start with Nuka next turn. Window doesn't seem to be the great targets, but it turns on Baz, which is nice. Can you explain the Mitra window you mentioned once or twice? Yeah, so in theory now there's a window that you can res upgrades or res cards in general before on the approach. Because notably, as soon as you approach the piece of ice, you can't res any upgrade that says when you approach this, it needs to be resed. So they basically added another window on the approach. So when there's ice there, there's a window, then there's the approach window, then there's encounter window. I'm not explaining it perfectly, but I think that's kind of what it boils down to. Currently working on Moosely Hot, streaming on Monday, and probably Plutus-fueled for my side of the table. Eric was doing Phoenix. That was better than I thought it'd be. Yeah, Phoenix is good. Phoenix is fun. Let's see how bad the seamless launch is here. I think it's actually pretty bad. If it's like an architect deployment test, we're in a bad spot. Thanks, Andre. Makes sense. Yeah, because the big thing is like Mitra Aman. This might confuse Tron. Mitra Aman's text is like very specific. It says that this ice on approach, you can trash it, which means it technically has to be resed to see the approach. So they just added a window before so that you can res things so it sees the on approach. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to actually work out, but it's annoying that one card is causing a lot of changes across every single run in the game. Yo, got my cards in and slotted them into the binder. It has space for one more cycle after elevation. NSG, please rotate Ashes out when you release a cycle after next. Rohit, how thick is the ring on your binder? Card on the remote didn't move. Let's see if Mersha moves. I think Tron's going to continue to build Mersha servers, and I need to deal with Mersha. We might have to pinhole Mersha. I also, for the rotation, I got all my corp cards in one, all my runner cards in one binder, which I was never able to do. Because I used to have runner, corp, and then Wayland neutral cards. Yeah, this Mersha's really good. We definitely should have hunted it down. It might be worth pinholing. I think a maintenance axis would be a really good top deck here. Especially if we have a Dawkins or a Hermes. I got one of those fixed size ones like Dingus. Oh yeah, those are annoying. Okay, transfer wealth not great. Kurapira fine. We've not seen any barriers, but we're assuming there's tattoo bolas or bladives. Boomerang really good. Mag electric pretty okay. 2 credits a turn, yeah, really quite good. So I think we just do twinning, run R&D. We're gonna have a credit problem. Open market, load bearing. Maintenance access would be really good here. I think we might be mismanaging our economy. There's like some incentive here not to res, because if you res, we get a value and we can charge the Chesva. What pages are you using in binders? Never seen what size pockets are enough for a playset. Let me show you. I have these, the Ultra Pro Platinum series. I've been using them for a decade. In each pocket, I can fit 6 unsleeved cards, so 3 on the front, 3 on the back. I have slight problems with them, like they do rip a bit if you're not nice with them, and you put 6 in a sleeve like I do, but I've used the same pages. I just changed the pages on the runner binder because they were getting a bit grody. I think those pages are more expensive than they used to be, but everything is. But I just do that, and I do a D ring binder, which is really useful. I'm trying to run R&D. But those are like very standard if you search like game Ultra Pro sleeves, binder pages. I like Marsha, me too. Ask your doctor if the Ultra Pro Platinum series TM is right for you. I'm trying, Toronto, I'm trying, bud. I'm trying to run R&D. Ice is too good. Not even sponsored by Ultra Pro? Damn, yeah, I know. Again, I think I should be in the other camp where I have to say bad things about Ultra Pro until they pay me not to say them. What runner are you most looking forward to jamming? Baz. Baz and Phoenix are the 2 runners that I'm most excited to jam. Because Baz is like a bit of tricks and a bit of criminal pressure, and Phoenix is just like kind of fun. Okay, JNet's not getting better. I do think this is the part in the evening where the Europeans show up, so we have more and more games, maybe. Ultimate Prison Court runner can't even spend clicks. 2 clicks in, I just want to drink my coffee. Please let me in. This is not good. 43 games currently. I see 39 on my screen. Maybe that's also not updating quick enough. It's like the trees in the forest. If we all just spread out, we'd all be able to grow taller. The rate limiting factor is everybody else. It's like the damn people picking up their luggage at that carousel in the airport. If everyone could just back the F off, it would be better for everyone. I'm not telling you not to play JNet, but you know what I mean? I get really angry at the carousel. It's I've been trying to run R&D for the last 2 minutes. You want to play this game out by email, maybe? Arboreal Sprawl SMH. We need denser woods? Yeah, maybe. We can drive our speeder bikes through it. Okay, it's gone bad out here. How's everyone doing? Doing my part by contributing to not playing JNet? Nick, what a soldier. Okay, we got there. Play-by-post Netrunner. Yeah, and the added window on approach makes play-by-post Netrunner so much harder. It literally added an extra 2 weeks to my PD game. So you play 2 turns between my opponents, click 1 and 2. No further action. That's a psych out. That's on the approach window, the initiation window. Now we're on the approach window. Res the drafter. Okay. Get to see 2 cards. We don't have to play around Ikoa, so you can play a bit wildly from now on, which is kind of cute. You don't have to play around anything. Just face check. But no, Ikoa actually, like, Ikoa Respect was like a really, admittedly high skill player thing where I've seen a lot of newer players like run last click RD, be like, I don't care. And now without Ikoa, I don't care gets you there. Just touch cards. I'll see 2 cards there. I'll lock in the top of the deck. I do think there's 2 agendas in hand. That's good to know. Oh shit, that's not good. Okay. Oh man, our money is not good. Has anyone played Side Hustle? I haven't got it down yet. Nico was gone for the last click respect, but Bite lives on. I mean, if you're biting an HB, power to you. Tron is just glaciering. We're gonna go put that MIC on R&D. Look at it. Look at Tron go. We don't have a charge twinning with Yeah, this is unfortunately like very methodical play is going to do well against us at the speed of jnet. Bite goes everywhere. What do you mean? Just like you put snare in your HB deck, Nick? So the top of the deck was, we've seen the third drafter. So I'm not too worried about the face check going forward. If that's the case, we can still bravado R&D and force a res and force down Mersha, which is nice. If it's really, really bad, we'll flip switch. I'm pretty sure it can't be bad enough for that to be an issue. I'm just going to bravado R&D. I don't care. Oh, sorry, not R&D. I found my gameplay should match the speed of my clicks. That is good. Trashing Mersha would be good here. Odds Tron's unmeasured response. The way that he's rushing to threat 4, pretty low. Okay, sorry, initiation phase. Man, I do not like that extra window. It is an MIC, but of course it was. So we could consider running later on in the turn. So I don't want to flip switch this. I'm going to install the flip switch to charge the twinning and just say you spend 6 credits on that, and that's good enough. We know there's a drafter coming up. Hey, 1 second. Nanako fell off a counter. She's fine. Just embarrassed. I don't think we're going to flip switch to save 2 clicks here, when we can just be like super, super disrespectful with this. I do think we could have seen that coming because that was the card we saw, so we could have drawn later in the click, but if that's the case, we get punished by Scatterfield really hard. So maybe that's why we should have done last click. Yeah, it would have been better to do that last click, because if it was a Scatterfield, we would flip switch, and otherwise the MIC is a really bad res for Tron. So that's bad. All right, credit. Mersha will move to drafter on R&D. Oh, pay a credit. Nice. Okay. We need to find our... We really need to find our... I feel like this might be a bit too late, but we have an open market. Do we install France Sophia because it's France Sophia? Yeah, I'm going to install France Sophia because it's France Sophia. It also charges twinning, which is nice. Okay. So our breaker is Carmen, which breaks drafter for 2 credits with Chesva, which is probably good enough. So, well, let's install France Sophia. See how it goes. There's still a lot of ice to be rezzed. So we're pretty sure this is drafter. So yeah, it's fine. Nice. So that would be good. Imagine running MIC there. That'd be pretty good. I think we just click for credit. I don't know if we have to show the Mag Electric. We can mutual for a breaker. I think the breaker we want is the killer, but we think pretty sure it's drafter. So Carmen to drafter, at least with the Chesva, makes sense. And we can see 3 cards next turn. That's fine. She costs 3. Yeah, she's Xanadu. Totally just Xanadu. We only have 1 in the deck, but... Oh, there's an agenda in there for 3 years. This needs to be something good. Off-world? It has to be an off-world. Yeah, good. So PD will fire. Now we have to start sweeping HQ because otherwise the agendas are going to end up in here. Seamless is back in hand. Let's see if Mersha slides over, gets rid of a card in hand, which is nice. I think we're just getting like fundamentally played around really. Like, Jesus, this is just plotting. It's really, really good. So maybe we have to draw for a Hermes here and just try and blow up, undo the Mersha as much as Mersha undoes Hermes. I think locking the R&D might be the best we can do, but it does feel like a bit too slow. Yeah, Mersha's really, really good. The amount of clicks that Tron has saved is kind of absurd. So I think we're going to boomerang R&D, then mutual favor for our killer. We'll see 3 cards, lock the top of the deck. Maybe that does something for us. I feel like we're not doing enough. The fact that we can't break a scatter field means the remote server. Man, this initiation window. To use M? Sorry? Okay, so now we're going to... Oh my god, wait. I can't bury. I think I did this wrong. I'm so used to being as that I can just install this. Do you mind if I undo this? I can't install straight from hand. I have to pre-boomerang. Oh man, cringe. Thanks. I got too comfortable boomeranging from hand turn after turn. So that's the case. We did boomerang, run R&D, and then maybe we can use the Chesva. We don't need to. And then we'll just like get our Carmen down. Carmen's not super. This is why I'm kind of lukewarm on Barry. Yeah, I think that's why you need window and like Mag Electric. Mersha used 7 times. Oh my god. So I think we do Boomerang, run R&D. I just worry that we're trying to win instead of trying to pay the table, which is like probably more important. I do think Fran Sophia might do something, but every install here, we have to beat the scatter field. So we might just keep the Boomerang and just set up. So if that's the case, I do think we can just do mutual favor for our decoder. We know this is a drafter, but we don't care. So I think we just mutual favor for the decoder, install our decoder, install the Kurapira, and say, I'm going to charge the remote server next turn. Because then we can run first, click through Braun. Yeah, I'm just going to set up. Oh, Buzzsaw. Oh, that's good. Or expensive. I forget which one. Oh, that's actually really expensive. Because this goes down to 3 credits, which is not where we want to be. I'm going to hope this is enough money to contest the remote server next turn. Probably not. Kind of skeptical to Baz into assets since I'm expecting a lot of them. Yeah, well, I think that's where you pay Penny Shaver. And then you have an okay identity ability. But whether Baz is better than like the consistency of Moose Lahat into assets, like it's up to us to figure out. I'm pretty sure this Outermost is a drafter, which like we can technically break. We want to force every res to be more expensive. So like drafter for 4 credits is still something. We can scatter field for 1. Window HQ turn off drafter tax with Fran and Boomer res flip switch of emergency to Thread and Mersha. There's so much ice that can be resed here. That's not really worth it. Like I want a window opportunity of Braun or something bigger. Just twinning and win. I think Tron has control his hand. The Tron probably has every agenda necessary in hand. I think twinning to win only makes sense if we have Hermes, which we don't. So we can run first click. If drafter gets res, we can flip switch. That costs 4 credits from Tron. We can click through Braun. MIC will be a problem. I think that's fine. I think it's a start. The cool thing is Tron is pretty sure we're on Boomerang. So like resing the drafter, still going to be a bit tight. Initiation window's getting me. I'm like, oh, nothing. It is a Braun. Okay. So we won't use Baz on this. We'll just triple click the Braun. So that was a 7 credit Braun. And this is what we want a window opportunity. We don't have to respect Ikoa anymore. So we're assuming this costs us less than 2 to break, which means if it's an ablative, that's the case. There might not be more ice to bring onto the table, mind you. But the install cost on here is like Mersha. I think this is fine. Just maybe let the first sub fire here. Yeah, I'm considering it. I'm just feel really bad if the first sub actually matters. But Tron has been dumping a card from hand every turn, so the first sub might not actually trigger. We can take a risk on it, but it's like just a click for credit. I think the risk is too bad. If there's an ice there, Tron's in a really good spot. How many of these approach windows had Mitra and Mons in them? All of them. It checks if you have your Mitra in your deck and it just asks. Okay, I'm assuming this is a humanoid. Oh, Midnight 3. Nice. Okay, cool. All right. 7 for a Braun was a lot. Tron's money is not fantastic. Let's see if Mersha keeps trucking along. I do think a more aggressive play would be to let the Braun fire. Mitra to trade out the scatter field would be pretty good. Yeah, no, I know. And gain 3 credits. It's like kind of what you want. The problem is like, I don't think Mitra is great when you're on Mersha because your hand is probably empty of ice. So there it goes. Can you do that? I guess you can do that with Mersha. You can install an ice. So now we really want to run this. So what could this be? It could be a drafter. It couldn't be. It could be another scatter field. So I think we just run it and see what happens. Imagine this was Leo and Mersha could also end the run. Well, yeah, Braun could end the run. Everything could end the run. Like I do think Leo would be a much worse matchup for us. We just need to force the money down. So if this is, what's the trash cost on auto 2? The best thing I've been doing with Mitra so far is using as like Corp Simulchip Ari to flicker around soft econs like Trojans and Boomerangs. Yeah, I agree with that. Hey, Owen, good afternoon. How's it going? How's your elevation time? Tattoo Bola, classic. So that's a 3 credit Tattoo Bola, which means this has to be a humanoid. So we're pretty fine bouncing off of this. This means that if we want to see cards, we can window opportunity the drafter. We have no huge incentive to do that. I think we're going to draw for econ card or an installable. It's not actually not a bad play, but like it might be better to window of opportunity right now and run this server. Okay, wait, no, the best play here is we window opportunity the drafter Install the Mag Electric, we window opportunity and run HQ. And then we de-res the Brawn. I feel like we have such a blow-up potential here if we can figure out how to use this Mag Electric. Because on one credit, there's no ice that Tron can res in the entire format. Wow, this is good criminal play, right? So we can install Mag Electric. We can window HQ. We might touch an agenda. The agenda might be in the remote server. We can de-res the Brawn. The problem is we don't want to go back. We're assuming there's an agenda in here. We can also de-res the Drafter. But I do think seeing 3 from HQ, 1 from R&D is fine. And if that's the case, I think we want to de-res the Drafter on R&D. I think we're going to give up on the remote server. So I think we do Mag Electric, window HQ, run R&D, C3, C1. Oops. Don't worry about our money, it's bad. Can window install Mag? Oh my god, yeah. I don't play a lot of window. Good catch. Yeah, window can install hardware. Yeah, window installs cards. Very good. I was like actually really missing the click compression. We could consider drawing here to have another program to install. I think this is res when the run ends. So we can't use Chesva on it. Shit, that's a good line. Window Mag and Bazinga is very cool. Very cool. Like this is where you overextend, you get pressure criminal. If there's no tattoo here, we could definitely like run this and run it down. But I think we're just going to open up R&D. We'll sweep 3 here and then we'll see 1 on R&D. I think seeing 3 in HQ is pretty likely to see something. De-res a card? I think we de-res the Drafter. If this is a humanoid, it's pretty bad. De-resing the Brawn's important, but the Tattoo Bull is going to put him back in the game. I'll just de-res the Drafter. Yeah, let's see a hand. Okay, no surprise. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no, our play line. See, we re-res that Drafter. We don't have anything to, oh, we actually can install the Boomerang with Baz. Wait, this is sick. So the corp res is the Drafter, we install the Boomerang on it for free, getting a twinning counter, we run R&D, we see 2 cards. Holy crap, we figure out how to use the Chesva. If only we had Hermes, yeah, I know. Brawn. Okay, window, we can re-res. Choose a hardware, shut up. Run R&D. Wait, that is incredible. If we win off this play, I'm going to be very excited. Don't worry about our economy. This is the most kickflip chip. It's like really good criminal setup. And that's why Mag Electric is so cool because it can set up these plays as much as we did install it clicklessly, which is like another good change. If you want to play window. Chesva cooks with Baz. It's so good. It is so good. Baz is kind of sick. Yeah. It's the criminal you want it to be, which is like fun pressure crim. Tattoo. Ablative. Okay. So what is the ice we saw in hand? Brawn. So this tattoo going to be from Brawn. Okay, we'll shuffle, we'll draw. Don't worry about our money. Ooh, I think we might have a turn off here, friends. If that's not a humanoid, we're fine. I think Tehran can technically like seamless out something. Baz was whenever? Yeah. Yeah, we res off of the send a message, which was still during the run. We can't res off of the window re-res. Tron clicked for 4, so this is probably an agenda. If it was a humanoid, it would have resed. If it was an auto, it might have done something. Unfortunately, here we don't really have a play besides like draw, click for 3. Like we haven't managed our economy well. I mean, we can't really install the Carmen. Installing the Hermes when they score out doesn't see the trigger, right? Oh no, sorry, when they res. No. I mean, we can face check and get a free Hermes down. The problem is like Tron has no reason to res the ice. Unless it wants to force out the flip switch. I think we're just never going to break Drafter with Carmen. We're just going to Hermes. NFL seems nice. Yeah, NFL seems nice as a cheap install. Like getting a clickless NFL down is probably pretty good. It's a slots issue though. But like a clickless 3 credits on face check is really good. Yeah, I just can't find the slots out. It is a seamless, okay. We could have put Hermes down, but it's not that good. Oh, second off-world is really good for Tron. So there's one more send a message somewhere. YDL's back in hand. So there's big deal, YDL, Brawn. Mersha, sliding R&D, no, staying. Okay. So we do draw, credit, gamble. Look for a boomerang. We're good. The last points are going to be pretty gross. Docklins we don't need too much. It's nice to install the Docklins cheaply, but I think we're just going to, well, now we need the Carmen. Looking sharp with those glasses. Thank you, Tyranda. How's it going? These are relatively new. We did our optometrist check for the first time in many, many moons. Is Carmen the only criminal killer at the moment? No, there's a bunch. There's After Image. There's Revolver. I shouldn't have said bunch too quickly. There's 3. And I think we'd actually like Revolver a lot in this matchup. Okay, so Tron is threatening big deal. Uh-oh. R&D is bad. I think that might be it. There might only be 3. Okay. So this could be a Braun. Oh, but Galter's technically in the card pool. We need a charge twinning. That's good. So we can run this to force the res. With the res, we'll install the cheap Hermes. So I think we do Sure Gamble run and see what happens. Anything that happens, we can flip switch. And like we just get some value here. And like Fran Sophia is doing work. On average, Tron spends 3 to 4 credits. If there's a Tattoo Bola, that's probably the best case. We might want to consider swinging R&D after it. But I think we just need to get some Ices resed here. Really hope they would have another killer in this set. Yeah, it looks like the set is meant to flesh out the missing breaker in System Gateway. I do think there's reasons to not play Carmen, though. But we do have a Game Dragon in the deck. That might be worth something. The initiation window, oh my god, I'll get used to it. But I'm so used to being like, oh, excited. Oh, that's cursed. We probably should have respected that. Probably should have respected this. This Hermes is like pretty low value, but it charges twinning. Because technically we're both on game point. Us more so. What do you bring back here? Humanoid? Humanoid. We can break this to charge. That actually might have been a reason not to install the Hermes. It means that we can bypass bronze, so that's totally fine. This will force whatever this res is here. That was a 3-cost ablative. And if the humanoid goes off, it means Tron's not winning. But if the humanoid goes into YDL, Tron could probably win next turn. But if we force the ice reses, or if Tron technically has enough money to threaten big deal, we technically have Fran Sophia text. Oh, hold on. Yeah, we should just check out. We can't deal with Drafter. I think we just let Drafter fire and see 2 cards. Yeah, why don't we just let Drafter fire? Like, Drafter bringing back YDL is not good. I'm just going to let it fire. I don't care. We can chase down Marsha as well. But seeing 2 cards here is pretty threatening. Yeah, YDL back in hand. Let's see if we get another upgrade here. In theory, you can stall a send a message and double 5/3, but we'll see if the humanoid gets trashed. Okay, so that's fine. You pay for that? No, shit, you don't pay for that. Okay. We'll see the deck first. We'll see 2 cards. It enables double Seamus score, yeah, potentially. But if that's the case, we can, well, we'll Hermes, I don't know. Spin Doctor, not a great draw. Nice. Damn, we're good. Shit, Baz is fun. GG's. I wonder if Tron was going to consider resing this. I do think actually the Fran Sophia did something. That's a cool matchup. Good kick flips back and forth. That was a really cool matchup. Yeah. That was really fun. Like, genuinely very good Netrunner. Our economy is, I don't think, stable enough. I think there's a chance we can play like Botchless or something. Oh, yeah. As does Baz in general. Yeah, it's a cool thing with Tattoo Bola. Resing it for 3 every time, let alone every time that you res and bounce a card, we get a free Baz trigger. Kind of sick. Kind of really sick. I imagine like Baz versus HB, like quintessential HB is going to be like a pretty fun matchup that I'll enjoy. Yeah. GG. Mersha is sick. Respect Mersha. Probably should have chased her down sooner. Maybe you could go to Masterwork for more draw. I don't think we run enough hardware. I think there's other ways to add more draw to the deck. I do think Hermes is just like so impactful that I'd be surprised if it's the case. I think Masterwork is the card I would play after everything else. Like, I think you can play Masterwork, but then you have to play more hardware, and I don't think we want to play more hardware. Yeah, Mersha was so damn good. Is this deck list available somewhere? Yeah, here. I'll put it in the description of the video. In the meantime, though, I can just post it here. Yeah. There you go. Please. Mind if I pop a link to the prediction contest I'm running? Tron, what are you up to? Okay, Tron, I'm opening your link on stream. Respect. Super Elevation Prediction Contest. Forum closes the 26th of April, 19 UTC. Changes to submission are allowed up to the deadline. Okay, let me read this through. Hey, let me read this through. Stream. Good game. I was playing Norwich yesterday with Sokka and the Kinker in the UK, and my meta takeaways are the Nebula will be banned when someone gets the list right, and Bangan will not be good. Yeah, Dullbulb, I'm coming to the same conclusions, as much as I haven't even seen that much Nebula, but I've heard that it seems a bit absurd, and I think it's only going to get better. Bangan doesn't seem like it does anything. And I don't think it did from the distance. Okay, the scoring system inspired by Trump SC system for rating Hearthstone cards. Tron. Wait, Trump SC is not the one I'm thinking of. No, I'm thinking of Chump. I listened to Chump. Trump is, yeah, the Hearthstone player. Never mind. I was thinking of Chump. I watched Chump Hearthstone. It's meant to reward prediction for the upcoming meta, not the power level of cards in a vacuum. The 5-star system thus represents respective prominence in the forthcoming meta. In 2 to 3 months' time, I'll go back and score where things ended up and send some prizes to the winners. After closing predictions and average predictions will be shared, a loose guideline for how the system is broken down. Trump SC is the mayor of Valleytown. Yeah, I don't think I've watched Trump in many, many moons. I'm not sure if he still plays Hearthstone, but I watched Chump. And Chump is just like the, he's not super big. And he has this like really monotone kind of deadpan explanation of playing Hearthstone. And it's just like been very simple, enjoyable stuff I'll watch on my phone every once in a while to make sure that Hearthstone's up to no good. As much as I'm not a fan of Nebula, we can't just keep banning all NBN IDs. Yes, it's going to be a problem if NBN has like 2 IDs. He does not. Okay, so 5-star key card in a tier 1 deck. 4 stars common card in the tier 1 deck, key card in tier 2 deck. 3 stars common card in a tier 2 deck, saw general play. 2 stars experimentation. 1 star did not see significant experimentation. For way too much detail on how exactly I plan to score this, you can go deeper down into the link chain. Prizing for the predictors with the closest net stars predictions to my conclusions. 2 to 3 alt art for first place, 1 alt art from my collection second place. First place among playtesters, if they also beat all non-playtesters, and an additional alt art from my collection. Username, my predictions may be published connected to my username, they may not. Did you participate in Elevation Designer playtesting? Can I go on without seeing this? Okay. Trade offer ban Nebula, unban R+. Trade offer declined. Oh, man. I want to see what this looks like, but I imagine it's just all the names. Sorry, I'm going to do a test answer. Hopefully this doesn't get submitted. My predictions may be not be published, and I'm not part of the playtest. So it's just probably the name of all the cards, right? Yeah, okay, cool. I would definitely wait to do this. Oh, actually, you have to do it relatively soon, right? Because the 26th is coming up. So I'm going to put this in the chat. Tron, I will share the link for sure. So I'll put it in the chat as well. I just copy pasted Trump SC. Give me 1 second. Shit. Can you send me the small link that you had, Tron, on Discord? So I'll put it into the chat log. So I'll put it into the YouTube description. For those who want to do this, I feel like doing this is basically like doing the tier list. Maybe I'll do it privately. I won't do it on stream, but I'm pretty early to this, so I might do it off stream. What people always get wrong about this rating system, that is much more of a meta call than a per card power ranking. So keep that in mind. Yes. Yeah, for sure. Because there are some good cards that don't see play because they're just not in decks. We've seen that all the time. There's been some of the most busted cards in the whole game that don't see any play. They just don't have a home. Cool. That's really cool, Tron. Excited to see what the results of this are. And I imagine it's going to take a while to score this because we have to see how the stars land for sure. All right. 4:30. What time is it? It's 4:45. My throat feels like I've been talking a bit much. Let's do another Baz game and we might call it after that. How's everyone doing? How's the elevation been? Welcome to some week-long Netrunner streaming. You want to take a second to leave a like on the stream. It helps a lot. Thank you. Hey, Gyro. Let's go. Op. Okay. Op is really good for Baz in general. Sent the link over. Thank you. Let me grab it and I'll put it in chat and then I'll put it on the bottom of the YouTube video as well. Super excited for Elevation launch event tomorrow in Pittsburgh. Oh, sick, Dan. What exactly is it? Like, is it just Elevation standard or Elevation, like just pick up your cards and play? How soon are people in the States getting their cards? Like, I don't know what the shipping process is there. Gyro kept our hand. Not great. Carbon early. Don't want to install it. Twinning early. We have open market, but I want a mulligan for a boomerang, for a clean getaway, even for the diversion that we haven't played yet. Ches was good early. This hand is better, but it's not amazing. It's nice to get a Bravado on turn 1. We, in theory, can do Bravado remote server, Mag Electric, run back. We'll see if there's, oh, no diversion respect. Okay, cool. So this is the coolest thing. You can Bravado the remote server, install Mag Electric, run HQ, run the server again, and then still pinhole it. Like the amount of click compression you get here is absurd. I want this to be a 5-cost card. Show me an envelopment. Worst case, Maskarovka. Initiation window. Mine should be in my house already. I'm in Ohio. Yo, let's go. Sandstone. Okay. So we can de-res that. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I missed Baz. So we'll spend click credit to install the Mag Electric. I'll just rerun. Shit. Sorry, it was a Sisenton. Half my play group got cards yesterday and half are still waiting. Oh, sick. Really, really good. Mine are sitting at the LGS. Got to find time to grab them. Oh, they ordered it on your behalf. Nice. I don't think any local stores in Montreal carry Netrunner. Okay, so we'll install the Mag Electric. I think de-resing Sandstone is like pretty good. The worst case is this is an eminent, but I think putting the corp on 0 credits with a card in the remote server is pretty fine. So imagine we had a clean getaway to run HQ here. God, Mag Electric installed clicklessly is kind of cracked. Sick play. There's so many ways this play gets punished. This is definitely one of them. Convinced to get some shelf space. Very cool. Sit down. Spin Doctor for 2. It's nice to get rid of those early. We don't have that much money in our hand, though. Let's see if this gets re-resed. If it's an Antil, it can't be resed. If it's an eminent, it can't be resed. Initiation window. All the ghosts of the rotated runners watching you play in the background of the new cards. Yeah, jnet changed to this background right at the moment that they left, which is like really funny. Two days in a row, I got to follow along. How's Elevation going, jnet? Jnet is struggling a bit, but Elevation has been like really fun on jnet. We played a Zwicky deck, which was like actually kind of fun. And then we've been playing Baz, which is just like absolutely getting in fist fights with corporations. So there's no card here we care about. So we're going to just let this fire and draw a card. Hopefully we get a clean getaway. The 9 credit swing from transfer is so big for Baz. Yeah, imagine we did a transfer into Mag Electric. And our deck is only on 2 transfers. We probably should play 3, but transfer into Mag Electric there would have been busted. Admittedly, they could like duck by resing something, but if that's the case, oh man, we drew a boomerang. At least we have to install that. Ready for transfer in this situation? Yeah, but we only have 2. I didn't believe in transfer. I need to test more transfer. If you play 3 transfer, you play some amount of NFLs. I think because you're Baz, you can also play flip switch. But I do think NFL makes some sense with Baz. Chat, do you think this is an eminent or do you think this is an asset? Give me a transfer. Top deck transfer one time. Okay. My Baz is on 3 NFL. I think NFL can make sense. Our economy is like doesn't seem that stable. We can install Kurapira and break this for 3. It's a Mavirus. Yeah, maybe. I'm going to play it around eminent. We really need money here. Yeah, it does have big eminent vibes. If it was a Regolith, I don't think you would res it and fire it last click. If it's a Mavirus, I think you might Ice HQ with the Sandstone. So it does feel like eminent. Also, just like working the Sandstone down is pretty good for the eventual Kurapira, as much as Extract could also come up here. By the way, I don't know if I've said hi, Antoine. Antil? Nice. Okay, so pinhole would have worked. We'll shuffle it back. We'll draw. We need money. We could run HQ here. They might have a window on the Sandstone. Carmen, bad draw. What are our good econ draws here? Like clean getaway. Ugh. So they can make this into a 1-coster. If we want to get rid of it with pinhole, it's 4 credits. Yeah, our economy's not good. This is better than the Antil. I've seen Antil do work, but like the Regolith just seems better here. Antil being 3 credits is kind of bad turn 1. I know. Yeah, I think it needs to be a Maskarovka, not a Sandstone. If it was a Maskarovka, it's a really good play for Gyro. But like the Sandstone does not feel that good. Draw for econ or we're cooked. I think we might be cooked. I think Gyro's going to have infinite money. Wow, this hand stinks. Reg is way better than Antil. It's going to depend. This is the whole turn, but like I don't know what else Gyro is doing here. I hate this hand. Best op turn 1 install Cybersand. I think Cybersand's actually like probably pretty good. What are we discarding here? I can't install the Chesva. So the Game Dragon definitely goes. Game Dragon to barriers is like kind of okay, but we have boomerangs. Pinhole's really good in the matchup. Carmen is like probably not good in the matchup. If we have to deal with Tithe, it's fine. Winchester's not great. I honestly think we discard the Carmen, but like that seems sacrilegious. But this is like the card I think is the worst in the hand. This is definitely the card that's the worst in the hand. Can we win the goal game without a Sentry Breaker? It's not like we were going to Carmen through a Biowack. But we can't Boomerang through a Biowack, so maybe we have to keep it. Maybe Chesva's the worst card. Why no Pinhole here? It's 4 credits. It ruins our money, and then Gyro just puts in the remote server. Like, I'd rather be able to contest what happens next turn than it is to remove the 4 credits, then spend 4 credits here. If we had a clean getaway, then we would do it, but like, if we go down to 0, like, Gyro just installs an agenda and we lose. So like, it's not good for us, but I think we have to make the trade. Like, the Pyrrhic victory is a trash regolith. Like, we win, but we lose the war. The fact that this becomes a 1-coster is even worse for us, but what can we do? I guess it's Chesva. It's the only econ card in our hand. Actually, maybe it's not Chesva. Yeah, with Boomerang, it's never Chesva. Oh man, is it second Boomerang? Without board control, Boomerang is so much better in the matchup. I guess it's second Boomerang. I do not like that we're doing that. Up the pinholes, you can steal agendas with it. Yeah, but we need to be able to trash Hollowman. We need to trash my viruses. We need to trash Antilles. It's a really, really good card, the pinhole. I didn't want to trash that. It's going to take us an hour to fix this. What is Game Dragon for? Normally attaching to your breakers. It just, in this board state, it's not good. Because we don't want to install breakers. Oh my god, this is not worth fixing. But like getting the Chesva down means we can face check centrals for free with Boomerang, which is really quite good in Baz with double Boomerang in hand. Oh man, tell me about it. Yeah, I discarded the wrong cards. Going to swap Boomy with Chesva. It's a nightmare to fix. How do you move to hand? It won't drag. Oh no, it will drag. Okay, that was not that bad. Tranquility coming down. Very, very good. Okay. Get a clean getaway. Fine-ish. Here we have to check HQ. I don't think we install the Chesva and check HQ. I think we just check HQ, drop open market. There has to be agendas in hand. Nice. Good to trash that. Yep. Cool. Let's see what goes back into hand. There might just be another agenda in hand, but I'm going to install the open market. There's no more punitive. And threat 4 to die, so don't die. Purely the spin dock, it depends how bad their hand is. They went for the anthill, which like if they put the anthill in their remote server, I think we're happy. That's why we keep the pinhole. It purged the sandstone, which is kind of notable, but go get a little 6-turn Rezeki and feel good about it. Would love to install this clicklessly when they res an ice, when they extract their sandstone into a fly swatter or something. Okay, they have another spin dock that might make the anthill make more sense. They've gone through 17 cards. They've opted once. No, not 17 cards. 13 cards. Tranquility for money, but Sandstone's the only ice here, so I don't know what money does. Their density is probably a bit lower than some other decks, so that's probably the anthill. Mersha, sick. All right. Boomerang's not going to do it. So we can still like face check this. We're not really worried about anything. If they don't res, we bounce the Sandstone though. Wait, actually, no, that's kind of funny. We shouldn't do that. I think we can contest the Spin Doctor. Let's draw for a clean getaway to run R&D. I mean, installing this loses us 5 credits. Yo, Buzza, how's it going? Happy Friday. Yo, Buzza, I just saw your name the other day when I was cleaning during my card collection, and I got the like Torsaw Grid Tranquility with the Buzz on the back. I was like, oh, that's pretty sick. Is Mersha Lamplighter synergy? It might be. I think Lamplighter sees play in Assets Ob. This doesn't look like Assets Ob, especially with the Trank, but it might be. Technically can currently bypass something with Fran. Yeah, as soon as they res the ice though. But we can install Fran Sophia and run, and then they have to res this. And then if that's the case, what do we install? Boomerang? F it. It's a fun play. You're right. If they don't res, we can bypass the sandstone. If they do res, we can boomerang. Or just let the res happen. Initiation window. Oh my god. It's going to get me all the time. It's a Maskarovka. Oh, annoying. They did pay 4 for this, which is nice. So we have no way through this. So we can install the boomerang for click compression, but I don't think that's worth it because the boomerang on this ice is not very good and you don't want to leave a boomerang hanging for a while. So they spent 2 on this, which is fine. Game Dragon appears really good here. Do you have Knick-Knack? No. No, we're not spending influence on Knick-Knack. There is. I can Franz Sophia your sandstone. You can't duck by resing. They could actually, like, funny enough, res the anthill if that's what it is and duck Franz Sophia on sandstone. I'm hoping that's the anthill. That's the best guess, is the anthill. So if that's the case, we could run R&D for a single and just touch cards. HQ, what do we know? We don't know much. I think we need a draw, but I don't want to discard cards. I'm going to run R&D for a single. Franz Sophia is probably not the install, but I want to play the new card. I wonder if we need like Carpe Diem and just like run credits. Oof. Using a Spin Doctor, that's some desperation there. I'm very happy we chased the Spin Doctor out for free. Extract off the top. That's might be quite good for them. M-Dom is the punishment? Yeah, M-Dom is the punishment here. If that's the case, we can install a Boomerang. But we'll see. No, yeah, do it up. It's an Antil. So they want to res the Antil first. Cool. Play Miami? I'm playing Miami. I've been playing Ghost Tongue on my criminal list just because Crim feels so poor. I also play Miami. I don't think I like Ghost Tongue. It's a lot of influence and the core damage is pretty bad. I do think Zenith is something you can play in Baz if you want to get more card draw. I'm not sure what we want for just burst economy here. So Anthill's going to crack next turn to go get a 2-coster, which could be Hollowmin. So we might just want to pinhole the Anthill because they might be on Basalt Hollowmin. SDS is also something we can't steal. Very bad. I'm on Puemo and Baz. I think Puemo makes some sense as well. So this is an upgrade. Anthill into Hollowmin means we want to run HQ. They've installed Ice on HQ, so we can do Chesva run HQ. They're in 21 credits, so we probably bypass. We'll draw for a run event. Shit, so credit, sure, gamble, run R&D? I feel like we're doing way too little on the turn. Whatever, single. Wait, we could also just run HQ, and if they res, we see what it is. If it's an Afshar, we're not super upset. They res it for 4, we lose 2. If it's a Winchester, we just let it fire. Yeah, let's pressure. Let's get some ice res. We know they have an extract in hand. And if they don't res, we get Mersha down. There's also a chance they res and we can still like Franz Sophia in. On 21 credits and Antil coming in, I don't think we need Franz Sophia to be around. So I think it's actually going to be a game where we give them money and Franz Sophia does something for us. It's a Winchester. Not a great res. We could boomerang through this to access a card. Otherwise, the trace on this, we're not favored into it. We could Franz Sophia to bypass it, but we could also just install a boomerang, go down to 7, break the end the run, and that's all we have to break. I think there's a chance they have an agenda in hand. It's a 2 in 3 chance we see something new. But if they're on Hollowmin, they need an agenda in hand. Resing this into extract feels wrong. Getting this res into extract? It might be bad. I think they're going to extract these. I don't think we care about this run. Actually, maybe we do. Yeah, let's just do it. I'll touch cards here. I bet so this is like 55 cards. What do I cut? Not the knives. I think adding 3 knives to your deck is like a legitimate win condition. I'm just not sure if Baz plays it better than anyone else. Franz Sophia to bypass, no. It costs 1 more to beat Trace. Drawing the card makes a net push. Well, they can boost into the Trace. It might be fine to let them boost into the Trace, honestly. Yeah, it actually might have been fine to let them boost into the Trace. We didn't have to break the second subroutine. It was just there. They're getting a free click a turn from Mersha unless you trash her? Yeah. Trashing the Mersha is good. I think that's the bigger target here. But yeah, they could definitely boost and then like play underneath Franz Sophia. Maybe we don't want to let them do that. We'll access the hand first. Extract. Beans. We'll shuffle that back. Down to 5 credits. They have 1 knife. They overcommit to archives that way. I feel like maintenance access, you should overcommit to archives. Cutting one knife isn't the end of the world. All right, let's see what 2 costs they get. I think Hermes, sorry, wow. Holloman is the one that we're most worried about because they have the credits to leverage it. We only have 2 boomerangs in 34 because we did bin one. So we'll see if we can continue getting pressure off here. We have no multi-access building. Our deck is on 2 twinings. It's just a descent on the remote server. We have no install here. So I think they're just going to jam in their remote server. If it's an SDS, we're playing around it. If it's a Basalt, I don't think we care. Worst case is server 1 has a 2 Kana and then that spirals forward. But they don't have anything. They're drawing. They don't have an agenda. Allman to SDS jam is scary. Yeah, it's scary because they can get on points, but I don't think they have agendas. They would have jammed here. Okay, Tranquility. So we want to run R&D. We want to find our Hermes. We'll be on 6 credits with open market. This card's good. Yeah, Ice Archive to play around maintenance access. I install it because I don't know what else to last click. We are not the same. Oh, sorry. Undo? Yeah, Gyro is counting on Mersha. Okay. So that could be an agenda to Tukana or a Holloman. I don't care too much. Okay. Let's draw. Clean Getaway is pretty nice. We could do Cheswa Clean Getaway. It's bad into SDS, but it's good into SDS on Centrals. We could always run back with Clean Getaway. If that's the case, we can Clean Getaway first and then run R&D. The thing that we could top deck into here that makes the ordering a bit better would be like Mystic, but I think we could just Clean Getaway R&D. If we find SDS, we'll do Cheswa run back. There's definitely agendas in here. Kessleroid. Oops, all barriers. Maybe they're on Ice Destruction. All right, draw. Nice to have one of those. I don't want to install a breaker because this might be an SDS. It seems like they could just be on 5/3s. It's hard to tell. We could also pinhole something. I think we're just going to take a credit. We probably should draw more and discard our worst card. It's just not obvious what our worst card is going to be. We'll just take some money. We really need to find Hermes before they score out. I'm seriously considering Matryoshka Baz because it encourages the corp to commit more ice and resin. I think Matryoshka is going to be a problem once you hit like a SDSs. You're kind of cooked. And then you're kind of cooked into just another anthill. Oh my God. What is their win condition? Mutually assured destruction, maybe? It's just cheap ice and money. They might just be on mad and just like play the slowest Netrunner possible. That would be upsetting. They can be on, what is it? 7 agendas is the lowest agendas they can play. Yeah, Matryoshka, you have a problem when you run into Hammer or VSA or any stuff like that. SDS stuff could be scary for Matryoshka. Yeah, you have some problems. Luckily, with like a flip switch and boomerang, you're actually pretty good face checking to Stavka. Okay, we can't run this anymore. If this is mad end of line, you're kind of cooked once they ice all centrals. Yes, and it looks like it's cheap ice mad end of line, which like they probably anthill for a Bass Chiraboga, right? There's no way I can nail this. Fuck. Yeah, I think they're going to anthill into a Bass Chiraboga. I think they're on some annoying kill combo. Yeah, so they Bass. Yeah, okay, that's bad. It was an 8. I missed the 8. Yeah, so I think that's what this deck is doing. So we need to flush server 4. Yeah, this is going to be annoying. All right, we can run HQ. Anthill and Bass are both 3 though. Oh my God, Anthill and Bass are both 3. Oh, it's not 4. So what do they do to get a Bass? Class Act is good. We'll install it if we need to. I think we can just... We, in theory, could just like Chesva run R&D. I'm going to chase this out before Slash and Burn. I don't know what this is. Spin, probably, but yeah, okay, that's fine. So now we have a bit more incentive to run HQ, but I think we just install Class Act, click for a credit. We'll see what happens with this Anthill. This is not very good Netrunner from my side, but I can't believe they're not pushing out here. Nano mad end of line tutoring wage workers? Yeah, maybe. The wage workers doesn't have to see all the clicks. Oh, it's a Mersha again? Okay, we're just playing Hyper Glacier. Yeah, this is not good for us. We need to find a twinning sooner than later. We threw out our good Glacier card because we drew it early. I worry that this is going to take another 35 minutes. Hopefully there's a Holloman here. But that's just another Mersha. Their ice is like not very good. The problem is that we don't have economy to deal with it. But like this server, we break really cheaply. We just can't get the money to get our breakers down. Like our money is really bad. What is the difference here? Is that we don't have daily cast that we can install to gain 5? Because like this hand has so many expensive cards, but not good ways to get them down. Like Buzzsaw for 4, Courier for 3. We can't afford to do that. Getting our cards down is really, really difficult. We probably should be playing Paladin Puemo. How do we get influence for Paladin Puemo in here? We cut the Game Dragon. Paladin, she's 3, right? Mystic is 2, Paladin's 3, Paladin's 3. Yeah, drawing criminals and breakers and criminals like awful. It's really, really quite bad. I don't know. I feel like we need 2 twinning. There's just not enough multi-access in the faction. All right, the Hyperist of Glacier. All right. Okay. Don't need 20 if you have knives. Ugh. God, Mersha is the worst. I mean, how do I run? How do I run now? I can do Chesva, Clean Getaway Archives. It's a bad access. Hope that they rise. Do we Fran Sophia Ward to run HQ? I think we might. We could do like Chesva, Clean Getaway. We're on 2 credits. We can boomerang from hand. Supposedly Fran Sophia this ice. Welcome back, Jinja. Kind of, yeah. All right, we'll just start making plays, I guess. Game Dragon is a cooler name. Game Dragon Pro. Trademark. Let's see what happens here. Initiation window, stop it. I get so excited when someone says pass to no res. Like, it makes me jump. I mean, I guess we're bypassing this with Fran Sophia. Because we're bypassing an Afshar. It saves us 2 credits. In theory, we could have actually like ducked the 2 credits by like keeping our Chesva. But if that's the case, we can't trash Mersha. And there might be another Mersha on RD, I don't know. This actually plays around Holloman pretty well. Plays around, sorry, Pinhole to deal with Holloman. Single access is rough here. We know there's an extract in hand. No. So we don't have to trash a hardware because we have no hardware for a second there. Okay. What turn is this? Turn 9? 24 minutes? Thinking? Uh-oh. So I guess the thinking is you can virus for a Managarm? I'm not sure what else we're thinking about here. I'm assuming it would be Mavirus into a Managarm. Which is annoying because we can't trash the Managarm. I'm not sure how good trashing the Mersha is. I think it is, but Gyro has so much money. It's just like the click compression more than the money. Because you can install Advance and get an ice down. And Mersha's really good. Ooh, gain 6 credits. Not the extract, please. Don't show us the extract. Tree line. Ugh. We'll trash the Mersha. Yep. So if we install this class act, we are bankrupt. We can try and install it by face checking on a later turn when we have the Chesva back. I think it would just click for 2 credits. This game is going to be a while unless a Hollowman starts popping off here. I feel like it's going to take a bit. Going to take a bit on jnet tonight. Man, holding your breakers is just the worst. I don't know how to get the breakers out of hand. Like, you can't discard them, but then you can't play them because they're terrible breaks. So Mavirus into Hollowman? Oh, into Yakov. Okay, so it is mutually assured destruction. All right, at least the game will be over soon. Kind of sad the Game Dragon doesn't work well with the Hoshiko breakers. Which breakers are the Hoshiko breakers now? I can't even tell. Oh, like a Dore? I guess we get mad comboed here. We cut our one Lilo. Or is there a Zato in here? I can't tell why we'd play the Yakov. I'm assuming that we're going to get mad comboed at some point. And we have no tech against that. We can clear one tag on our turn. It's also on Yute being very bad. I feel like trying to make those cards make sense of the Dore and Yute is probably not worth the effort. Okay. So one of these is a Kessleroid. If we install our breakers, what happens? I can't tell. I think we just install Classic Take 3. It actually might be worth keeping Class Act for a specific turn, because if we get matted, we can just like Class Act and have a hand size for a turn. That might actually matter. I do think twinning is probably a bit of a liability. We can charge it a bit. Maybe we need a bit of multi-access. I just don't think, maybe with open market. Oh no, it's not a connection. Of course not. Hermes might actually be one of the worst cards here. The thing is, like, Hermes can maybe make a play. If he has an agenda, like, it has to go into server 1. Yeah. I feel like if our deck had a bit of a stronger game plan, we'd be in an okay spot here. So I don't think we're gonna get the extra turn to click. Man. Oh wow, it's just, what happened? Oh, we have a click left. Right. Okay. So Gyro's actually playing points. So this is not like the brutal deck I think it is. So the problem is that we just don't have economy because the server is just Sandstone, Maskarovka, Descent. How are we scoring out with 22 cards left in R&D? What's going on here? How are we so... I think we're just like really poorly dealing with Mersha. So what do we do here? Just maybe measured response kill. I don't think it's kill. I think it's just like mid-range Glacier. I just don't know why Yakov is here. Maybe slots are a problem in the new meta. I just can't, like, we just don't have money. Like, I can't install a breaker. Like, I imagine breaking ice with money. Yeah, I feel like he might not have had agendas. I don't know why this is scoring so low. At least like the game is over in 2 turns because you can score 2-pointer to 3-pointer. But I do not know what we do here. Yeah, I think Jeffrey, you're right. It's like maybe a poor stack. So like we can install Hermes off of the face check, I guess. Force some ice reses here. Get Hermes down. This is the sort of deck that wants MR in it. I'm not sure. If it's forcing us out of all servers, I'm not sure how often we're going to run. We'll just force a res here. I'm not sure if there's any ice that's bad. Ovo. It's just an HP deck. Initiation. Sandstone. Cool. So we can get a Hermes down. For free. Do we just click for credits? Nearly, yeah. The game might not be fast enough for open market to be worth it. I think the best thing we can do is maybe draw into one of our 2 boomerangs in 24. So there's a lot of cards in our hand that are not worth playing. The best thing we can do is like pinhole the Hollow Man, and if that's the case, unfortunately, we just make the game a lot longer. I think this gives click compression. It's not super necessary. Yeah, we just don't have enough money in this deck. Like, breaking ice is really hard. Smartware would be good here. I don't think so. Side hustle would be better. Nice, that's good. Oh man, these 2 cards together are actually annoying. Because we need Bravado for money, but we need Boomerang to be able to pinhole the Hollowman. Side Hustle sad versus Wayland? I don't know if that's entirely true. Like, we're making runs even if they're not successful, because Side Hustle doesn't need successful runs. It just needs runs. Gets hit by above the law. I think every connection besides Class Act gets upset when it gets hit by above the law. That's why we play twinning, right? Oh man, this initiation window is really getting me. I do not feel like that's good. All right, perfect. Boomerang tech. Well, look how bad our money is. Yeah, I think playing open market might be a bit irresponsible. I feel Baz wants Puemo and needs to find it early. Yeah, I think Puemo would be really good. We have a problem installing cards. The issue is I don't know what you do for influence. Like, our draw is not good, so maybe we instead of playing Mystic, we just play Lilo and say that's good enough. Puemo makes sense. Open market in Puemo now means you're covered on all installation bases, connections and non-connections. But yeah, it feels like we don't have enough money to deal with, like, the fact that like dealing with a Sandstone is just going to be hard, or a Maskarovka is just hard. Like, that actually hurts. Catharoid Vovo for spin? It looks like all the agendas are in R&D. Yeah. This going in the remote server, I think you want it on the table, yeah, because you use it immediately. You didn't have to use it like that, I don't think. So now there's agendas in hand. I feel like Squid Island is going to have to be full of money. What's Squid Island? Mersha goes back. Cool. Wow, what's that? Zato? Reduce service? So anytime we make successful run, this loses. Otherwise, it costs us 8 credits to run archives. This is an Ashes card that's off play for like a week. Very, very funny. And on this much money, why the heck not? All right, I think we concede. There is nowhere we can run. Our money is just not there. It's going to take a couple turns, and jnet's a bit too slow. Like, we're up 3-2 on 32 minutes. Yeah, I think we're just going to call the game here. You mind if I throw the towel in on this one? Yeah, I'm not sure what we're meant to do. I don't think we have enough money in the deck just to break ice. Like, maybe we have central pressure, but if we look at the rest of the stack, like, what are we possibly drawing into that gets us out of like breaking 2 to 3 ice? I don't know. It's like our best card is Boomerang by a mile. So what do we have left? We have a Sure Gamble. We have 2 of them. That's fine. We bottomed a Bravado. That's on us. I do think the early transfer wealth blowout. There is a chance that actually pinholing the Regolith was the entire game. Like, maybe it wasn't a Pyrrhic victory, because once that there was enough money on the corpse turn, they could actually make a play. I think you run NFLs. I don't know what to do for slots, though. I think we have to play 3 transfer just because the opening Boomerang play is so good. Boomerang is a trap because the money's all spent installed rather than a breaker. Chris, I kind of disagree with that, because like, installing your breaker you play once, but breaking with your breaker you pay all the time. So installing the Boomerang clicklessly with Baz is just so much better. Like, imagine we have to install the Kurapira and break the Maskarovka. That's a lot of money. Every game you lost as a corp, you couldn't hold on to money. Like, what do you mean? Our money or their money? Because I'm not convinced we have enough money. I'm not convinced we have enough money. Boomerang mostly is cheaper money-wise than breaking with breaker. Yeah, installing the breaker, breaking with the breaker. There's no ice here that Boomerang is not the same cost as actually using our breaker. Your own money? Yeah, we don't have enough of our own money in this deck. I do think this is the sort of deck that wants daily casts. Like, adding 15 more credits to the deck seems pretty good. Window wouldn't have been that good. It's like weird. It's like the mid-range ice is like the worst for us. Hey, good game, Gyro. All agendas were buried. Yeah, I was convinced you're a mutually assured destruction combo, considering the play patterns were like very strange. But like, so the ice that is the most annoying for this deck to break are like Maskarovka Sandstone, right? It's like the envelopments are annoying to break, but the res cost ratio for our breakers are actually really bad. That I don't know how we deal with a Tree Line Sandstone Maskarovka really well. Winchester, like these ice are perfect. They don't have to be BOX. These are just as bad. Straight up Money Glacier. Yeah. We did not keep up. I think the Regolith going through was like pretty defining. And from then we were just so far behind. Yeah, I would want to see the replay on this for sure. But it's just like, sorry I didn't play the end of it Gyro out. It's just jnet's going really, really slow. Being able to stack high is so good, yeah. Not only because it plays around Boomerang, but also because it forces out more breakers and like obviously more breaking. It just stacks really, really, really bad. Like the sand. Okay, say that we get our Kurapira down and immediately we throw out our Game Dragon. What does it cost us to run this server? This costs 1, 2, 3. This costs 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This costs a breaker in 9. Like, we just can't do it. I feel like the only way that we can possibly win is to get a twinning down, charge the twinning consistently, and just throw fewer run centrals and get some Hermes disruption. Which I do think like any game that you draw your breakers in the first part as a criminal, you're in a really bad spot. Have you seen the new tournament pricing that Jinteki is doing? No, what do you mean? Like Jinteki, the website? I have no idea. How would I find out about that? All right, is there anything we can do this deck to make it make more sense? I think Transfer Wealth needs to be a 3 of. Maintenance Access might be a 1 of. It's just really good with the kickflips, but I feel like if you're behind, it doesn't do enough. If I'd seen like an agendas in the top 25 or whatever, it would have potentially gone very differently. Yeah, because the early point of the game where I had pressure, there was no agendas to touch. Okay, I think Docklands Pass is not worth it. That might be wrong. We have 2 twinning. I would cut 1 maintenance access maybe. I don't know if we have to play Carpe Diem. We play 3 transfer wealth. If we want to play Paladin Puemo, we can cut Nuka. But if we cut Nuka, we have to play Lie Low. Jinteki, the website, assigns support for assigning card backs. Oh, I have no idea. First demo is off 1515's tournament this weekend. Oh, really cool. So you could win a new card back? That's neat. I worry that Game Dragon Pro is like, wait, what did I just remove from the deck? Oh, I removed Nuka. I worry that Game Dragon Pro is too cute. The D-Res hardware, this is like my favorite card in the whole damn deck. This card's so good. Like maybe we just play no free lunches. I feel like we need a Paladin though. Which means we can cut Nuka. We can maybe cut a Buzzsaw and actually play a different decoder. Yo, Yeti, how's it going? If you don't play Pro, do you go to Revolvers? Maybe you play Double Revolver. You can play Stone Chip. I consider Stone Chip. Stone Chip is not terrible, especially because you can like class act on their turn. But like, we don't have enough card draw. We don't have enough money. Francifia seems cuttable. Yeah, Francifia seems like very cuttable. And I would say 3 credits for this is too much money. It was cool in certain matchups, but those are the matchups where like, it makes Tattoo Bola worse. But super, super cuttable. So we could play like, we could try 2 Lie Low, which is less than Nuka. We could play Paladin Puemu. We could play a Stone Ship. I still think the deck doesn't have enough money. Hopefully Paladin Puemo is like that load bearing. But again, when you open with all your breakers, it's a problem because then you have your breakers and then you don't have economy. So if this is our opening hand, would we keep this? No, this is like the quintessential, not, oh wait, this doesn't have the changes. This is the new deck. Would we keep a Game Dragon? I don't know. Red Team Gaming? I wonder if there's a shot that you unironically play Red Team. What is the chance you unironically play Red Team? I think you're unable to use the twinning. With Chesva, with Paladin, with Mystic, and Open Market, we are very good at using the twinning. We are good, better than most decks. We have a lot of twinning targets, and we all install all of them on site. Yeah, it's very, very easy. So what would we play instead of Red Team? Like Maintenance Access? I think I only like Red Team when I was trying to overclock and startup. Oh yeah, because you can get it for free with Baz if you overclock into ice, but then they have to res the ice, which is really ugly. Spencer Fueno? I don't think we have an assets issue. We have a breaking ice issue. Like getting our breakers down issue. Biobands is actually pretty good too in the deck in general. Because it clears a tag and it allows you to use your Chesva. Like Biobands is probably a card worth playing. We probably should be playing more. You just do it on the remote when they need to protect it. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So like, is this hand better? Yeah, this hand's way better. We like Bravado the remote server. We can transfer wealth, pressure HQ with the boomerang. Like this actually has a lot of plays. I do think getting to 3 transfer wealth is like impactful enough to make sure the mid game doesn't get out of control. Like that's a nearly perfect hand. Econ, pressure, card draw. We draw this. We bottom. It's up to us. But like Mystic to Sure Gamble. This is a gaming hand. This is really, really good. Then we can face check with the Chesva, get down the twinning. We're drawing every turn. Bottom of the second twinning. That's a really good hand. This is still pretty good. We can Bravado the remote server. If they res, we drop a boomerang. We're in. If they don't, or if they res and we don't get in, we open market. We can draw from here. The problem is like this brick of a Buzzsaw. I wonder if we just play Cat's Cradle and say that's good enough because it's cheaper to get down and it has a bit of economic denial and it works a bit with D-Res package. Like maybe this is good enough. I feel like if we're playing Cat's Cradle though, we don't play Game Dragon. So maybe we can play another Paladin and play the most boring Netrunner. I feel like Paladin is probably just really good with Baz. Can do Sang Cancel. I don't think Sang Cancel is better than Conchill, I think it's pronounced. I don't think this card's that much better. You have a critical mass of run events. I don't think we have anywhere near enough. We have Biobands, which we won't do into ice. We have Bravado. We have Getaway. Transfer of Wealth doesn't really count because it depends where the code gates are. I don't think we have enough run events. Maybe this is better? I could see this being better. Maybe 2 Paladin is too much, but installing cards is really good with this deck because we have boomerangs forever. So is this a better hand to keep? Hold on. Is this a hand we want to keep? Saucy? I don't think we want to play Saucy. We have like 2 D-res cards, and this is just like a clunky card. If you Saucy and run, they don't res the rice, which means you don't fire Baz. Like maybe you can play a D-res deck, but then you're playing like Francifia, 3 windows, Mag Electrics, but I don't think you play this on your own. And then I think you have to play like maybe Urban Art Vernissage. But it's just like, it's a econ card that you let your opponent control, and if they don't res, not only do you not get Saucy, you don't get Baz. Don't forget a drink. What are you talking about? This opening hand, not bad. Click Getaway Centrals, run the remote server, put down an open market. I wonder if the window is just not good enough. I think cutting a window might make sense. I think 2 windows might be a bit too much. This is like, the problem with window is it's really good against the ice that we're really good into. Like we're good at face checking into a Brawn and then boomeranging it. The ice that we're struggling against is like the drafters. We're struggling against the Maskarovkas. Maskarovka looks really good. We're struggling against Sandstones. We're probably going to struggle really hard against, what's it called? The NBN one. Doom Scroll. But window of opportunity barely helps in those matchups. It's likely that cutting window of opportunity is just too cute, and then we just play fundamental slots. Do we play 2 red team? Like, what is the fundamental slot we play in this? I just think window is probably a bit too cute. We had like a really good window turn, but it was like deresing a drafter. It's like, maybe we can just deal with drafter. I don't know. I could see us cutting the window for something a bit more fundamental. Is this hand good? It's not bad. We can like transfer wealth turn 1, threaten the boomerang. If not, we can like drop the open market. Hitting the carbon in hand is pretty bad. Like maybe we do just play 2 revolvers. Like maybe we play 2 revolvers, 1 window. Because I don't like installing Carmen. I don't actually think Carmen's that good unless you're playing against Jinteki. Or you game dragon it, which we're not doing anymore. Maybe we do this. 1 Carbon, 1 Revolver is probably good enough. The problem is like whenever I open with the Carbon in hand, I never want to install it. Maybe because we're in Paladin Puemo, that's not going to be that much worse of a problem. It's just like one of my least favorite cards in any opening hand. But if there's a Revolver, I'll drop a Revolver and start face checking. And I think that's a big thing about this deck is that you want to be face checking. So that could make sense. Maybe No Free Lunch is not as good as Red Team, but I think we'd have to draw it early. Like this hand is cracked. This is really good. Wouldn't 2x Revolver just be better than 1 of each? Yes, I think so. Unless you're against Jinteki that's running like a lot of sentries, like Saisentan plus. I think 220 ends the game enough before 2 revolvers run out. I'm hoping so, let alone 3 boomerangs. So I'm not too stressed. I think we can do with 2 revolvers. I kind of like that, I think. Yeah, I think I kind of like that. The question is whether this is good enough, whether we want 3 copies, whether the 1 No Free Lunch moves the needle, or whether it should just be 2 flip switches, which is not unique. Maybe with revolvers, we don't need flip switch that bad. I think we did better. Do we run Poison Vial? I don't know if it matters. I don't think we've been running into a lot of situations where breaking a single subroutine was that bad. Where like we're breaking 3 subroutine ice. There's not that much 3 subroutine ice I think we care about. Like Biowack is probably the big one. We can let 1 subroutine on Vampy fire or 2. We can let 1 subroutine on Empiricist fire. Brawn, we could click through 1 subroutine, but that's not too big of a deal. It works with Boomerang and Revolver. The problem with cards like this is like, unless you're in a meta where you really need this card is super greedy. Where you have a card that says this doesn't do anything unless you're in a situation in which you have one of these 2 other cards and you find a specific ice. So unless you can really bake that into your deck or the meta calls for it, these cards are often just economy cards and really bad ping, like very inconsistent economy cards, right? Those kind of cards are called shaper cards. No, I think it's like Worlds. Like if you're playing as and you can boomerang all the time, if you can install it clicklessly, if you're playing DJ Quetzal, you can do it. It's just very hard unless your game plan really relies on it for that to be a card that's better than just like an average econ card. There are a bunch of 3-step ice now. Logjam and Biowack both beat Boomerang. Yeah, maybe we see enough of that. I haven't seen any Logjam at all. But if we're running into enough 3-sub ice, we could consider it. But even if that's the case, maybe we'd rather just play D-res. Like, I would rather put the windows back in and just say those are more flexible. Hard to tell. We'll keep that in mind when we're testing. Like, this hand is good. We can just like transfer wealth to force them to res. We can install the class act for free. We can run the remote server. Mag Electric run the remote server. Revolver beats Biowack twice. Yeah, that might be enough. Just beating it twice could be enough. And then again, we also do have Mag Electric, so we can de-res the Biowack. Okay, I think I like what we've done to this. The problem is like it's way more basic in some ways. All right, we've been streaming for about 5 hours, a bit more than that. Thanks so much for hanging out. Hopefully your Friday has been good. We'll be back tomorrow. I want to give a huge thank you to all these names here and more that allow us to have the time to do this sort of thing so we can hang out and grind some elevation games. All these names here and more, we have daily cast patrons. Their names are unfortunately not here. Help support the Métropole Grid. So we can take the time off to do stuff like this, do all the video stuff, live streaming, camera equipment, all that stuff costs a heck of a lot. I want to shout out 2 names. One of them just scrolled right there, Gray Ghost. And we also have Richard Byram that have both either joined the Sure Gamble tier or have upgraded to the Sure Gamble tier from the Daily Cast tier, which is super appreciated. I also want to say off the top here, if your name is here, if you want your name to appear here, you see some of the names there, like Mondi's lovely name has an icon next to it. If you want to get a little graphic next to your name here, please send it in, hit me up, and I'll get that in there. It's not a lot of work on my side. If you want a bit of like, it doesn't have to be a testing team. It could be your local meta, your city, your country, a little symbol because you're a musician, you want a music note, anything like that, please. This is to show off your name. So if you want a little bit of flair there, just let me know. We'll get that in there for sure. As long as it's not rude, like be reasonable, but otherwise that's great. If you want to get that in there. That's mostly it. We'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what time we're going to be starting the stream, probably around noon is my guess, and we'll be streaming for like 3 or 4 hours as well tomorrow. All the deck lists are in the description below. If you want to take a second to leave a like on the stream, that helps a heck of a lot. We'll get all the timestamps and links in the description. Great games, very fun to watch. Glad you've been enjoying it. Thanks for the stream. Very entertaining and instructive. Take care, everyone. Have a good evening. Pride Lion, hey. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. If you're playing events or going to like local meetups, enjoy your elevation, and we'll see you tomorrow. Cheers, y'all.